Yeah. It's TDPHINSTALK. We done came so far. Gotta keep going. Hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's great and that's my peer review. These haters keep on hating and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one crew. EM reason ball game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view and this is what it's got us to success. My haters say I'm a mess. They say that I'm a pest and I depress. And I'm obsessed with causing stress, but yet the stress they can't suppress. Nonetheless, I just impress because I'm blessed and they oppress. I know the answers, they just guess. When they play checkers, I play chess. When they regress, I make progress. And my attention, they get less. They feel neglected, CPS. If they don't pay, I repossess. Now I digress and decompress and take recess and clear my chest. I must confess, I am the best. Like, hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's great and that's my peer review. These haters keep on hating and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one crew. EM reason ball game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view and this is what it's got us to success. On the road to the Super Bowl, no matter the cost, man, we willing to pay the toll. 50 plus years and they all ended in tears. Now it's time to pop bottles, celebrate, scream cheers. Hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out to my day one crew. We only here because of you. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. I hope everybody is having a blessed day. What's going on, everybody? I see y'all in the comment section flooded in. Shout out to the homie Von Joe. Von Joe, you make sure you hit me up in on Instagram. I need to ask you something. Miss Finn's in the house. If y'all ain't subscribed to Miss Finn's, you're missing out. Go check her out. Morning show every morning, bringing y'all that heat. Make sure y'all go subscribe. We're trying to get to 400 subs over on Miss Finn's as soon as possible. I see you, Shake Money. Patrick Humble, what's up, homie? I think it's time for you to get that mod. Appreciate you coming through, man. Andres Negron, one of our most loyal. I appreciate you coming through on the streams, man. Old man 803, what's going on, man? EM in the building. TD Foolish Talk. Let's go, baby. Listen, man, I only take that from EM, man. You know them charity cases, y'all. Yeah, we done talked about that, but that's neither here nor there. Ben Rivera, Sterling G. Bet I'll holler at you. I got you, Von Joe. Fins up to Scott Jackson, Real One Company. What's going on? Let me make sure. Mordecai, Hershoff. Hopefully I pronounced that correct. Salute to you, homie. What's going on with you? I just want at least one playoff win. Really would love a Super Bowl, man. That's what's up, man. So y'all already know the stream is what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins. We're going to break that down and more. And we just got to have that serious talk, man. We got to have a serious talk of what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins. The reality is a lot of people aren't realizing that we're playing for more than just the season this year. This isn't just we're playing for the Super Bowl this year. When you talk to most Dolphin fans, even the most diehard fans, I've asked this same question over the last 4 months. Are we expecting to win a Super Bowl this year? And most honest people are saying, no, we're not expecting to win a Super Bowl this year, which is shocking. You know how I am, or, them real Dolphin fans, we win the Super Bowl every year, and most of them say that they're not expecting to win the Super Bowl this year, but they're expecting to do something respectable. And, I got to be honest, man, I don't like that whatsoever. I don't get it. We've had so much less on this roster for so many years, and people, we could win a Super Bowl, including myself. Y'all know how I've been the last few years. Why are expectations so tempered when we've gotten more than we've ever had, maybe in the last 20 years, y'all? This roster right now is more than we have ever had in maybe the last 20 years, but we have the most tempered expectations. At least 5 seasons out of the last 20 years, a lot of us have been delusional and said Super Bowl, but all of a sudden we got the best roster we have had in 20 years, and I can't find many people that's talking Super Bowl. What's up with that? What's up with that, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? Something not adding up. Something's just not right. So I think it's a good time to calibrate. So what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins? We finna talk about it, but we gotta calibrate this. We're not calibrated. Not making any sense, but I'm gonna put it in the comment section. Let me put it in the poll. Super Bowl expectations. Yes or no? That's why I'm gonna put that in the comment section. I gotta see the vote. I gotta see the vote. That'll help me out. That'll help me out. So y'all go ahead and fill out the poll. Go ahead and vote so I can see what's going on, man. The poll is officially out. Y'all let me know what y'all think. And be honest. You ain't gotta lie just because I'm saying we should. Be honest. That's what I want y'all to really be right now, is honest, because I want to show y'all something. All right. Read a few comments while we get some of these votes in. But ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to TDPHINSTALK. After looking at my analytics, I realized that only 65% of those who view this channel are subscribed to this channel. There is an entire 35% of all viewers that are not subscribed. So if we get 4,000 or 5,000 views on a video, that's an easy 1,500 that aren't subscribed. So if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're one of those people that are halfway signed in on another platform, take the time to go over to YouTube, sign in, or start an account and subscribe to TDPHINSTALK. All right. Also, make sure we hit that like button. We got over 100 people watching right now, and we only have 38 likes. Y'all know how the algorithm works. A lot of people love this channel and they love contributing to the channel, but monetarily isn't the only way that you can contribute. For those who can't contribute in that way, hit the like button. It goes a long way in helping this channel do bigger and better things, ladies and gentlemen. And I appreciate all the love that everybody shows me in every way that you possibly can. It is greatly appreciated. I am excited. The training camp is basically kicking off. And listen, I'm getting excited because I can't wait to go to training camp. That's going to be a lot of fun. But we'll talk more about that next week whenever I can have more details, because I want as many of y'all to come out as possible. If you're going to training camp, let me know real quick. If you're going to training camp, put it in the comment section, yes or no, while you finish up the voting. Yes or no in the comment section while you finish your vote. Will anybody in the comment section be attending training camp? I love to know. I love to know. And hit that like button, guys. We still have less than half likes hit on the video. All right. Diamond Crusher, man, I hope I can see you at training camp, man. Robin Mars, I hope I can see you at training camp. Yeah, I'll be there Members Day. True fans, you better come find me on Members Day, man. That's on Sunday, the last day for a while. So make sure you come find me. I'm typically at the 50-yard line at the very top with a few of the homies and stuff. So just come on up there and find me, man. I will. I got tickets for every available practice. I'm not going to everyone. I'm not going to be attending the first Saturday. They don't really hit as much. You know, it's just the regular practice. They getting warmed up that first Saturday. I will not be attending that. And the second Saturday, I won't be attending because I fly back in too late, an hour too late, unless I come check the last hour out, but I'm just going to take the day off. So expect me there potentially on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. All right. And then I'm working on something so that I could be at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers joint practice as well. So get ready for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Shout out to the homie Kyle Bond with the donation, showing love to the channel monetarily. I appreciate the love. He said, much love, TD. I personally think if we make it to the playoffs and don't get eliminated round one, I'd be very happy, more than happy. Consistency and improvement are key this year. You make a great point. It looks like you're going to come up very close to what I align with, but there's more expectations than that, homie. It's not just about how far we get this year. There are some individual and unit expectations that have to be seen this year as well. So we're going to break that down and more in this stream, okay? Now let's take a look at the poll real quick. All right, so right now with the voting, we got 70 votes. Come on, y'all, vote. And we should at least have 100. I guess I'll talk about it once we have 100 votes. We'll get to it, okay? Now, with that being said, let me go ahead and get started. Well, before I do, let me see if any more yeses on camp, because I want to see as many of y'all as possible. Hopefully we can sit together, man. That'd be cool if a whole bunch of y'all just come up there and sit with me while we're doing camp and hang out and talk about, you know, the stuff we talk about on the stream, but we'll be able to talk about it live watching camp. That'll be pretty lit, man. So I hope I see a lot of y'all there, man. Diamond Crusher, well, we already got the homie. Miss Finn said, I'm going to training camp. Woo, we gotta link up. We gotta link up. Mark Jones, come on, man. Come through. Come see me, man. And if y'all get there before me, man, save me a seat up top at the 50, man, because that's where I go right away. Straight to the 50. I got to see it all. And right at the top. Got to get that vantage. That's all I see. But anybody else, man, if you're going and you're watching the stream late, come watch camp with me, man. That'll be pretty lit. That'll be pretty lit, man. All right, man. So let me go ahead and dive in, okay? Well, let me check. Make sure it ain't 100 votes yet. 77 votes. We'll get there. We'll get there. And I'll address that once we get there. But anywho, let's talk about this. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's just be upfront, okay? Let's be upfront. This is the best roster we've had in over 20 years. Do you agree? Yes or no in the comment section. I personally feel like this is the best roster we've had in the last 20 years. I mean, we've had great left tackles, right? We've had some really good O-lines, but when we did, we didn't have a defense. We've had some defenses that were decent. Like, first of all, this would be the best unit defense that we've had in forever, okay, that I can remember. Let's start there. This will be the best defensive unit that we've had in a long time. Okay? That's the beginning. We've had better running backs, but really it ain't like we've had superstars, a Pro Bowler in Jay Ajayi, you know, 1,000-yard rusher, Lamar Millers. Yeah, we had the Ricky days, but we never had the defense that really matched it. So the defense is the baseline of what we have on this team, that when you really think about the last 20 years, we've never had a defensive unit this good. We had some defensive unit that played very well, but what we collectively have now, we ain't had no talent this good on defense. I mean, come on, y'all. Outside of the linebacking core, we pretty nice. We are pretty nice. And when you go over to the offensive side of the ball, we ain't got no slouches. Our quarterback ain't no slouch, whether you don't like him or not, whether you don't think he's a franchise. He ain't no slouch, though. He ain't no freaking Sam Darnold. He ain't none of the, he ain't no Pat White. I mean, I've called him Pat White when I'm mad at him. Y'all know that. But he ain't none of those guys. Our running back by committee, a whole bunch of guys who are capable that you can't go wrong, because even if one get hurt, they all can play. Will they be the best in the league? No, I'm not expecting that. But we got good backs. Wide receiving core, when have we had it better? We've never had a wide receiver as good as Tyreek Hill. I go out on a limb to say we never had a wide receiver as good as Waddle in the last 20 years. Yeah, we'll say, oh, don't forget Brandon Marshall, dog, but I'm sorry. Waddle has the potential to be way better. Oh, Jarvis Landry, dog, but I'm sorry. Waddle is better than Landry, gonna be better than Landry in my opinion. Fight me. I'm just saying. Tight end. We ain't had a better tight end than Mike Gesicki. Charles Clay may have been our best runner-up. I may be missing a guy or something like that, but y'all get my point. But we've never had three weapons in a Tyreek or Waddle, a Gesicki, and some good running backs. Come on, y'all. And the line is halfway good, really good. When I say you start your O-line with Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, and Robert Hunt, you automatically, man, that's really good. Now, there's a fall off after that, but that's a good start. I mean, do y'all realize the right tackle should be the weakest point on your line? A lot of people don't know that. Or some people could argue that since we got a lefty quarterback, it should be the opposite, but I'm just saying. So I say all that to sum it up with y'all that this is the best that we've had in the last 20 years. We may have, like on a scale of 1 to 10, if this is 10, I mean, it ain't 10 in the grand scheme of things compared to all rosters in the NFL, but our 10, if it's a 10 right now, the closest we've gotten to this type of talent is like an 8.5, and that was really good if you ask me. This is the best roster that we have and have had in the last 20 years. Let's put that to rest at the just off front rip. Let's that's something that hopefully we all agree on. We should all agree on that. Let me see. Okay, we got over 100 votes. We're going to get to that in a moment. Shout out to Ian Baller said Tom Grassi has Miami as a sleeper playoff Super Bowl team. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it, all right? Now, so for the just the basic conversation, this is the best roster we've had in 20 years, y'all. But I feel like we've had higher expectations in the past than what most people are putting us at right now. And when we look at the vote between everyone, I asked, do we have Super Bowl expectations? With the 114 votes, I had 52%, more than half of you all saying, no, we don't have Super Bowl aspirations. Now, I have to ask you a question. I have to bring the Cincinnati Bengals into this conversation for a second. The Cincinnati Bengals this offseason went out and got a whole lot better. Biggest issues, O-line, fixed it by far. Okay? They needed probably to bring in 2 more stud offensive linemen. They brought in 3. They fixed it. They already got the offensive weapons. They got the quarterback, and they invested more money in their defense, and they upgraded. But let's back up for a second. Forget about what they did this year. Is our roster right now better than the Cincinnati Bengals roster last year? Let me know in the comment section, yes or no. Flood the comment section with your yeses or nos. Is our roster as it stands right now with Tyreek Hill, Armstead, and all the additions at the running back position with our defense, is it better than the Cincinnati's roster last year? And as I wait on your responses, G Money Uptown with the donation said, the team is stacked, but when it's stacked versus stacked, which quarterback is going to come up clutch? And I don't believe Tua can compete with the top 10 QBs in the AFC. We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm done talking about what Tua ain't going to do, more so what he need to do. And who am I to say he ain't going to do it? Whether I have an opinion that he won't, who am I to say what he ain't going to do versus this is what he need to do, and let's see if he do it. So based off of y'all, most of y'all feel like this team right now is better than the Cincinnati Bengals last year. Yes, yes, no, yes, 100%. Yes, 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 by far. Yes, yes, facts. What's up? Yes. Yes. No, Tua is no Burrow. Team collectively. Yes. By far, yes. Yes. I don't need to read any more yeses. Because I agree. Collectively, this team is just as good, if not better, than the Bengals were last year. We know that there's a difference in the quarterback position. As of right now, hopefully that changes. But as of right now, we know there's a difference in the quarterback position. But I think our defense is better before they made their changes this offseason. I think our offense now, weapons, is better than their collective weapons before they made those changes. My opinion. Time will tell. But all I'm saying is they made it to the Super Bowl. And we feel like our roster is better now. Now, I understand that all the other teams elevated as well. But all I'm saying is there is no aspirations for the Super Bowl. And like I said, more of y'all feel like we're not in Super Bowl contention than people who do. And that's why we're about to calibrate. And we are about to talk about what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins. First and foremost, we're going to start out with the record. I want y'all to put it in the comment section. What does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins from a record standpoint? Go ahead and put the record of a successful season, not what you think we gonna go. What a successful season is for the Miami Dolphins. You might think we going 17-0, but what would the bare minimum success be for the Miami Dolphins? Then I'm going to share with you what I think it is and why. T. Rich says Super Bowl or bust. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I am so happy to see so many people putting what I expect a successful season to look like in the comment section. I'm getting a lot of 12-4, 12-5, y'all. It's 17 games. Don't forget, keep up with the times now and hit that like button. We got 196 people watching, only 80 likes. Let's get that over 100. So I see all your predictions, and many of you all say 12 games is a successful season for the Miami Dolphins. I'm going to change that. Here's what I believe a successful season for the Miami Dolphins would be. 11-6. 11-6 would represent a successful season. Anything less is nothing but a failure. You can't give me 10 wins like Flores, and Flores never had this team. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but Mike McDaniel has pressure on him day one. You can't give me what Flores gave me with less. Anybody who's shooting 10 or lower and saying that that's success, you're already giving Mike McDaniel excuses. You cannot give me what Brian Flores gave me with less. Imagine if Brian Flores had Tyreek Hill and Teron Armstead, Connor Williams. Even if he wasn't a great offensive coach, it had deficiencies. We would have probably been in the playoffs the last 2 seasons. The running backs by committee. These guys versus the guys we had. I'm sorry. At a minimum, you cannot give me what Brian Flores gave me with more than he had. And not to mention, when he had it, it was all new to everybody. Defense had to be built from scratch, from guys that worked at Home Depot and Mickey D's and stuff. Y'all remember the year of the Nick Needham and all of those guys we getting beat and then we winning games at the end of the season? Had to be built from scratch. You're inheriting a built defense ready to play its prime football this year. This defense is poised to play its prime football this year. No way. And let's be honest, the defense is the reason we got the 10 wins and 9 wins anyway. So you cannot give me what Flores gave me with less and a more prime defense. Mike McDaniel is going to get a defense. He ain't got to do nothing, ain't got to tweak nothing, ain't got to change nothing. Just insert Tyndall and see if he can fit into the system. Outside of that, everybody know they role and they know it well. Ain't nobody missing the beat. All people doing is fine-tuning their craft. You ain't got to worry about a whole unit of football. And you have the offense that you want, that you put together, and that you have the vision for. You cannot win 9 or 10 games or it is a failure, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me be fair here. I'm going to go a little further. Truth be told, some people would tell you you can't win 11 either. This team should win 12 at a minimum, period. I don't want to hear it. The only reason I left it one game over what Flores did is because of the level of competition we will play this year versus the level of competition that Brian Flores had. Last year, Brian Flores had 7 games that were of high level of competition, in my opinion, at least. Excuse me. And we lost almost every single one of them. But this year, we have 10 games of high level of competition, in my opinion. I always count every division game as a high, and honestly, it's more than that, y'all. I just brought it down to 10. But let me give you an example. I always count the 6 games in the division. Then you got Baltimore 7. You got Cincinnati is 8. You got the Chargers is 9. You got Chargers. You got Green Bay is 10. You got the Browns, who may have Deshaun Watson, as 11. And I know I'm missing. You got Minnesota, that's 12. Still might be missing 1. I think that's it right there. That's 12 right there. Something tell me there's one more, but I'm going to leave it at 12. And why did I bring it down to 10 games of high competition? Because I also wiped out, we don't play the Raiders this year. I wiped out, not in the regular season. I wiped out the, I already said Green Bay, guys. I wiped out one of the Jets games and one of the Patriots games. Because if we don't, man, we in trouble if we don't sweep those 2. And it's going to be hard. So I just put it at 10. So that's why I have the expectation of 11 games. Because here's the deal as well. First of all, you have to win all those other games that aren't of high competition. And then you have to, at a minimum, go 500 in the competition games, at a minimum. And that's why I ended around 11 games. San Francisco, I don't have as that hard, but it will be competition, but it's one that we need to win. San Francisco don't have the roster that we have, ladies and gentlemen. All they had was Debo, and they might be trading him before the season. So we'll see. Time will tell. But anywho, First of all, the first expectation of a successful season for the Miami Dolphins, ladies and gentlemen, is 11-6. What does that mean? That means that we probably won't win the division. That also means that we won't have a first round bye. That's typically reserved for your 13 plus win teams. So we won't have a first round bye either. Salute to the homie Cooling Heat with the donation. No comment, so he's just showing love. Thank you so much for that. So it looks like we're going to be playing in the wild card realm. We're going to be playing wild card weekend. Second weekend in January, I believe. So what is the expectation of a successful season and how far this team goes? Let me know in the comment section. Make the playoffs. Wild card victory, divisional victory, championship victory, or Super Bowl victory. Just making the playoffs or wild card victory, divisional victory, championship victory, or a Super Bowl victory. What do you feel is a successful season for the Miami Dolphins? And after you tell me, I'll tell you what I believe it is. No, we want the division. We want the division, TD. Not likely, but I love to win it. That'll be beautiful. Getting to the divisional round. Okay. Divisional, man. Wild card victory. Winning a playoff game. Get to the divisional round. Divisional win. Okay. This is the tough one. Ladies and gentlemen, a successful season for the Miami Dolphins is a divisional round victory in a AFC championship loss. We're about to break that down. It's not going to be good enough for us to just win our first playoff game. I know that from a Miami Dolphins fan base perspective, it's good enough. It's good enough because for 20 years, we ain't got one of them puppies. We ain't got one playoff win. If you ask any Dolphin fan, just give me one playoff win. That is a symptom of losing, ladies and gentlemen, where we'll just settle for the next best thing. And I get it. That's better than what we've been getting for 20 years. It just gives us hope on a weekend. I get it, but I am sorry. Just because I get it and I would love it too, doesn't mean that I have to neglect what this roster is right now. And let me use another team as a comparison. The Super Bowl winning Rams. If they had lost in the first round of the playoffs, do you think they would have blew that team up? Yes or no? If they would have lost in the first round of the playoffs, would they have blown that team up? Yes or no? In the comment section. Yeah, I know. We know they won a Super Bowl, but I want you to think about it. If they had lost in the first round, would they have blown that team up? You doggone right they would have blew it up. You know why? Because they would know it ain't that much better I can get with this roster. So we need to go a different way. There gets to a point where you look at your roster and you say, we got to do something special because after this year, how much better can we get? We got to replace these corners eventually. Our left tackle, who is just amazing, is older. We don't know how long that's going to last. We got personnel on our team that has an expiration date. We got 3 years with Tyreek. We already got to figure out how to pay Nick Needham. We got to figure out how to play Christian Wilkins. We got to figure out how to pay Mike Gesicki. How can we get that much better from this point? Maybe we can upgrade at the quarterback position next year, but that's probably the last year we got. So I want you to think about that when you think about the expectations of how they view this team. They don't expect Tua to fail this year. So when you think about the fact that they don't expect Tua to fail, then that means he's going to play at a very high level. So that means you already have your quarterback. So if you're looking in the realm that you already have your quarterback, you're looking for him to play at a certain level that will give you what you expect to get with this roster. Let me ask you all a question. If Tom Brady was on this team, quarterback in this team right now, what would be your expectations on the season? Watch what I do here. Put it in the comment section. What would your expectations be if Tom Brady was quarterback in this team? I ain't done. What about Aaron Rodgers? If Aaron Rodgers was quarterback in this team, what would your expectation be? That's two quarterbacks right there. If Patrick Mahomes was quarterback in this team, what would your expectations be? That's three quarterbacks that you probably got the same expectation. Three. If Herbert was the quarterback, what would your expectations of this team be? And in shocking, let me tell y'all something about Herbert too real quick. I was shocked. EM sent it to me because he was shocked too. We didn't even realize he threw for 5,000 yards last year. 38 touchdowns. We didn't even realize that. I don't know how I didn't realize that, but I didn't realize that Herbert threw for 5,000 yards last year. I don't know how the heck I didn't realize that out of all people. If Joe Burrow was the quarterback of his team, what would the expectations be? It would be the same because he went there and we got a better team. That's 5, y'all. If Russell Wilson was the quarterback of his team, that's 6. You would have Super Bowl aspirations and believe you could win it. If Deshaun Watson, you'd have Super Bowl aspirations and believe you could. That is 7 quarterbacks right there. If Josh Allen, that is 8 quarterbacks right there that you would believe you got Super Bowl aspirations. I just named you 8 quarterbacks that would give us Super Bowl aspirations. So if they believe in our guy, I don't understand why we're talking about we just should win a playoff game. And I don't even agree with that. Divisional victory at a minimum. AFC championship loss at a minimum. Because it's hard for this team to get that much better than what it is right now. If we can have an AFC championship loss, I would personally feel like that's if Tua took the next step, which I'm banking on him to do. I would feel like now another year in it, he's going to be primed for it. But that is the minimum. Divisional victory, AFC championship loss. Period. That is the minimum. I don't want to be the Dallas Cowboys just getting in every year or just missing it every year and not doing anything. Please punch that like button. Somebody said realistic progression. It's been 20 years. Realistic progression is the AFC championship game. You know why? Because once again, if Brady was on this team, your realistic expectations would be Super Bowl. See, we think realistic expectation is winning our first wild card game because of the past. What does the past have to do with anything? Because we lost every year, we should only be expecting just our first playoff win? Where they do that at? So you mean to tell me if I had Tyreek Hill, Waddle, Justin Jefferson, I had Taylor at running back, I had Tom Brady at quarterback, I had Kelsey at tight end, I had the best 5 offensive linemen in football, I had the number 1 defense, I should just have a realistic expectation of one playoff win because of the last 20 years? No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. A playoff win ain't the expectation just because you ain't been forever. The expectation is how well you built this team compared to others. And I'm not saying our expectation is Super Bowl, even though we know with those 8 quarterbacks, our expectation would be Super Bowl. I'm not saying that's what it is right now. But it certainly ain't just a wild card win. You ain't finna dump me into a wild card win and then a year after we win 10 games and miss the playoffs and we right back to what we did in the early 2000s every year. You do realize going to the playoffs is more of the same. Even though we barely do that. I don't want a Pittsburgh Steelers situation again where we get beat. And again, just because you win that one more, that real contending teams don't care nothing about no wild card round. They don't even feel that's the playoffs. They feel that's the tournament to get in the playoffs. Especially when they added a whole nother seed, a 7th seed. These real teams don't care about no wild card. That's just a tournament to get into the real playoffs. The top 8. Salute to the homie Merle Garrett. Garrett just joined the membership with the Pro Bowl status. Welcome, brother. I hope you enjoy the season. It's going to be a good one, man. Shout out to Color. Been a member for 9 months. All pro status. Said, good afternoon, TD. Thanks for the midday talk on this last day of the off season. Yes, sir. Oh, we working now. It's cranking up now, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to talk football. It's here. We're not going to set these unrealistic expectations and make it easy for nobody. Mike McDaniel got expectations to meet. This defense got expectations to meet. This offense got expectations to meet. Tua got expectations to meet. Boyer got expectations to meet. And we're going to talk about them. Not going to walk past them and just accept them. No, we're going to talk about them. So number 1, at a minimum, 11-6 season. Number 2, minimum expectation, get to the divisional round. Become a top 8 team and win that game. Get into the top 4. Get into the top 4. Then this team is worthy of being moved on from and building from. All the assets and this money we've been investing, no sir. TD, can you see them going to get Jimmy G if the season going south? I'm going to answer that in a moment. I'm going to put it to the side because my mind just went a million miles per hour just by you saying that. So I'm going to sit it to the side, finish my agenda here that I have written down, and then I'm going to get to that one. Let me write that down here. Jimmy G. Season going south. We'll talk about that. So I'm sorry, we need to make it to an AFC championship game. Let me ask y'all, in Josh Allen's big year 3 jump, where did he make it? AFC championship. Mahomes been doing it from day one. See what Burrow did. And it ain't just on the quarterback. It ain't the expectation of the quarterback. It's the expectation of the team. But I can tell you, every single one of those quarterbacks, this team got a lot more around ours. Another expectation of what a successful season will look like by the Miami Dolphins. We have to end this season with a top 10 defense. If I'm not mistaken, our defense ended, I believe, 14 last year, 14, 15, or 16. I don't know why I forgot the exact number. It was either 14, 15, or 16. 14 and 16 ringing in my head, so I'm giving you all three. Our defense ended last year, one of those, 14th, 15th, or 16th. And one of y'all will probably be able to verify in the comment section because you know exactly what it was. Our defense has an expectation if we're going to have success, what success would mean for us. We got to end up top 10 this year. Do y'all realize 8 weeks in, we were like 30th in the NFL? We were almost dead last. And then the defense turned it on during the win streak that everybody want to misplace credit. Our defense turned it on. And we ended up 14th, which tells you we were probably playing top 3 defense in the second half of the season. For you to go from 30 to 14, that means you were playing top 3 defense in the NFL for the rest of the season. Success is us ending the season with a top 10 defense, period. Top 10 defense, period. Because having a top 10 defense is the basis for any team's ability to win a Super Bowl. In my opinion. You always get some anomalies every 10 years. One team that defense wasn't as great. 16th overall, according to Pro Football Focus. Okay. I've seen different things. I've seen some 14s, 15s, and 16s. So let's just put them at 15, right? Just for conversation's sake. We were in the middle of the road. But at the end of the season, the second half, the last nine games or whatever, the last 9 games, I believe, we played top 3 defensive football, y'all. And that was with the Tennessee game. Taking a hit on the Tennessee game. We need consistency this year from the defense to lead the way, and we'll win a lot of games at a minimum. So, top 10 defense has to be had, okay? That would define another area of a successful season. Next, offense has to be top 12 in the NFL. The offense has to be top 12 in the NFL. Ain't no way around it, ladies and gentlemen. This offense has to be top 12 in the NFL. That would constitute success for this team. Now, don't get me wrong. If the defense is number 1, the offense can be 20th and we can probably win 11, 12 games. That's just the truth. Sometimes it's a pendulum. It weighs itself. You got a number 10 defense, you're going to need a number 10 offense. You got a number 5 defense, you might need a number 15 offense. You got a number 1 defense, you may need a 20th ranked offense. It's a balance. But we need to be a top 12 offense in the NFL. And some people say, no, man, we should be top 7 at least. Yeah, I know. But bare minimum, top 12. Because if Mike McDaniel can't get this offense to top 12 with these weapons, including Tua, with Tua, he failed. He failed already. Year 1, he failed. This defense has to do a complete 180, ladies and gentlemen. If this offense, if this offense is in top 12, failure. Failure. I don't want to hear, we were 13th. And it was the highest rank since Gailey and all of that. I can care less. Failure. You got 3 running backs you wanted, 4 probably. You got the a receiver that anybody would have begged to have. Plus, you already inherited a Waddle. You the one who endorsed the quarterback. You already got a top 10 tight end. We got you a premier left tackle, a top 5 guard in the NFL in Connor Williams. You already got a staple in Robert Hunt on the other side. Your coaching staff should be able to work with the rest. This offense needs to be top 12 in the NFL easily. And the more you can build on that, the better. It ain't no case of, well, it's a new system. Get out my face. Want to hear that? Well, you know, it's a new system. They're learning. I don't want to hear it. No excuses. You only got to worry about one unit. Ain't nothing need to be done on the defense. Everybody on that defense is coming and they already know their job. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand that on the entire 53-man roster, on the defense, you might only have 2 to 3 new personnel guys, and none of them probably starting. You only got to worry about one area of football. Top 12, nothing less. No excuses. No excuses. Well, Tron Armstead got hurt a few games. No excuses. You signed him. We knew that already. We knew what we were getting. Doesn't matter. Well, some of the running backs got nicked up. You signed them. We knew that before they came in. Look at their history. This is what you inherited, what you wanted. You revamped this offense. And when you really think about it, ladies and gentlemen, he revamped the offense. When you talk about a revamp, don't count the good players yet, that we already have. A revamp is in the guys that you want to replace. We obviously replaced the left guard and the left tackle. 2 on the O-line, and you already had one that was great. You got one of the best receivers in the league, but you already inherited Waddle. So your 2 top receivers who going to be on the field, you good. You inherited a tight end. I'm sorry. You already inherited great players, and then you added 3 to 4 or 5 more good ones. There ain't no excuse. There ain't no excuse. I'm sorry. We're not going there. I'm sorry. I know the competition's stiff. I know you top 12. I mean, the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Buffalo, Chargers, Cincinnati, Denver, the Browns, the Raiders with their new weapons. And you wanted me to be top 12? We only 8 in. You got to be up there with the Ravens. You got to be up there with Green Bay, who don't even have a top weapon. You got to be up there with Minnesota, fighting for them last 3 spots. You got to be up there with the Eagles, who got the receiver and already got a quarterback rushing for 800 yards. Top 12 offense in the NFL. You got to be up there with those teams I just named and be right in that realm and fall top 12. No way around it. You got to be up there with Tennessee. You can't fall behind the Patriots. You can't fall behind the Jets. You can't let these teams out have better offenses. You can't. So top 12 offense would signify a successful season. Next on the list, what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins? The biggest one. Tua plays elite, top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Tua has to become a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I didn't say he needed to be number one, but he got to be top 10. I don't care if that's number 10. He got to be top 10. I've been arguing with people 8 lately, but I'm going to go with 10 because the flip side of the argument is always 12. 10. He has to become a top 10 quarterback this year, even if that's 10th. G Money said, no, you're right, TD. The personnel is crazy. This is 4 by 100 team in the skill position. Moser, Waddle, Hill, all 4.2 speed, divisional win, or Tua gotta go, I guess you meant. And it ain't all on Tua. This can happen in so many different ways. Tua could ball out and his defense can end up 20th in the league and we fail. There's so many things that can happen. This ain't just on Tua. Tua could ball out. There are scenarios Tua balls out and we don't have a successful season, but I'm hoping that don't happen. So I ain't trying to put this all on Tua. But this segment of a successful season is us determining that he is a franchise quarterback. But in order for him to determine that he's a franchise quarterback, he got to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL this year. I don't care what anybody else soothes it with or what they say. Tua has to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL to prove that he is our franchise quarterback. It's that simple. To prove he is our franchise quarterback, he has to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And I don't know how y'all feel, but y'all let me know in the comment section real quick before I explain why. Do you agree? Yes or no? Put it in the comment section. Yes or no? Put it in the comment section. He has to be a top 10 quarterback. I'm going to give you my reasoning on why I say top 10 and nothing less. I'm going to break it down after I get the answers from you all. Yes, agreed. 12 to 13. I'm going to show you why he can't be that either. Yes, yep, definitely yes. No, yes. Robert said no. Okay. All right. Let me break down to y'all why he has to. But before I break it down, we got to go ahead and start talking about, we have to go ahead and list the quarterbacks in the top 10 right now. And we don't have to go specific order with like 1 through 7 and all of that. Yeah, we're not going to debate, but we know these guys are in the top 10, okay? Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Watson, Stafford. Y'all help me out because I'll be lapsing. I got Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Watson, Stafford. Let me keep going. I want to make sure I'm very delicate right here in this situation. So Russell Wilson. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this isn't in order, but this is just, we know these guys are in the top 10. Herbert, Burrow, 8, 9. We're going to stop right there. We're going to stop right there because I think this is a great stopping point at number 9. Because I don't want to name number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Instead, what I'm going to do is name all the number 10s. We don't have to debate who's better than who, but let's name all the number 10s. We got our top 9. And yeah, one guy may go in, one guy may go out. But y'all get what I'm saying here. We got our top 9, okay? Now let's name all of our 10s. Our list of 10s. Lamar, Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Prescott. Some would argue Tannehill. Who else we got? Any more? Any more? Action, Cousins, Carr. Golf, I push just outside of that right now, but it's arguable. It's arguable. Somebody says stats aren't everything. I agree. Kyler, it's arguable. We'll put Kyler. Goff, ain't no Jones. I ain't put Baker Mayfield. I mean, he's close. Mayfield. And the read, all these are all your number 10s. And the reason why they're between like 10 and 16 in that area, I'm not comparing him to Matt Ryan and Carson Wentz. I don't even evaluate them in it. They're going to be gone soon. I'm not, I mean, if they're in, unless they're in the top 10, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not. We're not talking about Trevor Lawrence's and all of that. No, we're not talking about all these guys. We're not talking about Jalen Hurts, who was already into his realm. But you know what? You're right. I got to put Hurts. I got to put Mac Jones, and I got to put Davis Mills because they play just like Tua. Why they can't have just as big of a jump? They could possibly have just as big of a jump. Now, let me read all these guys to you who Tua got to beat out just to get to 10. No, I'm not adding Justin Fields. Just to get to number 10. Lamar Jackson, Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, Tannehill, Kyler Murray, Goff, Mayfield, Hurts, Jones, and Mills. 11 other quarterbacks right there in that middle echelon. He need to beat them out so that we know we got a franchise quarterback. Why do I say that? Let me break this down to you. Lamar Jackson already proved that he could be in that top area. Right? But watch this. Has Lamar Jackson ever had a team like this, ladies and gentlemen? Has Lamar Jackson ever had a roster like this around him? Especially not an offense. No. So you mean to tell me Lamar Jackson can crack the top 10 without all of this, and we gonna say Tua don't have to? That's number one. Derek Carr, has he ever had a roster like Tua had now? He's cracked the top 10. He may have a loaded roster now, but before this year right here, has he ever had a roster like what we got now? No. But he can get in the top 10 without all of that, and we're going to say Tua don't have to? And then we're talking about guys who still can't even do nothing. They still ain't even winning Super Bowls. Who their team is questioning. We're not talking about guys who even winning Super Bowls, which is the ultimate goal. If you can't be on Derek Carr's level or better with more than he's ever had, and he ain't even winning Super Bowls, then what we talking about? Derek Carr in the last few years done been one of the top 7 quarterbacks with less and can't win nothing. And we saying Tua don't have to be top 10 with more? No, that's another one. Kirk Cousins, has he ever had a roster like this? He may have had 2 receivers, but has he ever had a defense in connection with a roster like this? Same situation as Derek Carr. But he's had top 10 results. And Cousins is the epitome of a quarterback between 8 to 12 every year. Every year putting up 4,000 plus. He's the epitome of your quarterback that's at the end of the top 10. and we don't expect our guy to be better with more? I don't get it. When Kirk Cousins can't even win nothing? When obviously he not even the prototypical, that's why they keep on re-signing him on a year or two basis. Because they realize, man, we still not winning with him, but he all we got. Let's re him up, but just re him up for 1 year. Let's re him up, but just re him up for 2 years. They can't even figure it out with him. Because why? He a great quarterback, but he ain't the difference maker. And if you ain't got a difference maker at the position, it's darn hard to win. But we don't expect Tua to be better than him with more, or at least at his level. No, you got to be top 10, baby. Dak Prescott, perfect example. He's reached the top 10 status. The only guy that you may be able to argue has had a collective group as good, but the defense may not be what our defense is. But how far does that get them? They can't never get out in the first round. And our quarterback don't have to be that good at a minimum. They can't even get out of the first round, but our quarterback don't have to be that good at a minimum. No, I'm sorry. I find that hard to believe. Here's going to be your favorite. The one that really drives the point home. Ryan Tannehill. We know what he is without everything. He get everything, and he a top 3 quarterback in the NFL the first year he got everything with Derrick Henry, A.J. Brown, and all those guys. In 11 games, he was ranked the number 3 quarterback in the NFL overall. Shockingly went to the Pro Bowl. You never thought you would have saw Tannehill go to it. And we're not expecting Tua to be better than him with more, if not the same. No, it's not adding up. And the rest of the guys on the list I put on there because who say they can't make another jump just like our guy, but he still got to beat him out. Kyler Murray can make a huge jump this year. And Hollywood Brown and a few other pieces. Jared Goff just been steady Jared Goff. Productive, but just can't get it done. Don't mean he ain't going to jump. Mayfield, rejuvenated. You got to beat out of Mayfield that might play his best football. You got to beat out Jalen Hurts, who had a better season than Tua last year anyway. You look at the stats, don't forget to add them 800 rushing yards. Don't forget to add those 800 rushing yards. Mac Jones, Davis Mills, all of those guys around the same thing, and they all have less than Tua. He got to be better than every single one of them. So let me back this up for a second. That's my logic on why you got to be top 10. Because I'm not asking you to be 1 through 9. If you do, you telling us you the guy. But you got to beat out all the rest of those guys, and you got to be the 10th best quarterback in the NFL. You have to be the 10th best quarterback in the NFL if you're going to be the future of the Miami Dolphins. You can't be number 15 just like the rest of these Joe Schmoes because that ain't no ground to me. It's just a whole bunch more of we don't know what we got. Love the setup, TD, but I'm not going to lie. I missed the Christmas tree in July. Wow. I'll bring it back for you here and there, man. I promise you that. G Money said Watson was rated the best QB by PFF at worst top 3 with no run game, no D line, no average and average wide receivers. Tua's got to be top 10 to justify not doing the trade. Well, a trade is irrelevant at this point. This ain't a situation of trading Tua for another quarterback anymore. That ship has sailed. I think that ship has sailed. This is a matter of if you don't become the franchise quarterback this year, they will be pursuing Tom Brady in free agency. They will be trying to get Lamar Jackson. They will, if they get Brady, they'll be using their draft capital to draft a quarterback next year to sit behind Brady. They will be trading Tua Tagovailoa to another team that looking to try to see if they can get a spark with him. That's what that'll be. But he can't be the 12th best quarterback, the 14th best quarterback, because that ain't telling me nothing. You can't be 12, 13, 14, 15. I know people will say, oh, that's improvement, but what? I'm supposed to feel like you the franchise quarterback because you improved to Baker Mayfield? You improved to Jared Goff? You became a Ryan Tannehill? You're Kyler Murray now at best? I'm supposed to feel like you're the franchise quarterback? This is why I can't see the 12, 13, 14. I can't. Top 10 and you the guy. Number 10 and you're the guy. Because too many of these guys on this list reach the top 10 status with way less than what we have on this roster. Without a top defense, without 2 top receivers. Top 10 and you are our franchise freaking quarterback, man. Is it going to be easy? No, but it ain't supposed to. It ain't supposed to. It ain't supposed to. And a lot of these guys, the reason why they're even, and this is the messed up part about it. In my opinion, a lot of these guys at this number 10 that we talked about, they're only there because of their athletic ability. Not just because of their quarterback play. Take away, let Lamar Jackson rush for 250 yards every year like a pocket quarterback. Who would he be? Who would Lamar Jackson be if he rushed for 250 yards a year like a pocket quarterback? He ain't going to be no slouch, but he ain't going to be Lamar Jackson. Kyler Murray, take away them wheels. Jalen Hurts, take away them 800 yards. They might have drafted a quarterback. Take away Jalen Hurts' 800 rushing yards. They might have drafted a quarterback. That's what I'm saying. And the only reason some of those guys get to hang in that range is because of their athletic ability. So Tua should be able to pass them up as just a complete quarterback in the pocket. But you got to get to 10. You still got to be better than the other big dogs. You got to be better than Derek Carr. Because your team as a whole might be better than his, in my opinion. It's at least better than what he had in the past. And he's been a top 10 guy. You got to be better than Kirk Cousins. Better roster than what he's had. You got to be better than Tannehill. We ain't got to explain that one. You got to be better than Lamar. I ain't worrying about the rushing yards. Just as a passer, because that's what you're going to be. You got to be better than Kyler Murray. They not sold on him. They like him, but they're not sold on him. So if they not sold on Kyler Murray, and he's an athletic version of Tua, you got to be better than these guys. You got to be better than Jared Goff. You got to be better than Baker Mayfield. If you ain't better than Baker Mayfield, then what we talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, if he ain't better than Baker Mayfield, what we talking about? AB said, didn't you want to keep Tannehill? Not at all. After the 7 years, I was the main person on this channel, so go do your research, saying it would be best for the Miami Dolphins to trade Tannehill. Ain't no need to go through a rebuild. It ain't going to do nothing but make them look even worse. You got to be better than these guys. Because remember, we're trying to figure out if he's the franchise quarterback. Not if he good, because all of these guys are good. But are they franchise quarterbacks? All of these guys on this list that I named, they're actually good. But are they franchise quarterbacks? And that's the difference of what's being discussed in the Dolphins community. Everybody out here just wanting Tua to be good. Good is going to get you shipped out of here. We need our franchise quarterback. So at a minimum, you need to be very good. So that would be a successful season for the Miami Dolphins. Now, let me say this too. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't an exclusive list. These 6 things that would constitute a successful season for the Miami Dolphins. No, all 6 of them gotta happen for it to be a successful season. I done broke my pen. All 6 of these gotta happen for it to be a successful season. We gotta go 11-6 at a minimum. We gotta have a divisional round victory, make it to the championship round. We gotta all 5. We gotta have a top 10 defense. We gotta have a top 12 offense, and Tua gotta be a top 10 quarterback and prove that he a franchise quarterback for us to move forward with him. It ain't 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these things need to happen. All 5 of these need to happen to constitute a successful season by the Miami Dolphins. Because I'm going to tell you now, if we go 11-6, we go to the championship round and we have a top 10 defense and a top 12 offense, and Tua is the 20th ranked quarterback, it's a failed season because we still ain't got our guy. Ain't nothing but a San Francisco 49ers all over again. Winning games, going far in the playoffs, top 10 defense, top 12 offense, and the quarterback is the 17th ranked quarterback, 15th ranked quarterback. There ain't nothing but San Francisco all over again. Because most of y'all will be like, well, if we go to the AFC Championship and we got a number 12 offense, that should mean Tua's the guy. Then why Jimmy G ain't the guy? Why Jimmy G ain't the guy? See, some of y'all trying to hope that the team's success constitutes for the player. That ain't how this works, and there's too much precedent in the NFL now to show you it ain't gonna work no more. Jimmy G, Baker Mayfield, Ryan Tannehill, they're starting to pile up precedent to show you it won't work. It's not. It ain't about going to a Super Bowl. How Jimmy G went to a Super Bowl and they drafted a quarterback. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to hope that the team's success is what drives our quarterback. No, sir. He got to stand on his own and be a major reason why we have the success we have. All of these things must happen, ladies and gentlemen, to be a successful season for the Miami Dolphins. We got to win more games than Flores did, 11 at a minimum. We got to go to a championship round. Top 10 defense, top 12 offense, and Tua is top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And it ain't nothing but success. Everybody wins. We got our franchise quarterback. We went far in the playoffs. We could talk trash like anybody else. That's success. AB, one of my biggest critics, not sure why, just because he wants to be, he said, TD, why you ain't have the same energy with Tannehill? Because I was delusional. I was operating off of how I felt instead of the facts. See, how you like that, AB? How you like that raw truth coming out? Does it show you yourself? I bet you it sting, don't it? That I admitted before you. Why didn't I have that same energy with Tannehill? Because I was operating in my feelings and my fandom of just fanning over Tannehill instead of the facts. The better question you should ask is, when I was operating in my feelings and fanning over him, was I right or wrong? The answer is I was wrong. So if you out here fanning and all over another guy and ignoring the facts, welcome to the party. I just feel free about it because I'm able to admit it. So every time you hit the comment section, you didn't keep that energy for Tannehill, you act like that's an insult or something. I didn't. I certainly didn't. It's called being an adult and learning your lesson and not holding on to a lie just to be right. That's maturity, by the way. With that being said, I want to hear from some of y'all. What do you think about the piece that I just put together on what does a successful season look like for the Miami Dolphins? And what do you think about my stance on 11-6, win a divisional game and go to the championship round, even if you lose, top 10 defense, top 12 offense, and Tua plays top 10 football in the NFL? I just dropped the link. Come on in. I'm going to pin the link as well. Come on in if you want to join the conversation for a little bit. I'm going to pin it to the top of the comment section. If you want to join the conversation, let me hook my headphones up so I can hear you. And hey, for all those who have a difference of opinion, let's talk about it. That's what it's about. That's what this is all about. Having the intelligent conversations and bringing the facts to the arena so that we can all have a better understanding of what we should think and believe. Salute to Die Hard Miami fan in the building. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. What do you think about my stance on a successful season this year?
Yeah, I think you're right, but for me, when I look at Tua, right, I look at his college, and when he was in college, and everybody know Alabama, first round draft picks, and what did Tua do? Balled out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Tua has a coach, got an offense, just like you said. All he got to do is play top 10. Not only does the offense have to do good, but the defense has to do good as well. Because when they was going against these good teams, they failed. They fell on their face.
I agree.
So everybody has to do what they got to do. Just like Bill Belichick said, do your job.
And you bring up a great point, and here's why. That's why I said to somebody earlier, this isn't exclusive to Tua. This isn't just on Tua. This is because a lot of people aren't worrying about the defense as much as they should. We didn't play top 3 football against the great offenses of the NFL. And this year, you're going to play them. You're going to play a healthy Baltimore because it's at the beginning of the season. You're going to play the not the Kansas City Chiefs, but the Chargers. You're going to play the Cincinnati Bengals. You're going to play Aaron Rodgers. You're going to play Josh Allen twice. You can't escape it.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, this defense has something to prove too. And that's where we really hope that we don't go backwards. Crypto, what do you have on it?
Yeah, TD, man, what's going on? What's happening? Glad to have you back. Hey, I was saying from day one, before we even hire McDaniel, Stephen Ross's action alone, by definition, told us we were supposed to win a minimum of 11 games. When you fire somebody, the intent is to get better just by that act alone. So you can't tell me that you're going to fire somebody and expect to win less games than the predecessor, than the guy you sent out the door. So that action alone, even before we even hired our next head coach, told us we should be expecting as a franchise to win a minimum of 11 games.
And so that's a given. I'm not arguing with anybody about that. These people out here talking about, well, if we win 9 or 10, it's still going to be a good season. You got to understand it's a new this and that. You know, the competition's harder. First of all, the additions we made should, especially when you look at the way we played the previous years, we should add 3 W's. We should be talking about 13 wins. And I said 11. So no, I don't want to hear it. That's a bare minimum.
And quiet as kept, Flores could have won 11 or 12 games with the exception of the Jacksonville game and the Raiders game. You know, it was a lot of games that was for the taking where we had double-digit leads in and we blown. So even he would have been up with 12 wins.
And don't forget, in some situations, Flores couldn't even have the quarterback he preferred on the field.
Correct. Absolutely. So yeah. So even you want to tell me we got to accept winning only 9 or 10 games? That's unacceptable in my book.
That's not gonna fly. Luis, you in here, homie?
Yeah, I'm in here, TD. What's going on?
What's going on, Luis?
What's up, Crypto?
What's your thoughts on what we talking, man?
Listen, at the end of the day, I think everybody has to miss me. I'm done with the head coach talk. I'm done with the defense talk. It's on Tua. Everybody knows in the NFL it's about the starting quarterbacks. And in my opinion, we just ain't got one of those guys, man. I even look at Jalen Hurts. That man came to Philadelphia, didn't have no weapon. He had Devontae Smith and Goddard. That's the equivalent of Jalen Waddle and Mike Gesicki. That man led that team to the playoffs. They had the #1 rushing attack in the league. Why is that? Because of Jalen Hurts. Those are attributes that the quarterback is improving the team, not getting carried by the team. Tua's had a great defense, a stable head coach. Even though people don't like Flores or not, he's been stable there. And what has Tua given us? I'm so tired of this Alabama Tua, TD. You know why I don't want to hear about Alabama Tua? Talk to me about Miami Dolphin Tua. What has Tua done for us as a Miami Dolphin? So again, let people need to stop missing me with all this. The quarterback is the most polarizing position in the NFL, and in my opinion, we ain't got one of those guys, and that's just it.
So what are you predicting the end result is going to be?
Listen, if we're just doing predictions, I hate doing it because I would want to look at the final 53-man roster. But again, I don't see us getting no better than what Flores gave us. I can see 10-7. I don't see 11 to win. Listen. I see more of a 9-8, 10-7 than I do 12-5, 13-4. I can promise you that.
Facts.
I'm just not gonna lie, man. I'm not very happy at all if we win 10 games, man.
Me neither.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be pitchforks and torches, TD, if that happens.
Listen. Go get me whatever it takes. Go get me a Lamar Jackson. Go get me a Sean Payton. If Sean Payton wants to be a head coach in the league again and he tells me he wants to be a Dolphin, go get me Sean Payton and Tom Brady. Go get me one of those elite guys.
So if we fail this year, is Mike McDaniel going after year 1?
He should be.
We might have to pull a Cleveland situation and may pull that trigger because TD, because they did it in Cleveland and they turned it around in 1 year. So yeah. If somebody's on the market like Peyton, you have to do it.
So let me play devil's advocate here, man, and everybody's free to comment on this. So we know Tua has his flaws, right? So, but you don't think that the weapons around him and stuff will bring out the Alabama Tua potentially?
That's possible.
I know you don't want to hear Alabama Tua, but come on, meet me here.
I mean it's possible, but it's not always guaranteed.
Yeah, and I don't believe we're ever going to see the Alabama Tua because this is going to be the closest thing Tua is going to have to an Alabama Tua. But remember, at Alabama,
they produce it.
Yeah, but TD,
but TD
everywhere in Alabama.
You're missing one thing, TD. You're missing one thing. What did Tua have at Bama that they don't have at Miami? An O-line and a running game. They don't have that at Miami, especially.
But we got better in the O-line.
But TD, the only difference is this: if you would have left Connor Williams at the guard position and we went and either kept Dieter at center, or we go get like a JC Treader, bring him in that way. The only question mark would have been Lamar deciding on what we're going to do with Jackson or Eichenberg on the right side, but you still got good free agents like the free agent out of Buffalo to protect Tua's blind side. Then I would say we got a chance for Alabama Tua, but that's not the case. You have brought up too many arguments that are great arguments, to whereas he has to use some sort of athleticism with not having the perfect line and not having the run game. Yes, you got the weapons on the right side in the receiver core, but we have yet to prove that A, we can run the rock when we want to run the rock, and B, that he will be able, under the O-line we have, under duress, to make plays. Right now, that's not there. But you have probably put the greatest part of facts out there, because it's not really about just Tua. It's the team game. And right now, if you got rid of a head coach in Brian Flores that has 4 Super Bowls to his credit, you fired him after last year, bringing in another rookie head coach. Y'all might not realize this, but in 10 years, we've had 5 rookie head coaches. Flores was the closest to having some stability at that position for 3 years at the position. If McDaniels does not do better than Flores and get us to a playoff win with this team or anything else, he deserves to be fired and bring in Sean Payton. And just like you said, if you want to talk about a Tom Brady or anybody else. So I'm all for it. My thing is, but I know one thing, this franchise is not getting another dime from me until either the owner, Ross, is gone, or B, they answer those questions which you legitimately put out there. We got a franchise QB into it that's got to be proven and shown this year, and that they can progress. I am tired of this mediocrity, and we're paying for it.
Yeah, mediocrity. That's a good point.
100%.
So
I agree with you on that one,
TD,
man.
TD, you kept bringing. I don't have much time. I'm at work, so I just stepped away from my office for a quick second. And I'm with Lewis, bro. Shout out to you. I'm not doing this Alabama tour thing because you asked, with the weapons around them, could we get the Alabama tour back? And I say we do not know. I'm going to lean towards no. And the reason why I lean towards no is because, one, the physical, but the main reason I lean towards no is the mental. Are we going to get that mental from Alabama tour back, right? So
100%.
Alabama tour told you, hold on real quick, because I just want to land. Alabama tour told you that in Alabama, he didn't have to come up with game plans. He didn't have to do nothing with that. Everything was just given to him on a platter. Just go out there and execute, right? He told you he didn't really have to do all that. So this is probably why he's struggling in the NFL to a degree, right? Because in Alabama, they just gave everything to him. Here it is. Go out there and play.
Could I try to steal,
plain and
man?
simple, Vaughn, for me is those are kids. These are grown men. That's why I can't even equate children to men. Granted, college kids are, they're young men themselves, but you're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old, 21 sometimes. For the most part, they're younger guys. None of them can even legally drink. We're talking about grown men in the NFL.
Could
I try to steal man Alabama tour for a second?
Wait, before you steal man me, hold on real quick. Secondly, there is also aspect of his mental clock. Is his mental clock fixed or not? Because we knew that he was feeling phantom pressure, that he was getting happy feet in the pocket, right? And people say that he doesn't get rattled in the pocket. I call BS on that because you saw it. You saw him pat the ball. You see him getting a little twitchy when he had a clean pocket, but it was just phantom pressure from earlier in the year from getting hit and probably getting hurt. So his mental clock has to be fixed, where he reassures himself that and have confidence in his O-line. And
hold on. But the offseason, where is the offseason for?
Where is the Tua advocate at? Because it doesn't make sense. Like,
I want to try to do it real quick, TD.
Real quick, nobody is, and hopefully you do, color, because like there is a possibility that it just balls out this year, right?
Yeah, it's possible. I said that from the get-go, but what's the percentage on that?
The possibility is there.
Dolphins fans, TD,
I'm
are
at
we that
65,
lucky?
65. Okay, I'm more like
Hold on, I
67.
gotta go,
I
guys.
got to.
TD, I'm gonna hit you up on Twitter, but I gotta get back to work, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, Bon Joe.
Here's the thing. First of all, on the stats, I do agree with what TD's saying. We have to see an improvement from the 27th ranked in the league. But as far as my place on that, if he's at, let's say, if he's at 12th or 13th, and you click across all the headers on the stat sheet and every one of them are right around 12 or 13th, no, that's not good enough. But if he's 12 or 13th and you click across those headers and on a few of them stats, some of them important ones, he's in the top 10, then that is sufficient. You know what I mean? He doesn't necessarily have to be in the top 10 overall, in my opinion, on the overall rank. You know what I mean? But that all being said, as far as Alabama Tua, if I can try to steelman Alabama Tua for a second, the one thing that strikes me when I see the few highlight films that everybody always chomps on about, with Alabama Tua, we've all seen them. We saw him on draft night, all of that. The thing that we all can agree on is that the reason he's able to do what he did in Alabama is because of a star-studded cast of receivers, a lot of slow step on the defenses they were playing. And as such, you had a lot of separation. I mean, we're talking 10, 15 yards of separation on a lot of those deep throws and whatnot, So here's the thing. When you look at, if you've ever looked at some of the footage from Tyreek Hill from the perspective and the angle of the secondary, and you watch what he's doing to these DBs and creating that 10 to 15 yards of separation, it's my contention that when Patrick Mahomes is on the run and there's a broken play, all he has to do, he doesn't even have to have Tyreek in his peripheral. All he has to do is find an open piece of grass and chuck the ball to it. And he knows Tyreek is going to meet the ball there.
So that goes to, is he going to have the confidence to do that?
That is precisely what Alabama Tua enjoyed in Alabama. That's my best steel man for Alabama Tua.
Yeah, but you know what,
all that is true color. All that is true color. But don't say that's all Tua needs to do, because you can't hang your hat on that approach.
Well, no, of course not. He's got confidence issues, I've said over and over again, he needs to overcome. And I think that's really all it is.
Yeah.
When I see those plays where, just for the record, everybody, and I've said this on my show several times, we did a run through of all the actual stats, all of them, not cherry picking anything. And one of the things that struck everybody was that, and for the record, I'm glad, thank you, TD, for allowing me to come on, because I'm glad I get to express this to your audience as well. But the fact of it is, our quarterback had a clean pocket 80% of the time he dropped back to throw last year. It is a fact. You can't say it's not. You can tell us our offensive line was the worst it's been in history. You can say whatever you want. But 4 out of 5 every dropbacks, Tua had a clean pocket.
Well, I want to put that,
and we only scored 20 points of ball.
Well, let me put that
accurate assessment.
Well, let me put that in perspective.
Those are the numbers.
Let me put that in perspective. I'm not gonna kick back against it. It still proves the point, but I do want to add some context to that. The offense was designed that way as well. You hike the ball in less than a second. You're throwing in the flat to the tight end, X, Y, and Z a lot. But he did have a clean pocket on a high rate of plays that were not designed to do that.
Sure.
But I don't want to make it seem like he had the best protection.
And again, the reason I brought it up was actually to make my point about the confidence issues, is that when this is something that I've witnessed on your show, this is where I get this from, is when you do these film breakdowns of the all 22 and all that, the biggest thing I notice is on those 4 out of 5 dropbacks where he has a clean pocket, he will cock back his arm to throw, which tells me if you're not purposely pump faking and you cock your arm back to throw, you have decided to throw. There should be no reason you stop that process. And he does. And then he restarts it and the ball's late. We've
That's
seen
be-
it a dozen
that's
times on
because-
your film studies.
That's because he's been on a first read for so long. He expects it to be there, and then when it's not there, it's just a whole nother play to him.
Yeah, and at the same time, but when he does cock back to throw and decides not to, and stops his process, that to me looks like a confidence issue in his own ability.
Well, yeah, well,
I would agree with that.
I'm not gonna say confidence. We got to get back to the slow blinking. And EM, you made this point with me before, and I don't know why I'm giving you credit, but you made this point before. It really has something to do with the slow processing. Because here's why: when he cocks back to throw, the guy will be open, but that extra second of is he? Yeah, he is. But just because you had to think, is he, and recognize, yeah, he is, now you're too late.
Over.
And the pockets collapsed on you.
Yeah. Now, how many of those are now pressures or sacks?
Right.
And how many of those
that
balls
depends
that are
on the
caught,
stats that you
when
look
he
at.
does throw it? How many are those tight
exactly.
window throws in the stats too?
And I'm gonna be honest with you. Tua's gonna have to come out with a mentality of just letting it fly. But that's why I also told EM he could have a 20-pick season if he took that approach. He'll have a lot more big plays, but he'll also have more
Give
picks.
me 40 touchdowns, and I'll take 20 picks all day long.
No, I know 20 interceptions is unacceptable. I'm sorry. No, that is.
I told you, EM. But if you want him to air that ball out on time, he gonna have to.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
16 games if he throws 20 picks.
No. 20 picks. No. You can't have 20 picks in a season. That is
on pace
unacceptable.
for about 16 last year.
Yeah. And again, like we talked about this last night in the Twitter space.
Turnover worthy plays.
One of his areas where Tua has regressed last year was, again, his decision making. And he's going to have to clean a lot of that up because, again, like TD just pointed out, again, the biggest issue with Tua, it's not physical. It's not, the O-line. It's not the personnel around him. It's his processing. And again, TD, as well as others have pointed out, I've pointed it out as well. When you look at the film, you can count on. You can start with 5 plays where, I know a lot of the fan base wants to criticize the coaching staff, the offensive coaching staff that we had in place last year for their ineptitude, and I get it, and that's understandable. But at the end of the day, what the film told us was that they were scheming guys open consistently. Maybe not to the rate where they should have been, but there was plays to be made by Tua. And how many times we see him not even looking in those directions?
To your point, and this is why I think a lot of us are upset. And why I say it's not processing, I say it's mental and it's hesitation, not processing. Because when we got the guy, when we drafted the guy, that's what we were promised that he was going to be great at. His processing, he was going to take that and not hesitate. That's why I defer more to it being mental, because that's where my hope hinges. That it can be better.
Cap, processing and mental, that's the same thing. They all fall under that same umbrella. That's the exact.
I can see by how he hesitates that he's seen it. He just mentally in his head didn't do it because he pump faked, but it wasn't a pump fake. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. It's not a purposeful pump fake. If you've cocked your arm back to throw, you have made the decision to throw.
But you know another thing.
You said we were promised, Cap. You want to elaborate on who promised it?
Well, I mean, when we were measuring.
Hey, that's fine. Have at it, bro. Have at it.
I'm gonna tell you,
do your thing.
When we were measuring quarterbacks and looking at Herbert or Tua, and we made our decision. Well, at least me. It was that, hey, Tua was going to be more pro ready because he wasn't going to need time to grow from that stuff. As soon as he got back from the healed hip, he wasn't going to need to grow into an offense. He was going to know the reads, know the pre-snaps, and hit them and not hesitate. Now, that's why I'm thinking it's got to be the injury and it's got to be more of, in his mental, not that he didn't see it, but that he hesitated and now it's gone. So yes, you can call that processing, but
I don't think I think we can put to bed the physical part of it, the hip, I think we can pretty much put that to bed because even from a physical standpoint, even the previous 2 years, the consistency hasn't been there, but we have seen Tua flash big boy throws at this level. But again, he just hasn't been consistent with it. And again, I think
that's the thing, Ian. I wanted to clarify real quick what I meant by the 20 interceptions. Here's the thing. If you're throwing 35, 40 touchdowns and you've got 20 interceptions, there's a likelihood that you just got unlucky and 10 of those interceptions might as well be punts.
Yeah, or it's just living and dying by the sword.
Yeah, I mean,
that comes with
but the general
yards.
thought is if you're throwing 35, 40 touchdowns, that your interceptions are probably going to be lower, yes. But if not, in let's say Jameis Winston's extreme case, how many of those 30 interceptions he threw were just punts, effectively?
For me,
because he's taking deep chances. You know what I mean?
For me, Color, and good afternoon, guys. This is Sharif. Hope everyone is doing well. Fins up.
Sharif, long time. What's good, bro?
I'm right here, brother. Right here, man. I'm glad to know that everyone's okay, TD. So I'm actually taking it off the offensive line in Tua, because I'm breaking down the 49ers offense in like 3 different videos. I've broken down how the offensive line guru spoke about Armstead. I've broken down the philosophy of how Kurt Warner how Tyreek and Waddle will add leverage. It's called leverage spacing, or something the defense will have to give. They showed the video with Tyreek, but it'll be something the defense would have to give Tyreek and Waddle, which is leverage spacing. That alone, I've taken expectations off of Tua. I've taken expectations off of I've actually put more on the new offense that McDaniel is implementing, and the fact that if I see off coverage 10 yards cushion by Byron Jones and Xavier Howard, then I know that it was Gerald Alexander and Flo who implemented the press. But if I see a bunch of zone off coverage, then I know Boyer really was the problem in his first year of really being the defensive coordinator. So I'm not factoring in his hip, if Tua is good enough or not, because he has the tools. I'm telling you guys, if you watch Kurt Warner and you watch San Francisco's offense, it's really built to get 7 defenders after the snap. So it's built to be unbalanced. When we snap the ball, more times than not, the defenders would only be maybe 6, 7 left. And then by then, Mostert is already 20 yards downfield. I love that for the warm weather and the running game with the Dolphins. But what I need to see is this package with the forced leverage that Tyreek and Waddle. What is forced leverage? Safeties will already be backpedaling just because of Tyreek's threat of the speed or curl in. The curl in they would accept. Now, when you do that for Tyreek, what the hell are you going to do for Waddle? You're going to give him the forced leverage and let the free safety bail, and you're going to allow him to curl in as well? Then we'll be curling for 10 yards every play. But my point
all of this only works is if you take the top off them. It only works. All of what you're saying only works is if you make them. You take the top
but then we're putting the expectation on somebody's arm.
And you're trying to use decoys the whole time. They're gonna say, well, we'll live and die, if we'll let them get behind us. You have to.
And so pick your poison. But my thing is this. I'm not worried about his arm strength or taking over the top. What I'm seeing in terms of Kurt Warner's video is safeties bailing. They're bailing on Tyreek. Right, 2 seconds into the play, they're freaking bailing, Captain.
They're also bailing on
what are they gonna do now?
Repeat that, you were chopping up. You were chopping up. Can you repeat that? You were chopping up.
No, I was saying.
What was that?
I was looking at the videos with Kurt Warner, and they're bailing on Tyreek. The safeties and the corner, they're bailing in too deep. They're bailing in press coverage, too deep zone. They're bailing on Tyreek. So when are they gonna bail on Waddle as well? You're gonna pick
Sharif,
your poison.
I broke down that video, and I know what you're talking about with Tyreek, but again, it all hinges on getting the ball out to him, and so you can now create that.
They won't ever do that, Captain. That's the forced leverage that they create. They won't ever do that.
I personally think
these
defenses will play us different. Because even though I know everybody gives their breakdown of other offenses and other defenses, right? But what we should be doing is trying to figure out how would you stop the Miami Dolphins with this personnel?
Because for one time,
and
they've never had
It's
Waddle.
real
and
simple,
Literally
TD.
run anything
Well,
you want.
hold on. Let me tell y'all what I've come up with. Okay, this is what I've come up with. How can you stop this defense? Is more simple than this offense is more simple than you think. You just have to make Tua
really
prove
is.
it. All you have to do is run 2 high safety, right?
Nailing it.
And let the guys downhill, the corners, play man to man. It doesn't matter if they get burnt over the top. That's what you got the safety for. And the reason why you're paying man to man is because you're trying to guard all the short stuff. Now, if they get beat on a crosser, guess what? That's Tua's biggest weakness across the middle. Make him beat you across the middle. And once he starts doing that, nobody can touch this team.
Yep.
But until he does that, that's how I'm playing defense on this team. 2 high safety, my 2 corners, get up in Waddle's face, get up in Tyreek's face. I expect for you to get burnt. But that means the quarterback has to be perfect. And on those crossing routes, he got to be deadly in the middle.
So
and
you
I'm
would have to
always
be
have
How many times have I
got
said
to
that?
be able to hit the tight end.
Yeah.
He's got to be able to hit the tight end across on the intermediate too.
I've been saying that.
TD, can you allow me to state the obvious? Let me just state the obvious. Just simple. Just put the freaking quarterback on his back. Don't give him enough time to throw the ball, and he won't have enough. He won't be able to do all this elaborate stuff.
They're going to try to do that too, send the pressure.
It was simple for the Giants in the Super Bowl against Randy Moss and the Patriots. They just kept harassing the guy.
They're going to force Tua to make all the middle of the field throws to beat him.
Make him be a decision maker. But make him think quickly on where he needs to go with the football.
You're leaving out.
See, something we haven't seen yet, Crypto, is we have not seen with Waddle force leverage. We have not seen Tyreek's force leverage. It's a freaking nightmare. I tried to be the defensive coordinator saying, how am I going to let my safety, my middle linebacker, and my corner triangle Tyreek? It's a triangle zone. Now, when I do that, you've never seen Tyreek and Waddle. So you're going to triangle Waddle as well? Then freaking Gesicki is going to eat. Pick your poison and tell us.
What I was trying to say.
How many seconds do they need for that to develop?
They cannot stop us, and I don't think they
keep saying triangle. But Sharif, you keep saying triangle. The unfortunate part of it, there's not going to be 3 points against them. They're not going to have the inside point of the triangle guarding, because that's the middle of the field. They're going to worry about getting beat deep and all the action on those numbers.
But now you have Waddle on the other side. We're not factoring that in. We're really
not.
not.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want the safety help with Waddle over the top.
They're going to get burned then. Then they're going to. This is what I'm saying. Then they're going to get burned.
But Tua hasn't been able to prove to utilize that weapon anyway.
And that's what we're barking on. Stop worrying about what Tua can do and worry about the force leverage that we will be giving teams.
The force leverage don't work if the quarterback can't make it work.
But you're missing the fact of all this force leverage. If the ball keeps misfiring, what good is it?
I don't think he's going to misfire underneath.
The quarterback
that's what they're going to get. I don't think
because
he's going to misfire underneath.
But there you have it. But there you have it. Your take is based off of you not thinking he's going to miss.
I don't think he's going to misfire underneath if they're going to give us that force leverage. Free curl 10 yards. Give us that.
They're going to read. Another thing that is missing in the conversation, and TD, you've brought this up several times. Who is the most inaccurate quarterback once they hold the ball longer than 2 seconds? That's Tua.
He's actually the worst quarterback in the NFL holding the ball over 2.5 seconds. If he got 2.5 seconds to throw the ball, it actually gets worse.
That force leverage not going to work if he's holding the ball too long.
Yes.
Hey, TD, can I bring you
And
back
another
to,
thing, we had 5-star recruits.
Hold on, guys. That was
Triple S.
Triple S. What's up, man?
Yeah. No, I was just gonna real quick, little diversion. You'll calm our heads down a little bit. I wanted to take you back to where this all started. It always ends up going to two, but we were talking about expectations, and I'll be real quick just so we can get back to that conversation. I don't want to divert too much. One thing that didn't get brought up, and I know you brought it up before. It's something that I've thought about before. We could do all those things that you said and other people said in terms of their expectations, but one thing I don't think, maybe I missed it, but I don't think anyone brought up beating Buffalo. I think for me, that's a top expectation. I think we could go 10-7 and win one playoff game, but if we beat Buffalo, that's fine for me. You go 11-6 and you win 2, whatever. But I think you have to beat Buffalo at one point, whether it's in the playoffs or the regular season, because if we don't, then it still feels like that's that hurdle we can't possibly get past, and they're going to be there for the extended future. So I think we have to beat Buffalo.
That's fair. You have to beat Buffalo.
Along with that, with them beating Buffalo, if they do so, then that will put us in the position of winning our division. Nobody wants to talk about that.
True.
We will be in process to win the division and possibly get a first, not only just a bye if you go with best record, but at least you will have one home playoff game if you get to the playoffs. Well, if you win the division, you are going to be in the playoffs. That's a home game. Nobody wants to come to South Florida during the wintertime playing that way because that makes us dangerous. But let's wait and see. We got to see if our franchise quarterback is indeed who we have on the roster right now.
Hey, TD, my quick question, TD. We always harp on how Alabama Tua would be at the NFL level, but look, here's another thing. In Alabama, he had more than just 2 receivers as 5-star recruits. He had 3 or 4, and sometimes 5 at a time at the Alabama level. But there were college teams that was able to slow him down, like the Clemsons and the LSUs of the world. At the NFL level, there are Clemson and LSUs of the world that can create a scheme to stop elite wide receivers at the NFL level.
Yeah, that was kind of my point.
They made it real simple. Even the players of Clemson and LSU said this. All you have to do is take away his first read and send pressure.
Yeah, he's done.
It's that simple.
Well, Mike Vrabel said that in the press conference.
Well, yeah. Well, Mike Vrabel said that too, and then they killed us. And he said that before the game.
Didn't J.C. Jackson say that?
I think J.C. Jackson said
the Dolphin fans killed J.C. Jackson and said you just mad because you got toasted. But what he was saying was still true. The problem is there's too many people saying this is how you beat them, and it's been proven. That LSU game, that Clemson game, both of them said the same thing. Send pressure, take away the first read. Also, Tennessee bracketed everything underneath. They let you catch it. They just waited because they knew they could follow your eyes, because wherever you look, they gonna come downhill and attack.
They set on the route. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
They set on everything because Tennessee said as long as our presence is on this second level, you're not going to throw it over these linebackers and under the safeties. Until you show what you can, we can care less. And never did. And we watched the film. There were so many opportunities on the second level.
You know what? We got. I feel like we
Alabama tour. I say this as an SEC apologist. What was the one way that really got up underneath Alabama's scheme, especially the LSUs and the Georgias? The only way to do that is if you have a solidified run game, and that's what I want to see.
I agree with you there. That's what I was going to say.
A solidified run game where you know good and well, I'm going to go 4 yards in a cloud of smoke. That takes the pressure off of your QB, because then, just like with Tannehill at Tennessee, play action pass will kill you. And that's what Tua has to do.
I believe. Listen, I believe.
And I believe we got. I want to see whether or not we got an offensive line that has the mentality to be physical enough to whereas if they can run the ball successfully, 4+ yards a pop, that takes the pressure off of the QB. Because TD, your whole argument about what I loved about it was more team concept than just Tua concept. Even though
well, it has to be. It's kind of
I just feel like
and this is what's going to do.
I think that's a little unrealistic.
I just feel like we got bamboozled from Tua and all this Alabama talk. Let me explain something to y'all. Before Tua took a snap at Alabama, Jalen Hurts won a national championship. So did A.J. McCarron. After he left, Mac Jones had won a national championship. Bryce Young was in the national championship last year. It's not Alabama Tua. It's Alabama. We got bamboozled.
Good point.
We picked the wrong quarterback. That's what the problem is.
Can't argue with that, bro.
Tell us how you really feel. Damn. Bamboozled. Wow.
Because
we
it's
was
the truth.
bamboozled.
Okay. Ian,
Can I just say?
let me ask everybody a question here on the panel. Do we believe that Mac Jones is not a starter? Because in my opinion, there's a difference between being a starting quarterback and a franchise guy. Is Mac Jones a franchise guy?
Not yet.
Is Jalen Hurts a franchise guy?
The jury's still out.
Not yet.
Okay,
Actually, he's played a year, so he is. He's played a full year.
No. Well, yeah, he has the
But
potential
I
to be.
still wouldn't
But I'm
say
not
he's a
saying
franchise.
not
You
yet.
started all games. You're the franchise.
Not yet.
No, that don't make you franchise.
No,
There's been
that
plenty
doesn't
of
make you
that
quarterbacks
make you
started
the
all
franchise.
games. They ain't franchise, bro.
No.
Again.
Can, so
That
can I,
man said
Wasn't Ray Lucas trending that playing 16 games?
Remember, y'all, franchise quarterbacks can still fail. To me, you're not a franchise quarterback until you get that big deal after your first
understood.
one. When the
Can I say
team feel
this?
like
Sometimes
they
not
get
even
it
then.
don't mean you're gonna
You
succeed.
talking,
You can
TD,
still
you talking
fail.
about the economics of it.
Let me just say this right quick.
But
I
that's where
think
you
that
determine it. When the team feels that they can move on with you, even if it's a bad decision, they deem you the franchise quarterback, bro.
I deem you franchise when
Damn,
the
bamboozled.
is bad as yours.
Wow.
That's 5 years,
franchise when you go to any team and make that.
Wow.
All I'm saying
That's
is
too
Tua
long.
didn't do nothing. Tua didn't do anything different than Mac Jones did at Alabama, than Jalen Hurts did, than Bryce Young did. We got bamboozled. Actually, Tua, the year that Tua started at Alabama, he didn't win anything. Y'all be coming out here trying to say, "Oh, he won a national championship." What, at halftime? That man
Let me
threw
just say this.
14 passes in the game.
God.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Let's get real.
Ask the
Tua
panel
didn't
this.
do nothing.
All
I
right.
don't know what,
I wanna ask the
man.
panel this.
I don't know
How
what
would
is
you
the
guys
top
feel, right?
Hey,
I cannot
Lou,
follow that
bro.
up at all.
Hold up. How
Wow.
would you
that
guys
was
feel,
no
right?
follow up on that one. You can't follow
How
that
would you
up.
guys feel,
Man,
right?
that man said bamboozled.
Listen,
Wow.
how would you
Hey,
guys feel
Lewis,
next year, right?
that was
Week
a good
10.
one, man.
Week 10 next year, right? Our biggest problem is how we're going to sign Waddle and Christian Wilkins. Let's say that's our biggest problem by week 10 next year. If we're thinking like that as Dolphin fans, that means we have taken our minds off of certain things because we know it's secure, right? My biggest problem, dude, is can we sign Waddle to be with Tyreek? Can we get Tyreek to retire here? Like I'm thinking.
No.
Tyreek
will be here 2 years. Tyreek's contract is for 2 years. After that 2 years, Tyreek will be gone.
We got Tyreek Hill and Waddle for at least 4 more years together.
No.
Tyreek ain't coming cheap. You're not gonna be able to keep paying that man $30 million, bro.
You think they're gonna give Tyreek Hill $30 million
That's my
4 years
biggest
from now?
issue right
No, that ain't Sharif.
No way.
That's a dynamic that we haven't seen since people in play.
No. That's a pipe dream.
That's
that ain't
my
happening.
team, though. That's just this. That's how I feel about my
Tyreek
team.
will be here 2 years, maybe 3 max, and after that,
So you're saying he's old and
appreciate
wash
your
up. We're
service.
getting the
I'm gonna
old and
holler at
wash
you.
up Tyreek.
That ain't happening.
That's what you're saying. We're getting the over the hill Tyreek.
Yeah,
that's what
what
you're
saying.
He's
You talking about Tyreek at 30,
He'll be 29 this year, bro.
Wow.
He'll be 29 this year.
Okay, everybody thinks we get the old and wash up guys
He is
when they're
definitely
done.
in his
You
prime.
gonna pay a 33-year-old receiver $30 million?
No way.
There's no way.
No
There's
way.
no way. Nah.
No way.
And you know
they're gonna
Tyreek is about his bag,
restructure
bro.
that deal, PD.
And you know Tyreek is about his bag. You know what I mean? He's a prideful player, and he should be because he's well accomplished in his league. You know what I mean? So 2 years, 3 max. After that, thank you for your service.
That's when he goes
Peace
to the
out. I'm
Jets
gonna
for
holler at you.
$35 million.
That's what the approach will be with Tyreek Hill.
$35 million a year then.
Yeah, absolutely.
But damn, Lou, bamboozled, bro. Wow.
EM, you know it's
damn,
true. Hey, if we were on an afternoon show, I would have used another word. I just don't want to cuss on another man's platform, so I would never do that to you. But I'm telling you right now, that's the only reason you got bamboozled, because we're here live and there could be kids watching.
Listen, I don't know what.
Listen, I can't take any more of this Tua hate. Y'all need to stop. This too, I can't take it anymore.
Okay, look,
I don't
okay.
All this
Listen.
Tua hate needs to stop. He's still quarterback one. He's still QB number one. Please.
Okay.
Nah,
Okay.
I'm trolling, bro. Go
So
ahead.
real quick,
Okay, y'all look at the
Let's
fact
just let the
like,
chips fall where they may.
man,
man.
I keep on thinking, about, oh, well, we had all these opportunities to get a better quarterback, but God dog, did we really pass up on the guy that was drafted 6th overall?
Yes, we did, TD. Talk to him.
Yeah, we
Talk to him,
did. That was a
TD.
conscious
Let me
decision.
have the floor 1 second. Let me have the
That
floor
was a
for a minute.
conscious decision.
Let me have the floor for a minute. We had a conversation the other night. We had a conversation the other night. Myself, TD, Lou, as well as Martin. Shout out to the homie Martin. I know he's probably listening. But we had a conversation the other night about just quarterbacks in general, right? So we were just going over statistics and just Googling different players, because we had the conversation about which guys Tua needed to jump in order to achieve that, that top 10 level, type of play. And so anyway, Justin Herbert, the conversation came up about him, and all of us, for the most part, I mean, we had no idea Herbert had the statistical season that he had last year. I mean, he had a historic
We were
season
so caught up
last
on his
year.
rookie year.
Yeah, and he had a historic season last year, and it just blew me away because I knew he had a good year, but not that good. 5,000 plus yards, almost 40 touchdowns, et cetera, and to throw in 400 yards rushing on top of that. And I posed a question. I mean, I was really feeling some type of way. Y'all know all night long I was like, we didn't get off the phone like 2 a.m. And I was like, what did we do? What did the Dolphins do by not drafting this kid? Because if we have Herbert and he's playing,
we passed up Drew Brees.
If we have Herbert on this team this year, I mean, we are legitimate Super Bowl in a legitimate Super Bowl conversation. And I mean, the kid has just rewrote. He's been historic for his first 2 years. He's the best quarterback in the NFL in 100+ year history of the NFL. His first 2 years in the league. That's like eerily reminiscent of what we saw from Dan Marino his first 2 years.
Can I
hold on, Lewis?
I
want to throw a conspiracy out there real quick.
Y'all read the screen while he's talking.
It was Flores that was the deciding factor on getting Tua, and that's why he lost his job over Herbert.
What's that? What's that? Cal, I'm sorry. I got background. What'd you say, bro?
I said it was the conspiracy. The reason Flores is really gone is because when it came down to pick Tua or Herbert, it was Flores that picked Tua, and then he wanted off of Tua for Deshaun.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that. That's contrary to everything I've heard about that. No, Flo
just
never wanted
conspiracy, bro. Full conspiracy.
I'm sorry.
No.
Well, listen,
I believe it because what's the only thing we've heard from Tua?
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
No, I
and you
don't
guys
believe that.
forget. You guys forget how you guys forget. Even during COVID, Brian Flores was all rubbing elbows with Nick Saban.
One that made plus.
No, that wasn't Flores out there.
Flores wasn't the one out there.
You
That
never
was
saw
Greer and
Flores
Ross.
in any of them photos when you saw Greer and Stephen Ross on the field down there in Alabama. You didn't see Flores in not one photo.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna go find it for you.
He was in Oregon. He was up there.
No, I don't believe that. I've heard nothing but from day one that he was not sold on Tua. He did not want them to take Tua at 5.
That's
Period.
right.
Hey, can
So,
I piggyback?
no, I don't believe
Unless
that.
he wanted a defensive tackle or a tackle. Brown.
Can I piggyback?
That's the only-
A little
that's the only
about what
thing.
EM said? Can I just piggyback a little bit what EM said? Because again,
Good.
we talk about his rookie season. He had great numbers, Justin Herbert. And then EM comes out and talks about his second season, which again, I don't want to hear no more excuses with Tua and the situation he came out of. Because Anthony Lynn was Justin Herbert's first year head coach. He got fired. His Justin Herbert's second season, he had a brand new head coach, brand new offensive coordinators, brand new system, and all he did was throw for 5,000 yards. So
I know, right?
Miss me again with all this. Oh, Tua didn't have support.
I didn't even know he had a new coach.
And TD, and also Lou,
Yes,
and
he did.
also
That was
Anthony
a brand new
Lynn,
coach and new offensive
and also Anthony Lynn was not a Herbert believer from the start.
He started Tyrod Taylor.
If he had his way, Herbert would have remained on the bench.
Coach too. He's a
That's
run
true.
first coach as
The
well.
punctured lung is the reason why he got an
So
opportunity.
that whole narrative
Exactly.
that Tua's the only quarterback that walked into a bad situation missed me with all that. That's not a good
So
situation. After your first year, your head coach is fired.
so
That's
I
not a
pose
good
a
situation.
so I pose a question with Herbert. He's coach did not believe in him obviously initially. Why wasn't his confidence shattered?
Thank you, EM.
Because he's
Thank
got
You
a
know what I mean? We
cannon
sitting
for an
here
Yeah.
whining
arm,
about,
and he
well,
can
his coach
hit the
didn't believe in
rim
him. He
60
didn't do this.
yards.
I
Herbert's
was
coach
just
didn't believe in
scrambling
him.
up myself some eggs, man, and I heard Lewis in the background, and man, that was refreshing, Lewis.
I remember the
I tried,
controversy that the
Color. I
coach
tried,
wanted
man.
to. I
That was
remember
real
the
refreshing, Lewis,
controversy
man. That
that
was
the
a good
coach
one.
wanted. The coach wanted to sit Herbert. I remember that,
Exactly, TD. Yep.
Yeah.
but I didn't know that he had got fired.
Yeah, they fired him, bro. Got rid of
After the
him.
first year.
Lynn
After
was
his first year.
Lynn
yeah,
got
Lynn was out the pasture on this
And
first
you
I
know
did not
what?
know
And
he
you
had
know
a new
what?
coach last year.
And he should have been fired, because if I'm the owner of the Chargers, I'm having this conversation with knowing now, you know, what we know about, you know, how Herbert has performed. What the hell was Tyrod Taylor showing you in practice to convince
Everybody
you
liked
to
Tyrod,
start
though.
that man
Everybody
over
loves
Talk to him,
Herbert,
EM.
bro?
Talk
I
to
mean,
him,
Across
EM.
really?
America for Tyrod. Everybody
He's
He
loves
should have
turning
been
his
Tyrod.
fired
trophy,
on that alone.
He
in
also had a
all
lot of
fairness,
blunders with
Tyrod,
time
before
management.
he
He
He's
got
the
lost like
selected
2-3
players'
games
for
to
QB.
support
TD,
time
I don't know if you're
management.
Herbert
missing the
got
private chat, but
inserted
Miss
into
Finn
the
is back
starting
there.
lineup, he was playing winning ball. He was 4-2. He was doing okay until he got that spleen injury. So he wasn't playing bad. It's just that what we're seeing
How you
now
doing, gentlemen?
is so much of a
Hey, Miss
level
Fins.
and a step above
What's up, Miss Fins?
that we
Hey,
don't
how you doing, Miss Finn?
see that. What's
But
up,
no,
Mr.
but
Finn?
but no. Listen, I remember that year, Herbert's rookie year. I remember his. I'm hearing feedback from somebody. I remember, you know, that year, Herbert's rookie year, 2020. San Diego was on. Well, they were San Diego then. They were on Hard Knocks, and we talked about this the other night. I remember watching Hard Knocks, right? And bro, during it was like the first 2 episodes or the first 3 episodes. Herbert was, the players, like when Herbert took the field, you could see all the coaches. You even saw the damn janitors running up there to get a look, because they were talking amongst each other. They was like, man, look at this motherfucker. You know, they were just watching him throw the football. And
Right.
bro, every spectator, their jaws were on the ground because they were just blown away at Herbert's, you know, his talent level. And they were like, man, everybody, come, let's watch him. Everybody was running over, ganging up and watching him just, distribute the football. And they were just blown away. And again, this Tua, for real, listen, I'm not taking a shit on Tua.
Ian, I don't want to.
Hang on, Cam. Hang on, let me finish.
Herbert, I'm gonna friggin' cry, bro. I'm gonna cry.
Hey, it's what it is. Hey, it's what it is, bro.
Can we stop, man? I'm gonna friggin'
Go ahead, Ian.
Hey, I cried last night. Listen, I cried the other night.
I got some tissue, man.
I cried the other night.
Watch them come and go, bro.
So are you guys saying that?
I cried the other night, bro.
They got Justin Herbert, and all we got was this stinking Kenny O'Brien. Is that what y'all are saying?
Pretty much. Pretty much,
and a shirt.
Kenny O'Brien, man. There we go, man.
Kenny O'Brien in a shirt that says "I went to fun."
Wait, real quick, guys. I just
Herbert
want
is mighty impressive.
I could get like literally
Right.
30 seconds, guys. I just want to say real quick, and the reason why I came in because I am trying to, I gotta work, but Lewis, first of all, thank you on behalf of all Miami Dolphins fans. Thank you for what you said, because I wish people really understood what you just said today. And if you don't know what Lewis said today, I need you to rewind this show and
Was
listen.
that the bamboozled? Was that the bamboozled comment, Miss Fins?
Yes.
Was that the
so long?
Was that the bamboozled comment, Miss Fins?
Okay, maybe this might sound a little rough, but the least or not, the bamboozle comment. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Hey, I'm telling you, I touch them all. Baby.
I'm just going
to. They coming, Luke. Hey, Luke, the heat is coming, bro. The heat is coming.
I touch them all, yeah. Hey,
I'm going to have a drink to that one.
The heat is coming. I'm sorry, Miss Fins. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. Look, and I don't mind taking it either, because it's not. about the player. You could literally insert any player. Listen to the situation is what really people aren't understanding. Put anybody else. It could have been some QB named Edward. Guess what? Eddie couldn't cut it. There you go. It doesn't matter. It's not Tua. It's the situation itself. We did not get a chance to put our hands on Tua. We did not get a chance to actually see him in person to really make that determination. And when you have a career-ending injury and you're not putting your hands on somebody, you're taking a huge chance when you're taking him fifth. If we would have taken him 18th or in the 20s in the first round, I would have been okay. But the fact that we took him fifth, that's where it's because come on, let's be real. If it was a late first round or second rounder, we wouldn't have this commotion on Tua. But the fact that we got him fifth overall,
considering Lamar Jackson was drafted 32nd overall.
I mean, that's literally it.
The first half.
Different years. Lamar was earlier.
Or 30th or whatever it was.
Different years. They're not the same year.
I know different years, but still, I mean.
So, Miss Fans, let me ask you this.
We could have picked him up that year.
Miss Fans, a quick question, real quick. So with you being so appreciative of the homie Lewis, making that statement public. So is your long-term projection of Tua in alignment with his? Do you think how let me ask you this. What's your long-term projection of Tua? Is it, exactly for what it is? I'm going to put you on the spot right now. What is it?
I'll take it. But essentially, long-term as far as his career here with the Dolphins or his overall career, I'm going to break both down. When it comes to his Dolphins career, this is his last shot for him to do anything. Do I think he has what it takes to make it happen?
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
The problem is, does he think he has what it takes? No, it's not.
That's the only one we got.
I think he has what it takes to make it happen. So,
but what do you think? But what do you think is going to be the ultimate outcome? Your own professional opinion, because all of us, we value your opinion in this community. Your opinion carries a lot of weight in this community. What do you think? Do you think Tua will? We know he has the ability. We know his confidence is shot. There's there's development that's needed there on all levels, physically, mentally, and spiritually. But what do you think is going to be the ultimate outcome with Tua Tagovailoa as a quarterback this year of the Miami Dolphins and in the future?
Well, way to be very specific. I appreciate that, EM. And I appreciate your kind words too. That's what I think of everybody up here, to be honest with you. But as far as Tua overall, it's up to him. It doesn't matter what I predict, because at the end of the day, I'm not an oracle. I can just maybe project. I projected him to actually have a very successful year. Personally, I personally think that Tua can have a very, very, very successful Miami Dolphins head QB year. However, that is a very fine line, and he's going to be the one to have to walk it. So that's where I'm at.
Man, Lou, the heat is coming, my friend. Prepare yourself. That's all I got to say, bro. Prepare yourself.
Tell me the lie.
Listen. I wouldn't be up here if I was scared of it. I wouldn't be up here if I was scared of it. I wouldn't. It's all right. I'll be here.
There you go.
That heat is coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's what it is.
But at least let's also keep this in mind. Look, more players are selected in the first round over the years that don't pan out than anything else. And if that's the case for Tua, Austin Jackson, Noah Igbenogany, and the like, that's just par for the course. But what you want to happen, you rather identify that as being a miss. I don't want to say a bust. I'm saying a miss for your franchise as soon as possible. This is the year to whereas we will see whether or not that all pans out, because I still don't see and I still don't understand for the life of me. We all know the backstories and everything concerning Brian Flores and him and Stephen Ross and all this other kind of stuff. That's par for the course. The only thing now that I'm looking at now is to find out whether or not our players on our current roster have the moxie and the mindset to come in, understand we got a new coach, new coaching staff. Everybody has to be in line and on target with one another to have a successful season. I understand the importance of having a franchise quarterback, but this is more than just Tua to me. It's more than just that. I understand because we got the draft picks for next year. We need to make a decision as to whether or not we need to go back in the draft to get or draft a franchise quarterback. But my thing is, I'm only looking at 2022 right now. And these guys now, I'm giving all of them right now a pass based on the fact of how the things have transpired over the last couple of years, because it is what it is now. Let's see if they can put it together. I want to see if Mike McDaniels is that much of a coach, a rookie head coach coming in, changing the whole philosophy of the team to make this team better. And I just myself, I'm not seeing it. When Brian Flores tried his best to try to do it, and he made mistakes as a rookie head coach too. So I want to see what this is going to. But ladies and gentlemen, again, in the past 10 years, we have had 5 rookie head coaches and only 1 playoff run in that 10 years. I want to see whether or not this is the case. If not, we're going to be going back through this again in 2023, and probably it's going to be Sean Payton, and then whatever quarterback we try to get to come in here, and this process is going to start all over.
Tom Brady.
So to your point, and back to TD's point, it's going to take top 10 QB play to prevent that from happening. Not for anything short of that.
Yes.
Would say, well, why are we waiting anyhow? Again, we're betting on maybe 2 years in a row.
To that point,
I disagree.
Given we were a 9-18 with a 27th ranked quarterback, if we've got top 10 quarterback play, there's no reason we shouldn't be in the Super Bowl.
Right. Well, let me ask y'all a question real quick. Let me pivot real quick. Y'all tell me y'all thoughts. Will Teddy Bridgewater start a game this year?
Yes.
Damn, TD.
Based on injury and
injury, right?
Based on injury, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not a bad
the chance of injury.
What's the money line on it?
Yeah.
Yes,
Week 14
is injury the only reason? Hold on. Injuries aside, other than injury related, will Teddy Bridgewater start any games this year?
That's a good question.
Injuries aside,
no.
No.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
One game.
No.
McDaniel will let him play the whole season.
Unless they already got a playoff berth and they just sitting up and resting players getting ready for
that could be another reason, That's another element.
That ain't happening.
So go on and say it, TD.
No, we're gonna be in playoff contention from wire to wire. No. Nothing's gonna be locked up soon.
Now I'm gonna throw in one more wrench.
There you go.
The Miami Dolphins are 2-4.
Season's over. Teddy starts the rest of the season.
Oh, the season's
but why? But why? But why?
The season's over. Then Teddy definitely will be starting in Game 6.
Season over. It's only 4 losses.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because the gauntlet of the schedule.
Exactly.
But I don't care about none of that.
Yeah,
again, what
what's
does
the
that
reason?
matter? If he's 2-4, let 2
In my book, the season's over. We lose against the Patriots.
Okay, but then the season will be over. But let Tua
He didn't say we lose against
the
the Patriots. He said we're 2-4.
Let Tua stand on his own 2 feet and lose like a man, so we know why when we get him out of here, there's no questions.
What you're saying, Lewis, is you don't want excuses next year to sell us this bag.
Well, what if we win 2 games? What if we're 2-0 with 2 great performances from Tua? Then we lose 4 close ball games. I mean, there's no way to know what the decision would be.
We gotta let that man ride. Barring injury,
if it's 2-4 and it's obvious that nothing's changed from last year, which it should because of Tyreek Hill alone.
Guys, also think about this too.
Make a move if you want a Super Bowl.
After week 5,
the Teddy has to be starting.
You have Vikings, Pittsburgh, Lions, Chicago, and Cleveland. They're winnable games, granted, as long as Deshaun's not playing. So realistically, if we go 2-4, he can have 5 extra wins, which will put us at what, 7-4 by the time we get to week 12. So it's still not bad.
Miss Fins, you better watch out with that Pittsburgh game. You know who's coming back home.
All
You
right,
know
Mike.
who's coming back home.
Flores coming
You
after
know
us.
who's
Sing
coming
it and
back
bring it,
home.
Lewis. Sing it and bring it.
Who was that? Who was
What
that? Who you talking about, Lou?
Brian Flores will come back.
My head
Man,
coach,
But what if we're
Yo,
I know
he's
one
sending,
thing.
has me
he's
coming
sending the
back.
what
zero
if we're
blitz after
completely
Oh, yeah.
outclassed?
It's
know-
was scheduled.
And you know Flores gonna be foaming at the mouth on waiting on that
Look,
game, bro.
let
You
me tell you
know
right
he
now.
is gonna be an
Lord.
absolute
This,
maniac.
So if
by
we're
the way, real
completely
But you know what,
outclassed,
Em? This
Pittsburgh might
also could
be
be a
the
go-to game
worst
for
game.
Tua as well.
so
They might
so
they
if
might
we're
not let Teddy start that
balls out
Steelers
against
game.
that defense, that could be a breakout game for him too. We never know.
so in those
No,
four
no,
so in
Donald.
those four
That's gonna
losses,
be
if
his
we are
worst
completely
performance game.
outclassed,
Mark
if
my
we're
words. I
if
think Pittsburgh is that one game that he's gonna probably perform the worst out of all games. And I'm not even talking about the Bills game. I'm talking
Yeah.
the Pittsburgh
well,
game.
look,
Oh,
if we're
Solely
completely
because
outclassed
he's gonna go
in those
against
four
a team
losses,
we
that
also
was
got
built
Yeah,
here.
then it's over, color.
if he
But the thing
goes
is,
out
we
there
know
and
Brian
he
Flores
balls
has
out
a
against
history.
that
He has a
defense.
history of coming up with blueprints
no,
on how
what
to
I'm
Gotta
defeat
give
a
him
saying is,
his
quarterback.
crypto, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is if we're completely outclassed in those four losses and a change to Teddy Bridgewater can make a difference, then what I'm saying is letting Tua ride, thinking that it's going to get better, even if the teams do get easier.
Can I?
If we get completely outclassed in those four losses, there's nothing to indicate that anything would change.
Yeah, but if you throw in
Right, then
Teddy,
you know he's not the guy.
the only comparison that we hear though is Teddy B is Tua. That's what the Tua and Teddy are the same.
Well,
if you're telling me, hold on, color, if you're telling me that we're 2-4 and basically the season's over, I know don't nobody gonna like my opinions anyway, so I'm gonna say it again. I'll state this one. I'm going with Skyler because then I'll know what I have in Tua. He's trash. I know what I have in Teddy because basically Teddy and Tua are the same. Show me what I got in Skyler. Why, if the season's over, why am I going to put Teddy?
I like it.
Why am I trying? Why am I trying to save the season?
Because
That's interesting.
personally, I don't believe that Teddy and Tua are the same. Because if Tua don't get better, and that means he's still 27th ranked, Teddy's already 23rd ranked.
You guys are
That's where the gamble comes in. We got to find out what we got this guy.
You know how I feel about numbers, color. Numbers don't matter to me. It's what you see on the field. And
But
again,
Teddy's sample size is large enough.
I understand, color,
guys
but we
don't-
keep
you
going
guys
back.
do
We keep
not
going.
know who the owner is then.
Yeah, but we keep going back to
That
Teddy
means
days in
Skylar Thompson's going to
Minnesota.
be starting in week one because the
No,
owner's
I'm
in
talking
basement.
about Lewis. I'm talking about his 5-0 stint in New Orleans when he came
That's
in
in
for
New Orleans.
Breeze.
Again, that
Miss
was with
Benz,
New Orleans. We can also go back to his stint in
just
Carolina when
happened.
he was the starter. No, color. That just didn't happen. He's been in Denver and Carolina since then. That's what just happened. Not what happened in New Orleans. What happened in Carolina and Denver is what happened.
What have you done for me lately?
And he didn't get the job done. So why would he get the job done
New
now?
Orleans
Teddy wasn't trash in Denver last year.
In 2019. That was not. That
No,
was
he was
yesterday.
serviceable, Em.
Teddy was not trash in Denver last year, bro.
No, he was just serviceable. He was just an average
Hey, does
quarterback.
anybody else?
Let's see what we got in
He was
Skyler.
Davis Mills, basically, 2.0.
Hey, Teddy was. You know what Teddy was in Denver? What Tua was for us in Miami. He would win games.
No.
Yes. Come on, EM.
No. I think he was last year. I think he was marginally better than Tua. I do.
Okay, marginally better. Is he?
Yeah.
Guys, you forget who our owner is.
He was Davis Mills.
Right now, Stephen Ross is gonna do everything possible to sell some jerseys with Tua, A, because they got a large inventory, and B, they want to prove to the fans that they did everything they could to make sure they gave every possible a needed, tool for Tua to use, and they're gonna ride him to the end so that when they get rid of him, then they'll be able to tell the entire fan base, hey guys, don't kill us. We gave them everything, and unfortunately, we just have to move on. You guys are forgetting who the owner is, and he's just thinking about money. We're not gonna be getting. If he was willing, allegedly, to pay $100K for a loss, trust me, this man, no.
Allegedly.
Can I add something?
Hashtag Toss Boss Ross, bro.
I think that it might not really depend on the QB if Mike McDaniels is who they think he's going to be. Like, because with this team, it's too much speed for them not to like. They could put so many people in motion, fake so many people. Like the other teams are going to be the defenses. If they're not like adequate defenses, it's going to take a lot of people off guard, freezing up linebackers with play action and motions.
Tua still has to read the field, my friend. It don't
All
of that
question.
He's gonna
all of
read
that
the field.
all of that pre-snap misdirection nonsense that can only get you so far.
That misdirection has to do with Joe Gibbs. Let me give you a little historical aspect of that motion nonsense, because Joe Gibbs did it to people all the time.
Tua regressed.
Can I finish?
Then would you want to be seeing Teddy?
I couldn't hear you, Color.
What if we're 2-4 because Tua regressed from it last year?
Oh, well, then he's definitely out the door.
Would you go with Teddy at that point?
Again, yeah.
Well, they will go with Teddy because their season's on the line.
Listen, there's no difference, man. There's no difference between
Well, Lou, in regards to Teddy, what? Listen, if Tua regresses, if he regresses, right? One thing Teddy has proven is that he's disciplined with the football, and you can win games with Teddy. So,
and just like Tua, he's never had a team like this.
Exactly. So we can forecast a better season, better overall play from Teddy based on, just like we're doing that. We're taking that approach with Tua. You can take that same approach and apply it to Teddy as well. So you have to 2-4.
Yeah, but we're
more likely. Hang on. More likely 2-4. The season is over with based on the strength of schedule. However, but at least, again, who knows? I think the best course of action at that point is to throw Teddy in there, because again, like I said, he's not going to turn the football over, and he can win games. And who knows? We might catch fire at some point. And again, Teddy might take a next step at in his development.
But EM, to Lewis's point, I know to Lewis's point, I think we kind of know what Teddy is. Even with better weapons, it's no future for a Dolphin fan. Let's take a shot on the guy that's behind him at that point.
You can do that next year. You can do that next year. You can do that next year.
Next year, nothing. Next year, I want answers. I'm not taking shots.
EM, let me ask you a question, EM. Do you think Denver's roster last year was horrible?
No, it wasn't horrible, but it was unproven to some degree. They had talent, but it was unproven talent for the most part.
It was not much different than ours.
No, they needed a quarterback. That's all they needed was a quarterback.
They had a little bit better a running game. A little bit better a running game.
And they had
didn't they beat the crap out of us?
And their defense was trash.
With less personnel?
Their defense wasn't trash. Their defense wasn't trash.
They was like top 5.
No, their defensive unit was solid. They were top 10 unit last year.
Absolutely.
Their D was legit.
And they had Noah Fant at tight end, and they had that guy Summerlin on one side. They had Jerry Jeudy on the other side.
Who was in and out of the lineup.
Okay, well, but this is what I'm saying. We make it seem like they were trash. Like Teddy didn't get the
they wasn't trash.
But Lou, if you look at Teddy's season, listen, when Teddy got hurt last year, if you go back and look at it, and again, it's not all about numbers, but he was on pace to have his best individual statistical season last year before he got hurt. He had a very good year last year, bro. I think you might be underestimating Teddy just a little bit. I think.
No, Teddy got hurt.
Teddy, like you said, is a little better than Tua.
But then he came. But then I believe he got hurt. But then I believe he got back. And then like the last 2 or 3 games of the season, Denver benched him for Drew Lock. That did happen too, and he didn't. It wasn't that he was hurt. He came back.
That don't mean it's not because Denver is stupid.
Okay, well, exactly. Color, you just made my point. We've been stupid.
I wouldn't bench very many people for Drew Lock. That's my point. That's a dumb move for anybody to make.
That's an organizational move. Knowing you're going nowhere with Teddy in the future.
Well, they knew they was about to sell their franchise anyway.
Trade him.
Hey, what did everybody say?
Miami was stupid for not making that trade.
What has everybody said about Teddy B since he's been here? He's the carbon copy of Tua. That's what he's the perfect backup to Tua because he's just like
but Lewis, I don't believe what everybody else says. Come on.
Okay, but that's what
Teddy
your eyes
went 5-0.
You can
Teddy
watch
went
that
5-0
color.
with the Saints.
That's your eyes. Your eyes can tell you they're the same. And what I'm saying
I don't know. I
is
think he's better than Tua.
Listen, okay.
At this point in their careers,
you know what we all know? Hey, you know what we all know? That in OTAs, again, just from what we're hearing, and we're all fans, so we hear the same things. From OTAs, who's been the best quarterback of OTAs? And again, it's underwear Olympics or whatever.
Skyler.
No, hang on,
all you're
Lou,
doing, though,
hang on.
Louis, all you're
No.
doing to me is making the same point I agree with, that Skyler should be the dang starter.
Well, that's another argument.
I mean,
No,
but I don't
no.
disagree
Lou,
with you on that
Lou,
if that's what
Lou.
you're saying. You know what I
No,
mean?
well, let me clarify something. No, what we've
Funny,
heard,
man.
listen, let me clarify something. What we've heard consistently is not he's the best option. It's the fact that he's the most talented option.
Right.
Okay,
I should have
gotcha.
said that
Okay.
better. Yeah,
There's
you're
a
right.
difference.
Well, if everybody's
That's
saying
what I
talent
need,
will
though. Give me the
overcome
talent,
Well,
experience,
that's a good point.
well,
That's
what
a
I'm
good
saying is,
point.
if everybody's saying talent will overcome experience in a Super Bowl run, then Skyler should be our starter.
No,
Well,
again, I'm
you
not
can
saying
make that
that. I'm gonna
argument
ride
too,
with
but
Tua. I'm
you
just
know
saying
they're not gonna go there, Color.
It's political. Tua
They
was
jobs
a
on the
top
line.
10 pick, top 5 pick. They're gonna ride with Tua no matter what because they got so much money invested in him. They're not gonna go with a third or fourth, fifth round pick, whatever round pick he was. It's a politics thing with this football stuff, rather college or the pros. They have
And
too
that's
much
a
money
dangerous
tied
game to
into
play.
it.
And that is the
Extremely
truth.
dangerous
That's
game
a
to
good
play.
I don't
point.
know
It
who
is
it is that
politics.
said
They
that,
already
but
made
he's
the
right.
Of course
decision.
it is.
Right.
Of course it is.
It's
Now,
not
I'm not
based on
saying
skill and
I'm not
performance.
saying
It's based on the
Skyler will ever
politics.
start.
That's a
I'm
good
just
point.
saying over them. I'm just saying to thread the needle between Teddy Bridgewater and Tua would just mean you're better than Tua.
Yes, Color, you got a point there. However,
Well, I
you
agree with
also
that.
got to keep in mind, what is this for the Miami Dolphins? We got 5 players that were drafted in the first round where they have to make a decision as to whether or not they are going to extend their contracts.
So Tua's gonna play the whole season.
Right, I get that. And again, it goes back to why
and they gotta
Skyler
make that
can't be
decision this year
over Teddy. That's all I'm saying. It's the same politics for Teddy over Skyler.
Now, if they both get hurt and Skyler comes in and balls out, then it'll be a problem because it's like,
it might be hard for either one of them to come back. Absolutely.
Not at all. Shoot you, Scott. I mean, everybody, you only get chances when you play in this league. So if Skyler gets the opportunity due to injury from both QB1 and 2, then Skyler is QB1 at that moment, and he better ball out, and he better get us some
and he
wins.
will be until he's not. Exactly.
Based on Tua's injury history, we know that Skyler will at least be number 2 on the depth chart for 4 games, guaranteed.
Let me pose this question. I know whoever that was brought that politics comment up about the staff is taking with Tua, the front office is taking with Tua's, him being a starter all year. Let me pose this question to y'all. Before you do, Ian,
everybody, I got to run. Thanks again for letting me come up, and also to give somebody else a chance to come in that's in private chat right now. So you all have a great one.
Color.
Hey, if you're still going when I get back from my errand, I'll jump back on. But y'all have a great one.
Be good, Color.
Later. Be good, Color.
So y'all think Tua's starting status, him as the guy, number 1 guy, you think it's pretty much solidified no matter what, barring injury? Barring injury.
Because they have to see
I don't.
Because they don't want to look like they failed on the number 5 pick.
No,
listen. When I played at Temple.
Hang on. I don't feel that way. I think if Tua has regressed and Tua is not meeting expectation, I don't think a first-year head coach. I do not think a first-year head coach is going to risk losing a lot.
EM.
No. Hang on.
It just takes one more Jags.
Keep in mind, just 2 years ago when they put him in when they started him over Fitz, in 2020, right? There was rumblings about, it could have been a mutiny in that locker room.
But who made the call?
Flores
it still happened though. EM.
Right. Okay. But
it still happened. Do you think
that's fine.
Throw his weight around right now?
That's fine. I don't. No. Listen.
Weight to throw it around.
No, I don't. I don't think Mike McDaniels. I don't think he can risk this team as presently constructed with all of these veteran-laden players, established players, on this team. As vocal as Tyreek Hill is, there is no way in the world he is going to risk losing a locker room if Tua is if they have a better option on the bench that's outperforming Tua in practice. I do not see that.
They will be acting out of sheer desperation at that point.
Listen, when you said no. Look at Ross. When it was Ross and they were introducing Mike McDaniel in, literally Ross says it's all on me. I'm making all decisions. All decisions are gonna go through me. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. Please,
you're right.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
This is Tua's team until Tua breaks a leg, literally. Like no
Who
other.
said?
Yep.
Who said all?
100%.
Who said all decisions go through me? Hang on. Who said? Who made that
Ross
statement, Miss
did.
Vince? Ross did,
Ross
right?
said that.
So this the
Ross said
same.
that.
So you mean to tell me? Okay, that's okay. I wanted to clarify that. This the same guy that for the last 2 years has been trying to. He's been breaking his neck trying to replace Tua, who he thinks quote unquote stinks, right? And you talking about look at the money, the check that he wrote again in this offseason, $100+ million on offense. You think he gonna sit by if Tua is stinking up the joint? You think he's not gonna? You really think he's gonna let
Up
that
until
ride
a
out?
point, yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
For the fan
At
base.
that point, you
Absolutely
would.
not.
If that says he will be desperate,
I
and he
could-
will make
I
changes.
can tell you
Absolutely
why.
not.
I can tell- listen,
That
I
ain't
can tell you
happening.
Yeah, to
why.
him, your point. Yeah, you got a good point on the money side because the man has got one foot in the grave. He wants a Super Bowl now.
No, absolutely not. I don't see that.
100%. Listen,
No.
I can tell you why. They going rock out with Tua because they gonna have to see what they have in them unless if they gonna move on from him next year. Tom Brady's gonna be a free agent next year. Tom
You
Brady
don't need to
wants
give him a
come
year to know that.
Miami. Listen,
You don't
Tom
get.
Brady-
You do not need to give him a year to know
You
that.
got to remember
By
too
week
what they're
6 we'll know.
losing from a 5th overall pick to trading to nothing or cutting. There's the other part of the business that you got to recoup some form of asset at all cost as well. And there's no one else on the roster that you're gonna, measure getting more of your asset back to nothing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm sorry. I got to
they're not gonna
emphatically
put Tua on
disagree
the
with that.
bench.
Hey, good
You're
afternoon,
not looking at it- you
TD.
gotta
Good
look at it
afternoon,
from the
panel,
business
ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing?
What's up, Batman?
Hey, what's going on,
Hey,
baby?
man.
What's up, baby?
Love your flag, by the way. I love your flag in the back.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Here
So
comes that mega. Here comes that mega foolishness. I tell you.
I
Here
heard
it
EM.
comes.
I heard EM
Here it
from.
comes.
I heard EM from 450 miles away. I heard EM.
Here
I
it
wasn't even on
comes.
mute when I heard it. I got a text message. EM is spitting out some foolishness, so I had to come on here.
We got the
Oh,
back
man.
signal as long as the
Nah,
back
but
signal.
EM
is
on the serious side, yeah. Look, I never heard about McDaniel saying that that all decisions go through him. But I will say this: it is Tua's year, and it's gonna get a full sample size. We do need to see a full sample size because he finally has a team and an offense around him. So we need to see what he has because if we have to move on from this guy, we don't want no second thoughts. So we need to know 100% if he is the guy or not. We need a full game sample size. That's why I want him to be healthy the whole season. Takes his lumps, takes his hits, gets his ups and downs. I need to see everything so we don't, for quote unquote, what people say excuses, we don't use them anymore.
And that's going to be the best way.
You don't need. Tua don't need to start. Tua does not need to start the 17 games for you to get a firm evaluation on where he is and what you think he can become. You don't need. That's why you have practice. That's why you have practice.
I know, but that takes away every excuse, even for people to say, "Oh no."
To Ian's point, Josh Rosen, they make the decision about Rosen in practice.
If they don't have him there,
exactly.
No,
No, bro. I'm sorry. No.
They didn't need
no way. I'm telling you now, with Tyreek Hill, with Xavier Howard, with Emmanuel Ogbahs of the world, with Tyron Armstead, in particular Tyron Armstead, because Teddy, that's his boy. If Teddy is outperforming Tua day after day after day in practice, and we get to the season and they start Tua, and he clearly has regressed, there is no way under the sun Mike McDaniels, a first-year guy, is going to You think they just going to sit by and say, "Oh, yes, we're going to lose the whole season"?
Is not going to allow
Get out of here with that. That is not happening.
This
I
fan
am
base
sorry.
is not going to let Teddy Bridgewater start week 1, regardless if Tua looks like trash. Let's be serious, EM.
I said week 1. I said week 1. I said week 1
to start the guy.
I said week 1.
It's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's. In fact, I agree. It is a bad thing, but it's gonna happen. I don't care if.
No, that ain't no.
He regrets
so much that
I
disagree with that.
Could be out there in a
And
wheelchair.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Hey, listen. If Mike McDaniels is ignoring the fact that that's committing treason as a head coach.
Yeah, that's neglect.
You got a better option. You got a better option. That's literally committing treason as a head coach to your football team. If you have a better option, sitting there on the bench that is outperforming performing your starter day after day, and you get to the season, and clearly Tua has regressed, and you just don't ride with that just so we can see what quote unquote Tua is? Stop it. That ain't happening.
But
that's not happening.
Bro, if that was the case,
I know. I know Stephen Ross is gonna make that call. Stephen Ross is gonna make that call for all of us.
What are you
Hold on,
doing here?
EM. Let me ask you a question real quick. EM, real quick, guys. Let me ask a quick question, real quick. One quick question, EM. That's all I'm gonna ask, real quick. If Tua's not the guy, we know by, let's say, week 10 or whatever, right?
No, it won't take that long. It's not gonna take that long. It won't take to week 10. Go ahead, though.
Real quick, EM.
Go ahead.
So what do you think they're gonna want to do if they're trying to shop him and try to get maybe like a first or 2 seconds? Don't he need enough playing time for him?
No. First off, you're not getting forget about getting the first back for Tua. Forget about it. Based off what we've seen, and if he regresses this year, forget about it. Last year when they were shopping him, what was the price tag allegedly agreed upon? It was like a 4th or 5th round pick. They couldn't get a third. It was a 4th or 5th round
Baker
pick.
Mayfield just go for
Okay, then 4th.
Exactly. So forget about that. That ship
But
is
he had a
sailed.
contract. He had a contract though. That's the difference. That's why he went
Yeah,
for
I
a
was
bag
gonna
of
say
cookies.
Baker Mayfield went for what and then doubled that, and that's what you'd get for Tua.
But
So
Or
a third.
try to.
The question,
So like a third. There you go.
A third, a second, or a third.
EM.
Yeah.
But based on your question, though, EM, the facts is this: didn't Brian Flores want to stick with Fitz during the time while he was here?
Flores literally said
Flores wanted to stick with him.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Was overridden to put Tua in.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And
That's
you
what I
think
said.
McDaniel's the kind of guy more than Flores?
Let's put
ability.
Look, it's a difference. We are at a different stage. Donald, all due respect, all due respect, we are at a different stage. We're at a different stage as an organization. That was a rebuilding process in 2020. We are in win now mode.
Okay.
So all systems go. And again, Ross has been quoted allegedly that he does not have a favorable opinion of Tua as a player. That again, that's been consistent. So I'm telling you now, a first-year head coach with this, with this roster as presently as constructed. You heard Tyreek Hill come here. You heard him the other day. He said, "I didn't come here to lose" on his podcast. He said, "I came here to win."
He's also here to play nice too.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
When have you ever known Tyreek to play nice?
Paying for him for it.
When have you ever known Tyreek to play nice?
He got paid, man. He got
part of
paid.
it,
Now
bro.
he just
That's
wants to
part
get
of
the
the money.
stats.
Exactly.
of the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. Now he can do whatever he wants to do.
No, now he wants to prove
Now
he
he
can win
can
without
do whatever
Mahomes.
he
That's
wants
what he
to
wants
do.
to do. He wants to prove he can win without Mahomes. That's what he's trying to do.
Exactly. He's trying to win. So you mean to tell me if Tua regresses and he's sitting and you got a better option on the bench, you mean to tell me he's just gonna sit by and say, "Oh well, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go along with that plan. We're losing. We're not winning. We need to see what Tua is. Stop it. It ain't happening, bro.
I get you.
Bro, he's not
It's not happening.
But
I
at the
agree with you.
end of the day, you're gonna get a full sample of Tua.
But they don't run it.
Lawsuit right now. I sure hope it does go to a trial jury. I hope it does, and it doesn't go under arbitration, because then it's going to show, guess what? Stephen Ross is the whole reason for all of this mess in the first place. Because now
we lose picks.
And you want to try to take that on yourself. That's what it's going to be all about. So that's fine with me. I just want to see it for myself.
Right. If they were in win now mode, they would have made that trade for Watson. They're going to
But
stick.
Stephen Ross doesn't need to see it because he already tried to make the trade.
Yes.
Well, Watson told him that he
didn't
didn't
come to Miami.
They only trade. Listen, they only didn't make the move because Watson told him when they got rid of Flores. He said thanks, but no thanks. If Watson was still interested in coming to Miami, guess what? He would be here. He would be here.
100% EM.
Watson is the one bailed on that narrative.
1,000,000%.
You think so? When they said they're gonna rock out with Tua, they said
what choice do they have? What choice do they have?
They had no choice at that point.
Bro,
they had no choice at that point.
Bro,
they pivoted.
You think Cleveland had a choice? He wasn't even interested in Cleveland until they spent the money. If he really wanted to win,
that's
he
because Greer opened his mouth and said the door was shut.
He was leaning into the Saints.
Exactly.
Deshaun
They
Watson
spent the
told
money.
No,
Miami.
Greer made that
We
decision and
all
said the
know.
door was
We
shut.
all know why Deshaun. One big reason why he wanted to come to Miami was because of Flores. That's just a fact, bro.
All right, but
So
Ian,
once
even
they
if that
That's
was
got
one of
rid
the
of
true,
reasons,
him,
not all of it.
even
so
if
Yeah.
that was
once they
true,
got rid of Flores, he told the Dolphins, reached out. He told them, "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm seeking other alternatives."
Ian,
Bro,
even if that
money,
was true though,
money
and I'm
talk.
not saying there's no truth to that, at least a little bit, but the Dolphins came repeatedly over and over during the season, after the season, that they were riding with Tua. Like they kept
Exactly.
saying it to the media,
Money,
and it came
money
from
No,
talks.
everywhere.
No,
no.
Money talks.
that
So,
decision wasn't made until the week before the
So
free agency
Batman.
period.
So Batman, so what? You don't think they were close to trade? You don't think they wanted it? Is what
Yeah,
you're saying? You don't
listen,
think they wanted to
I
trade
know,
for Watson?
I understand that Watson was a real possibility, a real possibility. But guess what? At the end of the day, when they figured it was going to be too complicated, there was too many variables for
Listen,
this
the
thing to
facts are
happen.
this: when the
That's
trade
when the
deadline
Dolphins said, "You
came
know
and
what?
went,
This is our quarterback," and Flores said it
when the
Why they
himself.
trade
kept it wasn't
deadline
even that
came and
many
What else
went,
are they
variables.
they
supposed to
waited.
say?
It's just the people in
They
the Dolphins
waited
community
for
made it
That's
Flores,
those
and
what
then
variables.
they
else are they
traded.
No,
supposed to say?
You know what Flores said? You know what Flores said? Yeah, Tua is our guy. Now that we have a little more, I'm paraphrasing, but he said we have more time to evaluate him. That's what he was saying. So no, if they hadn't got rid of Flores, Watson would be here. Even if they got rid of Flores and Watson told him, "Look, I still want to come to Miami," he would be the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. I am convinced of it.
I don't think
But it's
it
the same
was just
thing.
purely Flores. Though.
Them
That's what I'm trying
moving
to say.
Flores,
Ian.
them moving Flores is the same thing as them not wanting to trade for Watson. If you wanted to trade for Watson, you would have kept Flo. That's what I'm saying. They should have stayed all
No, it
in
wasn't.
with the
It was based
quarterback.
on personnel
Ian,
reasons. It
No,
wasn't
Flores
had nothing to do
wanted
with them.
Watson. You're
Flores
telling me
wanted
Watson, Flores or no Watson, Flores or no Flores. You're telling me Watson wouldn't want to be in South Beach or any other quarterback out there, to say the least.
Allegedly, Flores wanted complete power. He wanted everybody gone. He wanted to be the HNIC in South Beach. That's what he wanted. And Ross was not willing to accommodate him. That's what that was about.
Right.
So at the
It
end
was
of the day,
solely
bro,
a power thing. It was a power struggle.
So
reason why Flores is out the
Showed you
door.
that he's the right guy. That's what I'm saying. If they really wanted Watson, they would have kept Flo, and y'all wouldn't even be having this discussion. The only discussion y'all would have had is how many games is he getting suspended, if he's getting suspended.
well, again, there was something personal between Ross and Flores. It's obvious. It was something personal between those two.
That's exactly what Ross
saying
said.
that whole thing.
We know
And Ross said it had nothing to do. Ross himself said it had nothing to do with Watson.
Nothing to do with
That was the first question they asked him in the press conference. It had nothing to do with Watson. That's what. No, the owner said that.
This is what I'm saying. If they really wanted, if they were really in win now mode and not going to ride out with Tua this whole year, they would have made that trade for Watson if they were all in. If they were really all in.
But I'm telling you, bro, they want. Listen, when they fired, go back to the press conference when they fired Flores. When they asked him, some beat writer, I don't know who it was, they asked him specifically what Tua's status is and what the possibility of acquiring Deshaun Watson would
Cameron
be.
Wolf. It was
That
Cameron Wolf.
man said Tua's our guy for right. Is our guy for right now. But I'm paraphrasing, but he said I'm going to leave. It could be Tua, it could be or some other player.
Right.
That's what that man said at that time. So
he's
what
leaving up to the
changed?
next head coach.
So he's telling you that the interest was still consistent, right? The intrigue. So what changed? Watson's decision changed. He told them once they got rid of Flores, he molded over and told them, "I'm not coming there."
What they were going to do.
This is
people
what I'm
in the
saying.
building told him about Tom Brady, and he snitched.
But this is what I'm saying. You never get rid of Watson get rid of Flo if Watson is really in the playing cards. If Watson is your main goal, you don't get rid of Flores.
No,
why did the owner come out there in the press conference and say he was still mulling over the situation?
No, I think that personal issue between Ross and Flores with Greer, I just think it just bubbled over, bro. There was no way they could coexist. There's no way.
Right.
That's why.
That's why he said he's leaving it up to the next head coach.
He didn't want to get
And
involved.
the next head coach went over to his family. He thought he was better than Watson, evidently.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was toxic, and it was more than that. Yeah, come on.
If Ross really wanted to win,
apparently McDaniel must think that Tua's potential is better than Watson's. That was the real decision.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. If Ross really wanted to win, he would have kept Flores just so he could get Watson. With Watson on his team, they would have went to the Super Bowl last year because they would have been better than the Bengals. And the Bengals only went to the Super Bowl because the Ravens was hurt and the Browns had Baker Mayfield at quarterback because the Bengals
They still would have beat the Ravens. Cincinnati would still beat. They still would have beat the Ravens.
Bro,
Stop!
Cincinnati
Don't do
couldn't
that.
even beat.
Don't do that.
Cincinnati
They
couldn't
still
even
would have beat the Ravens.
Cincinnati.
Stop! Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, because Cincinnati couldn't even beat the Browns. The Browns beat Cincinnati 2 times last year with Baker Mayfield, and they blew
No, they
them out
didn't.
bad.
Stop! They didn't
Yes,
sweep
they
them.
did.
Sweep them last year.
Yes, they did. Look at it. Go look it up.
Yeah.
Go look it up because I
They
bet on both those games.
Okay, all right. I take it.
Cincinnati,
Okay, all right.
Cincinnati.
All right.
They look. A lot of luck has to play into it, man. They went into the playoffs healthy too, and they balled out once they made it, man.
Bro, if the Ravens
Yeah,
was
once they
healthy
made it, they
and
balled
they had
out.
a better quarterback at the Browns, Cincinnati would have made it to the playoffs because at the beginning of the season, the Ravens was 9-0 and leading that division. Then Lamar Jackson get hurt, and everybody else keep getting hurt. Besides the corners on the defense, they wouldn't have came out into the playoffs, bro. This is what I'm telling you. They might have snuck in there at the seed that the Steelers went in, but they wouldn't have went to the Super Bowl. Y'all would have had a better chance if y'all would have traded for Watson. With the defense that y'all had playing at the end of the year, y'all would have beat every single team at the end of the season.
But
Just off the
you
strength
probably
of the
you don't think the NFL at least would have done a temporary suspension or something like that, even if we would have traded for him mid-season?
because they would have, bro. They would have
couldn't.
already suspended
They
him.
couldn't. They
already
couldn't
suspended him.
based on the new CBA. They would not have been able to suspend him. That's the thing.
Right.
So even if you would have
Right.
traded for him, they would have had to let him go because according to the CBA and the law, he hasn't even been charged. So at the end of the day, there's nothing to punish him for, which is the reason why it's taken so long for them to even consider a punishment right now. Because even under the whole, guess what? He's still not charged. So what conduct has he done? He's behaved as and again in his professional field as just cooperating with law enforcement and doing his job. So at the end of the day, what has he broken even with the personal conduct?
And on top of that, not being in charge of anything. Look at what the NFL when they submitted their findings. No coercion, no violence, no nothing, anything.
There's nothing.
It's Houston right now. It's
so
Houston
how can you punish
themselves in the corner?
So
Houston's
this narrative
in the
about suspending him
crosshairs
for
right
a
now.
year, suspending him for a year for what?
They're not going to be able to suspend him. If Sue Robinson
That is ridiculous. A whole year.
If Sue Robinson comes to them and says that he hasn't done anything wrong and she decides 0 games, he can't go over her head and add any more games or suspend him for the year. So he's going to be free to play if that happens.
Well, you saw that NFL, you saw that Bleacher Report article. They stated that the NFLPA, if they try to suspend him for a year, they're going to sue. The NFLPA is going to sue the NFL in federal court.
Exactly, and then
while they don't want that mess. They don't want that smoke. That's a whole nother mess.
Be able to play
that's a whole other can of worms they're gonna have to deal with.
I got this. Do you know what the NFL is gonna do? They're gonna ask Watson, listen, Watson, we don't want to suspend you, but we have to just for us to look good. So how many games can you give us? Can you give us?
Already did that. He didn't accept
Watson should come back and look at them and say 1 preseason game. That's what he should say.
Let me ask everybody this: How long do you think this Flores situation with the NFL and the Dolphins and everybody tied up? How long do you think it's going to last?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I don't think Flo is going to accept any type of deal.
That's going to go for about a year. It'll be for about a year.
Listen, as long. Listen, all I'm focused on is 2023 draft picks. However long it happens after 2023, I could care less because I want to keep every draft pick we got next year. After that, you can take whatever the hell you want to, as far as I'm concerned, but not 2023, baby.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
No.
Might be.
And don't rely on San Fran to lose games for you because that blow up in your face real quick.
Yeah, I know, right?
It already happened.
Hey, GG, my bad, bro. Donald said, GG, my bad, homie. Donald said Cleveland did sweep Cincinnati last year, so my bad.
Bro,
hey, let me ask you guys.
Every day.
Hey, TD, I don't know if you've heard. I don't know if you've heard, and most of you guys have heard it. I don't know if you heard Reuben Foster. It's almost a done deal for Miami. Have you heard about that, TD?
I ain't heard nothing. I ain't heard nothing about nothing because I ain't
I
talking.
haven't heard anything either.
Is
I
that
see
a
people
recent?
talking about it,
Is that a
Batman,
recent?
but
Is that a
Yeah,
is that a
Thursday.
recent? Is that recent information?
Thursday.
Batman.
Yeah, Thursday. We heard on Thursday that well, I was told we were told it's a done deal no matter what, 100%.
The running
But,
back.
No.
No,
Ruben Foster, the linebacker.
Middle linebacker.
He last played with
Alabama.
Washington. Yeah,
Alabama
he was
middle
from Alabama.
linebacker was drafted by the Redskins.
Yeah, we picked Charles Harris. That
Should
year.
have been a top 10 pick the year he came out, but he slid due to domestic violence issues.
Yeah.
He slid to the bottom of the first round.
Hasn't played since
well,
2018
he's
because of a
perfect for
knee
Miami
injury
then.
and off the field issues. But he's been training, man. He looks great. He looks good. He
He's
came
a
to the
phenomenal
facility in
athlete.
April.
He's a phenomenal athlete.
At the most part, a camp body. See what he can do.
Yeah,
you know
that's what I'm
Y'all
thinking.
hear
I'm
that
thinking
the
they'll give
Bucks-
him his shot, but he'll be a
Did y'all
camp
hear-
body.
Did y'all hear about the Bucks? They're really mad at Leonard Fournette right now.
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't hear that.
What happened with him? He got a contract problem.
Allegedly, he's 260 pounds right now.
Last year he played. Last year he played at 220. He is 260 right now.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But he's always
Y'all didn't see that last year though. The weight kept creeping up on him last year.
The coaches
I
are
didn't
not
see it.
happy.
Bro, he
Coaches
was like
are not
240
happy.
at
Oh my
LSU.
goodness.
That's
But
when
what
he
I
was the
don't
most
get is
He was
dynamic.
always overweight.
He signed, and he was already probably at that weight because he re-signed with them.
Yeah.
So, like,
Bro, he
how did they not
They
see
let
that?
him get away with it
Got all
though.
that money and got
He was
fat.
always
He went
big.
home and ate.
He was always a big guy. He was on the chunkier
Living the
side.
good life.
Hey
And
man,
he
he
ran
got
a
that power,
4.4.
but hopefully,
But
I
he
mean,
ran a
40
4.4. That's
pounds.
what made him so
Yeah.
dynamic. He's
Yeah.
240 and runs
That's
a
why they
4.4.
forgave him. Yeah.
So I mean,
They could-
all that he really got to do is lose probably 20 pounds, if that. He might still be more dynamic
I mean,
at
let's be
260.
real. It is Tampa. He'll sweat that out in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
That's
like
true.
he'll be fine.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And y'all gotta remember, he's like 6'1", 6'2". Like he's a big
Yeah, he's
dude.
like 6'1", 6'2", yeah.
Yeah, he's a big dude. Like
Worst case
260
scenario,
is
they
not
line him
gonna
up
look
at fullback.
bad on him.
Worst case scenario, they'll put him at fullback.
Right. Fullback. They'll change his position. Yeah.
I doubt
If
it.
we
He's
He'll
too
be
dynamic.
he'll be fine.
My question
He'll be
is,
fine.
Yeah. He'll
what about
end up being
O-line?
fine. They'll let
That's
him go.
the whole thing I'm
They'll
saying.
let him get away with it.
O-line and running back.
That's what you're scared right now for the Dolphins?
I am, because
Me too.
believe me, everything, like I said, I've been watching this team since 1969, and everything is predicated on everything else. We're putting a lot of pressure on Tua, which is legit, him being picked number 5 overall for this franchise. However, I will say this: you cannot sit up here and expect good quarterback play if you don't have good running game. You
Listen,
can't
Donald,
expect good running game and good quarterback play if your O-line stinking.
Deshaun Watson had a historically great year without a running game.
No running game.
Justin Herbert, his rookie year rewrote history without a running game, Donald.
Yes,
Yeah, but
there's
Donald, I
two
would say
EM.
that
We're
the
talking
organization has
about 3
put
different
pressure on him
franchises as
more than
opposed
us.
to the-
They're the
to
ones
the
shopping
Dolphins.
his job
And
every
that-
year.
that's
It's
all I'm
not the
saying.
franchise.
Well, let me
that's
ask you
him.
guys this. I threw this hypothetical yesterday with
true.
the Orlando Brown Jr. situation not coming to a contract terms with the Kansas City Chiefs. He did play left tackle. He wants to be paid like a left tackle. He wanted more guaranteed money that they offered him. He is trending to be a free agent next year now. Would you trade for him now to make him a right tackle and pay him left tackle money?
I don't know, man. That could prevent
Damn,
you from
another
getting a quarterback next year.
$20 million contract.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
I don't even
25,
think
26
they
years
got
old.
money for that. They don't
Yo, they
got
do.
money for that.
I'm not saying he
We
ain't
could always
worth
make
it.
money.
They just being cheap because they think they can go the Fisher route and hit on the draft again.
But what picks are you going to give up?
Well, so yeah, that's the interesting part. So obviously
picks are you
we've heard
gonna give
rumors. We've heard rumors that Baker's being shot for a second to the Steelers. We've heard rumors about I second Baker to the Steelers for a second. We've heard rumors about Gesicki being shot for a second as well. At the end
Baker
of the
got
day,
traded for like a 5th, 7th round pick.
No,
we're talking about Baker from the
They are
Dolphins.
not trading
Jerome
Jerome
Baker,
Baker, bro. That would be the worst move ever.
So we could make money with a Jerome Baker, getting him off the books. Is that $16
No,
million in the
do
books?
not. You trade
just
Jerome
signed
Baker, and that is terrible.
Listen. Not everybody agrees with that. Some people want to get rid of Baker, and they think that we already have answers in house.
Well,
Think about it
some
like that.
people
We
are
just
stupid,
drafted a
then, I would
linebacker.
say. Some people are dumb and wrong.
Yeah.
We
And
just
especially
I would
drafted a
entertain,
linebacker.
I would entertain moving Baker for a second round pick. I would do
and that's
that. You,
and that's
y'all
16
already
million off
know
the
that.
Oh,
books.
you're
And that's 16
crazy,
million
dude.
off the
You're
books.
crazy.
No, Ian, we know your love for Baker, man. We got to keep him on the
Y'all
roster.
already know that.
I mean, but has Baker been productive?
He has been,
He's
but
our most
In
we know
his
his
role, he
efficiency.
has
We
been.
know his
linebacker.
He's
That's
been
efficiency.
the
Ian
most
about it.
tackles on the team
But
like
I
4
think,
years in a row.
listen, but I think in his somewhat limited role, when they took all the responsibility from him and just really gave him a specific role, blitzing, you know what I mean, primarily coverage. I think Channing Tindall can do that. He could,
Yeah,
again, go back and look at how he was deployed at Georgia. Again, I know it's going to be a learning curve transition
of
to the
course.
NFL game.
Yeah.
But again, I think if you just line him up and give him Jerome Baker type responsibilities, I think he can be just as effective, probably even more, because he's a better athlete than what Jerome Baker is.
And he could share
Georgia
snaps
And
has
with
some
that
good
might
Jerome
athletes.
and that
Baker
might
he
be
could
the
share snaps with
mindset.
Melvin
though. I
Ingram.
can't
And
believe
that
it.
might be the mindset of this front office, why Baker allegedly is rumored to be consistently shocked.
Mm-hmm. And remember, he
I
can share
mean, he
It could
snaps
might
be
with
it
be.
Melvin
because
Ingram too. We
Tindall
forget
is
that we
showing
signed
promise.
Melvin
Could
Ingram in
be.
the offseason. And he's a great pass rusher. So hey, just saying. If Tyndall doesn't do it right off the bat, you can start Melvin Ingram and work Tyndall slowly, little by little. And then if you bring in a Reuben Foster, that competes with Landon Roberts at middle linebacker, and then you have something
But
decent. You get me?
listen. Orlando Brown Jr. is not going to get traded for nothing less than the first starting off.
No, I
Starting
Well,
understand that. I understand that. And
So
I'm
you
not
going
doing
so
that.
you going
Well, we're
I'm
going to
not
give
trying
up
I'm
to
our
not
trade
giving
him
up the.
first.
You
I'm not
heard,
trying to
hey,
start trading him
listen,
first.
listen. You heard Chris Greer when he talked about, or it was right after draft time. He said that he is not moving off them picks for next year under
Right,
any
but let me ask you
circumstances.
this, Ian. But we forget we're already in the 2023 season. Why not a
Right?
2024 first if we might lose it? Why not trade that?
But that's
Well,
if
yeah.
they
Oh,
give it to him.
excuse
That's if
me.
they want that.
Yeah.
I like
2024,
that.
absolutely. Yeah,
I just don't know
absolutely.
why it's got to cost Jerome Baker his job.
Well, you got to make the money work.
I don't want
It's a
to I don't want to
business.
weaken my defense for any reason.
They
Are you
already
really
said they're going to
weakening your
have to.
defense? I mean, are you really
Yes.
weak? I mean, are you
Yes.
really weakening
Yes.
that much, your defense
I
that
mean,
much, really?
Ian, be real here, dude. Jerome Baker, yes, is when he's out of position, he gets exposed sometimes. But in the totality of everything the defense asks that man to do in cleanup, there's no one that can take his job and stay healthy. There's just no one on the roster. Could Tyndall become that? Yes, but to throw him out there as a rookie, now you're just asking
But what
for
about
trouble.
Melvin Ingram getting
It's a
Baker
What about
started as a
Melvin Ingram?
rookie.
What
Jerome
about
Baker
Melvin
started
He didn't
as a
start
rookie.
right out the gates. Not right out the gates. He didn't
Yes, he
start
did.
Melvin Ingram right off the start him off and slow in Tyndall?
Jerome Baker started as a rookie. Him and Raekwon McMillan did. Remember, we were in a
If
4-3
they've got
under the Matt
faith
Burke era.
in Tyndall to take Jerome Baker's spot as a starter, the calling the defense and doing whatever they got to do in certain plays, then maybe
Baker doesn't do that. Baker doesn't do that.
Let me
Not
ask
anymore.
you this. Better question for you, Capitan.
But if
And it's the
Roberts is
reason
off
for
the
that.
field, who's it go to?
Because I like
It's gonna
Baker.
go to
I do
Tyndall?
like Baker. I like Baker, but is he worth 16, 17 mil a year?
No, he ain't worth 13.
Exactly.
He ain't worth 13. He ain't
Y'all
worth
also
the
got to keep
13
in
that he's
mind
getting
that
now.
you also got to keep in
And
mind
I
that
think,
management likes to go
ultimately that's the
young.
reason why they got Flo up out of here, bro. It ain't I know the off the field stuff, and he couldn't get along. Everybody couldn't get along, but I think ultimately Stephen Ross said, "God damn it, you gave this,
That's why Baker's linked
incredibly
to the Pittsburgh
deficient
Steelers.
linebacker, $13 million. Get him up out of here.
And who's
That's
his
what got
coach
him
in
fired.
Pittsburgh? And who's going to be his coach in Pittsburgh? Just put two and two together.
It will be
I'm not making up this rumor. I'm not making
Brian
up the rumor.
Flores. Brian Flores.
There you go. I didn't make up the rumor. I'm just telling you.
Well, they like to go young, anyways. They always trying to go young and cheap at the first option if the talent's there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go young.
I mean, if they shop him for a second, that's all going to go to a quarterback for next year. Because for me, I think Tua is not going to be trash with all these weapons. His floor is average. I think at best.
No way.
I think his floor is average. There's no way he's going to be trash. If he's trash, like they failed as a front office.
Now, my thing is this. Greer obviously said he doesn't want to move on from any picks, not just a second, but any picks, right? And we got 2 firsts, we got 2 2/3, and we got a second, right? And if we get another, that's 6 picks in the first 3 rounds. Now, that being said, we gotta be honest with ourselves. If Greer makes a trade for an Orlando Brown, he's admitting that that his drafting wasn't that great, and that could tie things with Tua, the lineman, Austin Jackson, and all these guys he's brought in. So maybe he doesn't do it because he doesn't want to admit that yet. As far as the line, he wants to see what the coaching staff's going to do with the line. So that's why I don't
think
see
the
the
line's
Orlando
gonna be
Brown
that
thing.
bad this year.
And I don't see Kansas City trading him either for a bag of chips either. I mean, he needs to
No,
protect.
you got to
He's
give up a
protecting.
first if you
Yeah,
want.
he's protecting.
I'd rather
Patrick Mahomes.
I'd rather roll roll the dice with Austin Jackson at right tackle. That's what I would do.
Yeah, the line
At
is
this
not going to
point.
be that bad this year, especially with
Yeah,
the
at
two
this
pieces
point.
that they added. It's going to be average. If he can't do nothing with an average line, you need
We
to
need
trade for a
average. That's
different
what we need.
QB.
We need average. We're not average yet. We're gonna see what these
No,
guys
the
develop into.
line, the line is going to be
EM,
average. I'm letting you know right now.
But
With those
I
couple
hope.
pieces that they
I need
added,
15.
it will
I
be.
need 15 overall. Like that's average. 15, 16, that's average. We're not
But
there
that's what
yet.
I'm saying. It will be. That's what I'm trying to tell
Wait,
you.
Batman, what makes
Because
you think we're not there yet?
Because we got to see what these guys develop. I want to see Austin Jack. Can he play right tackle? Can he play right tackle? You know,
Right,
I'd rather
they're
put
not gonna be
Eichenberg. I'd rather put
Play some
Eichenberg.
right
not
tackle.
gonna be
put
flipping him
That's not a
around all
foreign
year.
position to him. He played some before.
I understand that, but I'd rather have Eichenberg at right tackle or the guy that we put in the Robert Jones. I'd rather put him at right tackle. That he played pretty good in the last game of the season against the Patriots.
You know what?
Until he got
Since
hurt.
I think the Dolphins, when you're talking about Eichenberg and Austin Jackson specifically, I think their approach is, I mean, they pretty much were like you're getting the same amount of production no matter where you put him, Jackson or Eichenberg, right? So if they're giving you similar production, well, you're going to bet on the athletic upside, and obviously Austin Jackson is the better athlete of the two. So that's why I think the Dolphins are more inclined to roll with him at right. And again, it might I can easily see. Austin Jackson, the Dolphins getting much better production out of him. Is he going to be a top 10 tackle? Maybe not. But if he's lined up on the right side exclusively, right, he's not facing the opposing team's best pass rusher. You know what I mean? So that alone should help aid in his development. So, no, at this point, Orlando Brown, no, I'm not, dude. I'm not giving that dude no $20 million. Nope, sorry. I'd rather roll the dice with Austin Jackson. Or again, you always have the Robert Hunt.
They told
option.
us
You always have the Robert
O-line
Hunt option.
coaches.
Please, come
Thank
on.
you,
Five
Nikhil.
O-line coaches.
And that would be the reason not to do the deal, Ian. That's the reason why you would not do the deal. You just said it, Robert Hunt. There you go.
Yes,
That's the
move
reason.
Robert Hunt to right tackle
him at right
and
guard,
put Austin
man.
Jackson. Let him and Eichenberg battle it out for right guard.
Hunt is right guard, period.
Yeah, keep him there. He's gonna be a Pro Bowl, man. Keep
to
him
add
at
to
right
you guys'
guard, man.
point too, we have 5 O-line coaches. Let's see what these O-line coaches.
Yeah, if they can't get a couple of top draft picks figured out, they ain't worth a damn.
Players, then let's see some unlocking, because at the end of the day, we also invested in this coaching staff. So let's see what they got.
100%. And McDaniel, look, I always say
You're right,
McDaniel
Miss
said this when
Ben,
he
because
came
we
into
hired
the
a bunch
building.
of locksmiths this offseason, so they need to start doing their job and unlock a lot of
McDaniel
guys.
said that
This
he
is
wanted
true,
to see
Crypto.
Austin Jackson. He did say that.
However,
I'm not
let
gonna
me
lie.
ask a question. You all talking about Reuben Foster being signed as a linebacker.
Middle linebacker.
Ian, my question to you, since you did look at some Denver games, since we out here in Texas, my question is, would Dolphins be better in getting Johnson, the linebacker, out of Denver and bringing him in? Because before he tore his pec, he was a top 3 linebacker playing in the league last year before his injury. Would you instead go ahead, instead of going with Foster, who hadn't played any ball in almost 2 years, go ahead
4 years,
with Johnson
3.5.
and bring him in, and that way you would be set at your linebacker positions. Make the trade for getting Baker, getting him to Pittsburgh. You can get him for a 3. I even give a 3. Get a 3 for him. Go ahead and get him and bring him in, and that way you can have some opportunities to go ahead and get, which I still believe, the right tackle that's a free agent right now, Williams from out of Buffalo. Bring him in.
6'8".
Yes, bring him in, and you don't even have to pay the $20 million. You probably can get him for 10.
I like that.
There's other guys
I like
too.
that too. I like that too.
You got the right tackle from
I
the
like that
Chargers
too.
too. That he used to play for the Packers. What's his name?
Oh, Beluga.
Brian
You have
Bulaga.
him too. He could be a right tackle option. I mean, I know he's
Mhm.
33, and I think Williams is only 29. But
Mhm.
like you said, it ain't
You know,
gonna break
don't
the bank.
forget, when all these teams make their 53-man roster cuts, who knows who's going to be available? Why are we trading and paying
Exactly.
big money
Yeah, and
and bringing in
that's a
camp
very good point.
bodies and stuff?
I've been
Like,
saying
That's
it
a good
for
point. I
weeks.
think
you
that's
know what I'm
exactly what the
saying?
Dolphins are
They're
waiting
waiting for
on.
the
That's
cuts.
exactly
Yeah,
what they're
bro.
waiting
Come
on.
They're
on, man.
waiting
They
for
are,
cuts.
but they also are trying to see
But
what
EM, we in win now
average
mode though, EM.
is. That's the reason why they can't.
Well, I think if they don't make any other additions to the O line, again, there's that it should be enough. It should be enough.
It should be.
But let me ask you this: if we are in win now mode, right? That's what we all feel we are. I know some of us want to say, let's see what happens with Tua. It's not win now mode. We're in win now mode. We invested a lot, like you mentioned, $100 million on the offense. We're in win now mode. We got $14 million right now. We're still number 4 in cap space. We can make another 10, 15, making some cuts, Gaskins, Fedulum, Eric Rowe trades, and you can make more money. My thing is, if you're in win now mode, why not sign a couple guys like a Williams to a 1-year deal, see what they have. Even if you don't want to start and see what Austin Jackson has, you got that veteran behind him just in case.
But they might do that, Batman.
Batman, but we can do that later. We don't gotta do it now, Batman.
But then you lose him. Then you lose a Williams. Then you gotta
same
go.
thing with JC Treader.
Not
Same thing with all these guys, bro.
Not necessarily. We don't have to do it now.
And
the thing is,
somebody
you also have to
better
think
might
about it
come
this way
along too.
So let me ask you this hypothetically. Let me ask this hypothetically.
Players
if
get hurt.
you lose an Armstead, then you got to shuffle the line again. Once again, then you got to put Austin Jackson back at left. You have no veteran leadership behind you. I'm not asking for a Pro Bowler. I'm not asking for a Pro Bowler.
I understand where you're coming from, Batman. But even with your point, which is what I'm saying, players get hurt. You need to save that money so you can pick up somebody down the line. Not necessarily right now.
And what if a better option?
An offensive lineman, nobody gets hurt, and running backs all
and what if a better option shakes loose at some point, in training camp?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I don't think they should be hurried at this point. I think their approach, I would probably more than likely take the same approach. I'll take that wait and see approach.
What has Chris Greer shown us? That he's very patient.
Yeah.
He is.
So
he's not going to.
And he doesn't lose a trade. And he doesn't lose a trade.
He's not going to go do trades and sign $20 million contracts when he picked up the number 1 free agent tackle in the league. I mean, that's just. I don't want to call it overkill because hey, overkill's underestimated, but he's patient though too. We just gotta. we know that
the line is going to be fine. It's going to be average. Now, when you get to the better teams like the Browns, who got 2 good pass rushers, and the Chargers, who got Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, that's when the Dolphins are going to have problems. So y'all need to pray y'all don't face any of those teams.
Us and everybody else, man. You can't stop crazy like that. Not all the time.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, I think the O line is in a much better place with the addition of Teron Armstead. You've got arguably the most important position on the O line solidified, right? At least on paper. We got to see what he looks like. So again, you have that position solidified. So it just frees you up.
Bottom 5.
Yeah, so it just frees you up from a schematic standpoint to address, the other deficient areas on your team. We didn't have that option last year because we had leaks coming from everywhere but right tackle. Right guard, Robert Hunt. So
the only question y'all have on your team is the quarterback. That's the only. Everything else is I wouldn't say perfect, but good enough. Like the offense. The weapons is good.
Nah, middle linebacker, we still don't know. We don't know. If Ruben Foster does sign, that's different. But
you don't need.
This is the thing, though. You do need it because we lost Raekwon Davis last year, and when Raekwon Davis went down, we went to crap when it came to run defense. We went to garbage.
Yeah, but we were also working
the
young guys too.
The whole defense was compromised once Raekwon Davis went out.
Yes.
Once he got hurt.
Defensive line. That's what I said. You need a good defensive line. You need good.
You need a stuffing linebacker. That's what you need. A guy can stop the run. That's what you need.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tindall's going to do it. I think Tindall's going to do it or Foster, but.
Listen, if the defensive
that was
line
what we had last year.
It's going to mask a lot of deficiencies in the linebacker core because the first level is what counts before you get to the second level.
Well, our defensive line's been doing that for years, but I'm not. Listen, our weakest point is our linebacker unit, and that's a fact.
Exactly, but I'm not saying that's not a good thing or a bad thing. I'm saying it doesn't really matter what the defense y'all have. Y'all have good pass rushers and a good secondary. Everything's not going to be perfect. That's a good setup for you to win.
Yeah, but how can you say the linebackers are the weak point and Tindall can fix it?
Yeah, we don't know yet. We don't know.
Is the quarterback is the weakest point on the team.
No,
the weakest point on the team.
It's linebacker.
It's not, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Where do we
It's
rank
not.
as
You
far as
gotta.
linebackers?
It's
Think
not.
about it like that.
It's the biggest question mark. I think is what Gigi's trying to say. The biggest question mark
Yeah.
is the QB position because guess
Which
what?
is the
Even our
most
backup or even our
important.
third string, it's still a question. So I think that's where Gigi's coming from. I don't want to speak for you, Gigi. That's what I
No,
gathered from what you
exactly
were
is
saying.
what I'm saying. Who are the Rams linebackers? Who are the
The
Rams
Rams?
linebackers? Who are the Rams linebackers?
That's a good question.
Exactly, but you know their
Perfect.
defensive lines. You know their defensive line is Aaron Donald. They had Von Miller, and they had the other guy. I forget his name on the other side. And
Leonard
they had
Floyd.
good
Leonard Floyd.
exactly Leonard Floyd, and they had good corners. That's
Yeah, but
the same way.
that's a bad statement because
not.
Aaron Donald is a monster. Like there aren't any other
Okay,
Aaron
they're
Donalds in this
monsters.
league.
This is
There
what I'm
aren't.
saying. You need a good defensive line and
What he-
good secondary.
What he's saying, Batman, is that if you have if your D line is more imposing, it's you don't have to have a dominant second level.
I think what
You know
he's
what I
saying
mean?
also is that
Because
we're gonna
they're
have
getting
a whole summer
your
on
D line.
our
If you
team.
got multiple guys
Ram
constantly
status,
getting in the
but it's good.
backfield,
If
what's
you're
that?
gonna have a
Our D
whole
line is
summer
good,
on
but it's
your
not Ram
team,
status.
it
Like
should
there's
be
levels
on
to
your
this.
linebackers because the
Yeah,
way
but if they can
it's
get to the
dictated
QB
now. If
without
you're gonna have a
Bro,
hole
that's
anywhere,
the
let it be the
Dolphins' problem.
linebackers.
So
the
guess what?
defense last year was top 10,
We
at least
had the
top 10
blitz.
at the end of the season. The
Our
defense was
front
top
four
10.
couldn't generate enough pressure by itself.
Right.
And we had to blitz more
Organic
than any
pressure.
other team in the league last year. That's
Mhm.
the problem. We do
That's why
have
we
a
have
good line.
No.
That's why we have the number one
Hang on.
two
That's not a
safeties in the
problem.
league
No,
with sacks. Man. We do.
no. That's not a problem when you have the guys that can cover, and we do. That's not.
That's
I
what
don't know
I'm saying.
why. I don't know why everybody keep trying to sell this narrative that just because we were the most blitz-heavy team last year. Why is that a problem? We excel. We were the best at it. We were number one in quarterback pressures, number one in hits, the whole nine, and our secondary was what, top 5 for the
If it ain't
most
broke,
part.
don't fix it.
Because we had
So
a good defensive line.
that's
We had
why
people that can rush the passes,
Fl-
and we had people that can
Fl-
cover. Just like the Rams.
Flora,
I'm not saying they're good as the Rams.
listen, that was by design. Flora, again, you got to have a back end to be able to incorporate that level of aggression up front. And we have that, bro. That's not a problem.
Exactly.
That's a blessing to have, bro.
Oh,
Exactly.
but EM, I'm not saying that it wasn't a blessing. What I am saying is this. By us having the type of secondary that we had, because Holland came out, balled out. We have the corners. We have that as far as a secondary goal.
Right.
However, when it comes to having our linebackers in coverage, where we gave up the most yards on defense, was we couldn't protect the run because just as you pointed out, Raekwon was out. When he went out, our defense stunk it up. Then
That's true.
At the same time, the front four couldn't generate as much pressure to make the QBs when we had played our biggest games against the biggest teams, especially the Bills, couldn't generate enough pressure without sending a blitz. And that's the reason why Allen kills the Dolphins every year. We
played them extremely. I disagree.
We played them tough. The only thing that was happening that didn't work
No,
out was
I
the
don't-
quarterback. The offense didn't make no moves. The defense held the Buffalo Bills. The offense was the problem. Why was the offense the problem? Because of the quarterback. That's the only really major problem that we have. Y'all need to see if Tua can be that guy. It all relates to Tua.
Listen, Donald. The issue I felt like with the defense, how sure teams caught up to what we were doing, in a lot of games, especially when we played the better teams. But again, a lot of the attrition that you can lay at the defense's feet is because of them being on the field for so long. We could not truly play complementary. So this is where the responsibility comes on the offensive side of the football, to where to the game plan, every game plan from here on out. Week 1 through 17, the goal should be for us to play complementary, because we know how dominant the defense is. Very good without playing with a lead, but we know how dominant his team can be when we do have a lead.
Yeah.
So no, the scheme is fine, the philosophy is fine. It's just I think we got to play team football. Complementary football is the key.
You have time of possession, and when there's a turnover, take advantage.
In that Tennessee game, that's where it became very glaring. We
Yep.
improved because Raekwon came back. Our front four was playing good football, but the problem was when they had the run game for Tennessee set up their passes with Tannehill, and at the same time we were turning the ball over on offense. That's the thing
that's the only problem. The offense turning the ball over.
But like I'm saying,
we were playing them tough well into the fourth quarter. The wheels didn't
Yeah.
fall off until the fourth quarter.
I don't know.
If
The
So
Tua
again,
wasn't making dumb
the whole
decisions,
game,
that
though.
defense got wore down. The defense got wore
That's
down,
right. The
and
defense
again,
held them, but
it
the
just
offense stalled
snowballed
all
from there
game.
because we couldn't generate nothing offensively.
well, you
And
can
you
say
don't
that,
think-
Neil,
you
but
don't
I watched
think-
that game too. And to me, what Tennessee showed and Vrabel showed, they allowed Tua to move the ball up and down the field up until about the 50 or the 40-yard line in their territory.
But that's not up and down the field. That's not up and down the field. That's
everything
midfield.
down. So I wasn't sitting up here saying that actually played into their favor. This is where, again, everybody should be taking a step up. I'm not looking at last year's defense. To me, last year's defense needs to be better this year.
I would
Same
agree.
thing in
I would
Tua
agree.
With the offense.
How much better do you want him to be, though?
Especially from a health standpoint. Especially from a health standpoint.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They was a top 10 defense.
I'm not
How much better do you want them to get?
especially from a health defense standpoint. If they're healthy, if they're relatively healthy, we don't have Byron Jones compromise, Xavier Howard, especially Raekwon
You can
Davis.
count on them being relatively more healthy because they're relatively playing less snaps because
If
the
that
offense should be
happens-
doing its job more.
If
You
that
know what I'm
happens,
saying?
we'll
And they're
see.
getting
They should be even better, a better version of what we've seen the last 2 years, not let alone
That
last
is
year.
exact. And I'm gonna bounce out, but I'll leave you guys with this. And it goes back to what TD was saying earlier about Tua needing to be a top 10 quarterback. I think more importantly than that, not just for the scheme, but also for Tua and the type of quarterback he is, it's most important it's a top 10 rushing attack. Or even in as high up as we can get. Most important for that, because that's gonna
happen.
Look no further than
he can't be a top 10 quarterback and have a top 10 rushing attack.
I'm saying he's not going to be a top 10 quarterback. That more importantly than him getting to top 10 status, I don't think he can. I'm looking at the names.
If he's not a top 10 quarterback, he's not going to be on this team next year.
Now that may be a fact. But again, I got to trust on my eyesight that maybe something along him getting top 13, 13, 12, maybe even, or even 14. But I see something.
Get another quarterback.
I got that, but I gotta say, if maybe he's shown me something with the running attack, and then he can do more. But that's all I'm saying. I to think that he's gonna break the top 10. I mean, that would take a Josh Allen type of leap. It really would. Can he do that? Maybe, but that's a big thing to look for. He doesn't have
with these
arm
weapons.
talent.
With so many people running a 4-2, he's going to have to. There's no reason why you shouldn't be top 10.
I'll say this. I know we didn't have this talent level last year, but again, it's not necessary. It's not all about what the personnel around him. It's about how Tua sees the field. That's what it's about. Period. Everything that falls under that umbrella. Because we saw last year in the Jets game. We saw in the Jets game they had the running game. They had the support. They had the protection, and Tua was consistently missing reads, making bad decisions, and throwing the ball, making
number
interceptions.
10 right now.
It's
And we talked
about
about this last night. Who was number 10? Who was number 10? EM, do you remember last night who it was?
What's that?
Remember when last night we were talking in the space?
Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers.
It was Aaron Rodgers. That's number 10. So that means he's got to take over Aaron Rodgers from last year. That's crazy to even think.
He's going to have to.
That's crazy to even think. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
With the weapons that he has
I agree that he could.
No, man. I don't see top 10. I'm praying he can get. I'm praying he can get to 12, but I think he'll probably fall in the 15 range, in the 14 to 15 range. I think.
Yep. And a top 10 rushing attack, along with that spells successful football. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all.
All right, Cap. Salute to you, man. Be good, bro. Be good, bro.
That's fine, but they want to get rid of Tua.
TD concerning him talking about Tua getting in the top 10. You got 14 teams that are eligible for the playoffs. So that means there's 7 QBs per conference. And that's the reason why I was saying Tua got to get over. He's got to be at least number 14. If he can get to number 14, Number 14 to number 12, he golden. He's
gonna have to be
he
top
wanted
10.
in top 10, but he doesn't have to get there. To me, just
Bro,
as he
listen,
indicated,
this is
if getting to a good running game will help Tua more to develop in his processing of being a better quarterback. He has to show, and this team has to show the physicality at the O-line. This is where you, me, Ball Game, and TD all agree. You start at the trenches. And as far
he's gonna have to be top 10.
The trenches, that's right. If the trench work is in line and working the way it's supposed to, this team will be successful. I have no doubt about it. I want to see the trench work, and where I will see that it improves is on the D line. I want to be able to see they get pressures as well as tackles for loss without blitzing. Not saying take away the blitz because it was successful. We were the best at doing it. But that would be a scary thing to see this team now being able to exert pressure on QBs, opposing QBs, with just the front four. The top three, because we play a 3-4. All right. But number 2, our O-line. And to me, this is the only knock. And because everybody hits and misses on picks. This is my knock against Chris Greer. The O-line, your quarterback, if you want to see him succeed, he has to have the O-line together. And they have yet. Now, this year was the best they addressed it by signing Armstead.
Facts. And Connor Williams.
Yeah, and Connor
But you can't put the O-line on the QB.
The weakest, the right side is his blind spot. That's how he got hurt last year.
Mm-hmm.
You still haven't really addressed the right side of the line. Hunt is a good right guard.
Right guard.
He was actually playing right tackle before he got moved to that spot.
Mm-hmm.
I want it solidified.
They blitz from the.
Well, all the excuses are gone. So
they didn't blitz from his blind side last year. They didn't.
Yeah, but that's how he got hurt. Though.
That's how he got hurt. That's how he got hurt.
Well,
but it wasn't his blind side.
It was his blind side. It was Jesse Davis.
Mr.
Jesse,
O'Reilly, that's what I call Jesse Davis.
Jesse Davis didn't even. I don't know what. I don't listen. That was a fundamental breakdown of communication because Jesse Davis didn't even put a fingernail on Epinesa when he hit to him.
Oh, he did. He pushed Epinesa a bit. He pushed him a little bit from the back.
No. He didn't even see him.
No.
He passed right by him. I'm saying he gave him a little Michael Jordan stiff arm. He gave him a little Michael Jordan.
He didn't even do that. He was still in his stance by the time he came out of his set.
Donald, let me tell you something, Donald. Listen, this is why he's gonna have to be top 10. It's 14 teams that make the playoffs. That's both divisions. I mean, both conferences.
Right.
We only going to have 7 teams to make it to the playoffs in our conference.
Right.
So he's going to have to be top 10 because most of the people that's top 10 in the AFC, the quarterbacks in the AFC is in the top 10. You got Patrick Mahomes, you got Russell Wilson, you got Joe Burrow, you got Justin Herbert, you got Derek Carr, you got Lamar Jackson. That's 7 right there. He's going to have to beat out one of those quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson, if he comes back. Then you got other people that might make it just off the fact that they like Mac Jones might show improvement in year 2. You got
we're not even talking
with
about
Doug
Trevor
Peterson.
Lawrence. You're not even talking about Zach
Exactly.
Wilson at the Jets,
Trevor
and that's
Lawrence.
the team that scares me more than anybody else.
So he's going to have to be top 10 because most of the top 10 is in the AFC. He's going to have to beat out those quarterbacks.
Offense better than anybody else. Robert Saleh at the New York Jets. That team scares me.
But I will say this though: they're 0-12 in the division the last 2 years. So I'm not.
But that's the last 2 years.
We're talking about
I understand they made a major improvement. They had a major improvement.
And again, hey, listen. That same team, we were down double digits in both of those games. Remember?
Exactly.
Hey, we were.
I
but
told
I'm not
y'all.
scared. Listen, you know what I'm scared of? I'm scared
saying.
of Von Miller lining up with Austin Jackson. That's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm scared of.
Bro,
We got to face that guy twice.
Help. No, they're going to have.
Yeah, I know we got Alec Ingold. I know we got Alec Ingold to help on that side, but still, Von Miller against Austin Jackson. Just hearing that Come on.
Yes.
Bro, but y'all already know that the Bills is going to be a problem. What y'all need to be worried about is them teams that y'all think not going to be a problem, like the Jets, who made a good jump last year, and they made good improvements. So you got to take into account that was their first year. Well, Zach Wilson and Mac Jones, they're going to have more time to get their body together. They're going to have more time to study, watch film from last year, and y'all had a problem with the Jets last year. So y'all giving yourselves 2 games of the Jets to win. What if y'all split or don't win both games with them or Mac Jones and the Patriots? Like, it could be a good chance that y'all split or don't win both of them.
Hey,
I want to address a comment real quick. I see CB83 in the comments, and he said with our running game, he won't have to be top 10 for us to win games. Listen, I'm telling you now. I know there's a lot of optimism surrounding Mike McDaniels and the expectation that he's going to drastically in 1 year, one offseason, improve the 32nd ranked rushing offense and propel them into the top 10. I'm telling you now, you're fooling yourself. You need to stop. They made big time additions. Maybe as of right now on paper, the coaching looks like it's better. We'll wait and see what the product looks like on the field here in another month. But that is not going to happen. Tua is not going to have San Francisco level production support in the run game in year 1. That's not happening.
Exactly.
So if you cannot replicate that level of production, well, guess what? How are you going to move the football? Well, more responsibility is going to fall on Tua. Tua is going to have to make plays.
Let me ask you this though. I know this is a
Tua's
stretch.
going to have to make plays.
I know this is a stretch, and we don't mention him too often, but I mean, this is one of the players I'm intrigued by in training camp coming up, and I'm going to be there for 6 out of the 8 days. Saquandre White, if he shows out, man, and granted, he's number 5 right now. No, is he number 5? Yeah, he's number 5 on the totem pole. You know, he's probably or 6 if you want to put Jared Stokes. He's a running back. So he's a running back, and from South Carolina, I believe. 6 yards per carry. I know it's college, but I've looked into stats as far as players that average 6 yards per carry in college, the transition, like Leonard Fournette. You know, I'm not granted, I'm not calling him a Leonard Fournette because he was undrafted, right? But if this kid shows out, man, he could be a gem. He could be that running back. Granted, it's going to be a lot of hurdles of guys he has to go over, especially if Raheem Morrison's healthy, because we don't know yet the status of Raheem. We don't know if he's going to be week 1 ready to go. We hear he is, but we don't know.
I mean, if he's healthy, Raheem Mostert is a top 10 running back.
But Batman, one thing you got to take in mind, because I'm an SEC apologist. The reason why White did not get drafted
is 40 time. It's 40 time.
Yep. He fumbles the rock. That's something you got to watch for. Now, if he has corrected that by keeping the ball up high and keeping it at pad level and being able to secure the ball, he can be a gem. But that was the
Zamir White from Georgia?
No, South Carolina.
No, South Carolina. I think what got him undrafted was more than anything was his 40 time. I think it's because he ran in the 4.7s. You know, again, and he's faster than that.
They don't respect running backs in the draft no more unless you
he's faster than what that. I think he just had a bad 40. You know, some guys just can't line up and run the 40 time. You know what I mean? Right. So, but I think ultimately that's what got him undrafted was his 40 time. But you know, yeah, Batman, absolutely. I'm hoping he's a player that I'll be paying real close attention to moving forward, because you know, all indications, you know, from day 1 since they got him, not only on the field but in the classroom, he's been impressive, bro.
You already got a nickname from the coach, Dr. White.
So we'll see.
You already got a nickname.
My thing is, if y'all so worried about the running game, it's like, bro, if the running game is working, okay, there's Tua is still going to have to step up, because certain teams are going to say, we're not respecting Tua, we're going to load the box and put 8 in the box. Tua's going to have to step up regardless.
You're right. But that's a double-edged knife right there, because you start stacking the box, and you got guys like Tyreek and Waddle. Then you're playing with yourself. Then you're asking it. So you do got to establish a run game. You do got to establish a run game. You do, because that opens up the play action. It opens up everything. And it starts with the running game. And granted,
absolutely
has a lot of points.
Absolutely, I think we'll be better. But the question is, how much, you know, if the expectation is getting San Francisco CB83, San Francisco level production, That's where I'm saying you're fooling yourself. You're being unrealistic. Now, absolutely, the run game should be just based off personnel alone. Just the presence of Teron Armstead alone should enhance the overall application. But at the end of the day, bro, if the expectation is the San Francisco level production, that ain't happening. And also, how much production is Tua going to need, right, in order to put him in a situation where you're maximizing the overall potential of this offense? That's the big question mark. Is it 20th? Is it 15th? Is it 12th? Which one is it? We'll see. That question will be answered very shortly. But I see CB in the comments. I said San Francisco level production. That's what I said, bro.
But listen,
the scheme alone is not going to. The scheme alone is not going to equate. What's that?
Didn't they rush for 150 during the Jets and Tua still struggled?
I'm sorry. What's that? Say that again, bro.
I'm saying didn't Duke Johnson and the other running backs rush for like 150 yards against the Jets and Tua still?
He had his worst game.
So how much more rushing yards do y'all think y'all need for Tua to make up for what he's lacking?
That's why it goes down. Like I said, Tua's biggest issues. I keep telling you. I keep telling everyone. Okay. If Tua improves seeing the field, processing, however you want to term it, if he takes a significant leap in that area of his game, Tua will be highly productive. If he won't, he'll still be struggling, and we will not be able to maximize all of this collection of talent next year. We won't do. I mean, this year we won't do it
because he still has to see the field to throw the ball to the weapons.
Exactly.
That's not taking the onus off of Tua just because we're saying the running game needs to be much improved. The facts are, you still, just as EM pointed out, our running game, even with Duke Johnson running over 120 plus yards in 3 or 4 games out of 4 games. The bottom line is our run offense was ranked 32 out of 32 teams. Period.
But it doesn't matter, Donald. If they rushed for 150 yards, if they rushed for 150 yards for one game and Tua had his worst game, how many more times are you going to rush for 150 yards and think Tua is going to have a better game?
But the thing is, it wasn't consistent. Again, that's not to take the onus off of Tua with better play on the field. No one is disputing that. Tua is the one that has to improve as well. But again, this is a team game. All areas must improve. And I believe one of the best improvements for Tua, if we want to see improvement from Tua, is trench play. O-line and
so Donald, let me ask you this, Donald.
We'll see it. I'm not trying to make an excuse for Tua. And Tua got to perform. Period. We got to strike now to find out whether or not we're going to be trying to go for a franchise, draft another QB or not. I'm hoping we don't have to. I'm hoping that our 2 first-round picks can begin to start something else and we begin to build this dynasty, baby.
So let me ask you something, Donald.
GG, let me take this real quick because I gotta go. I'm so sorry. Let me take this real quick.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Listen, Donald. I'm done with drafting a QB, man. I mean, we keep drafting QBs. We need to stop. We need to get a veteran. If we're on this path of the rebuild has already been completed. Now we just fine tuning it. We need to focus on a better quarterback that can go ahead and take this team to the next level. Because that's the only thing that we have.
We can do both things too. We can do both.
We can do both. Fine, but
that's no argument. That's plug and play.
Yeah. That makes sense. And the only way I want to see a QB drafted is if and only if we are getting somebody that is a transitional QB, i.e. Brady, who we're probably going to get only for 1 or 2 years. Then fine, I understand drafting a QB in that sense. But if right now we're not going to be drafting or picking up somebody like Brady or another player that we have in the long term, then just randomly drafting a QB, it's not going to make sense for us because we'll be right back in this field all over again.
Miss Fins, totally agree with you. But what I'm saying is right now, Miami has the draft capital. If we're going to move from offer to, then guess what? I know Greer is saving that up in order to try to invest in getting one of those top QBs that's coming out here. But I'm with you. I don't want to draft one. But the facts are, if we don't produce, to what our expectations are, at
Facts.
least playoffs and above, that's on the table. That's going to be the number one
100%.
thing because everything else is solidified. And
But y'all better
at
hope.
the same time,
Y'all better
you
hope
get
that
Brady because he is a free agent. You get him and bring him in, and that person begins to learn up underneath him. I'm with you. I'm tired of this QB.
Real quick, because I'm taking off too, but real quick, 100% on that. 100% on that. You're 100% factual. And again, I say this, Miss Fins. And again, at the end of the day, listen, before Deshaun Watson was become available, because nobody would ever thought he would have been available, because he was a top, in my opinion, at the time, especially with the stats he came out with, the top 5 quarterback, right? So at the end of the day, this is preparing itself in a situation where Miami next season is going to be a hotspot for every single quarterback in the league, whether you're on contract, whether you're a free agent. Listen, it's what Brady did. Brady looked at the landscape. He saw Tampa, great receivers, great defense. What did Brady say? I'm going over there. Every other quarterback in the league, you see Waddle and Tyreek on this team, they're going to want to play here. They're going to want to play here. With that defense,
Brady.
a top 5 defense, let's get serious. You can get any quarterback you want. You can pick your quarterback at that point. So, hey, I just wanted to say fins up. Appreciate you, TD, and everybody. Yeah. Much love. Fins up. And catch you guys in training camp.
Yeah, I'm out too, gentlemen. Hey, it's been a pleasure, fellas. Y'all be good. Y'all be good.
Be good, man. Be good.
Yeah, I gotta go too. But guys, thank you, Donald, and I appreciate you with your point, what you're saying, because I get it. I totally get it. It's just my thing. I'm not trying to start the wheel all over again. That's where I was coming from when just picking up a QB. Because then it's like, come on, man. Now we're just redoing it all over again. I'd rather take that capital and get somebody solidified that I already know at least they have something. They have years under their belt, like a Lamar or like a Deshaun. Obviously, Deshaun's no longer available, but even he's available. Everybody's moving. Let's be real. But at the end of the day, I just don't. Right now, I need to see somebody that's a veteran quarterback with this team. And drafting for the future is over, in my opinion, when it comes to QB. We got to draft for the now. And by draft for the now, I mean pick up an actual veteran QB that can actually take this team and like Batman said, take it to the next level. Year 1, boom, they make it to the Super Bowl. Boom, they win the Super Bowl over there in Tampa. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to use the capital to actually draft a QB. If I can use it to get a QB, even somebody that's under contract that I know is going to take this team, this defense, to the next level, which is the Super Bowl, period. There's no other level than that, because this one should take us, and I totally agree with TD, with what he said earlier. This team is a minimum AFC championship. I'm not saying you got to win it, but minimum AFC championship, because we have way too much talent, better than the last couple of years, for us to do less. It's irregardless of the head coach.
Well, you know,
exactly. It's going to depend on the QB.
But Miss Fins, I'm totally in agreement with you, except one thing. Again, the stats prove the record proves itself. We are on our 5th rookie head coach in 10 years. And to me, that's a common denominator from what we're seeing as far as having consistency, because right now what we got is mediocrity based on us making this many changes at the top too often. And so I hope we get I'm with you and TD. I hope the QB issue is settled. If it's settled, we don't have to worry about this. And anything, this is dynasty preparation. But in the meantime, what we have to do, we do have to answer those questions that are still out there. And again, trench work is not solidified. We still got to get that answered. And our quarterback. And this is where I'm coming from with you. Totally agree. This is not taking Tua out of the situation. He is responsible. He was a number 1, a first round pick. He's got to play like it now. He's got to play as a 3-year starter. That this is his time. And he got to play. If he doesn't play, then we need to move on. And if we got to move on, so be it. Let's move on and go where we got to go. But I'm pulling for the kid. I am pulling for him. But at the same time, everybody got to step their game up. I just want to see what the product is going to be based on us having a new rookie head coach again.
Yeah, I get that, Donald. But
want to see. Because
even with that, Donald, and I don't mean to cut you off because I do gotta go, but even with that, we don't have gaping holes in his team. We really don't. The
The only
defense
hole
is
is the
already
QB.
set. Can we upgrade? Absolutely. Every team can always upgrade, can always add youth, can always get veterans. I'm not saying that. We're already set in the defense. This team is already set in the offense too. We don't have gaping holes. And we also don't need in those key factor positions to have top 5 type of play. Even if we have middle of the road, top 16, top 15, top 14, we'll be able to do it. I mean, look at the Bengals with their 22nd ranked O line. And they made it happen, and they were left and right. They were getting this man killed. So at the end of the day, we don't have to have top play everywhere. But if you're gonna
Exactly.
if you're gonna upgrade your coaching staff, because that's what you told me, what was wrong with Flores, then now I need to see with the players that we have. That's the only measurable I can give this coaching staff, including the rookie head coach. Because guess what? This rookie head coach is not coming into a rebuilt team. He's coming to do half his job, which is the offense. And not even half his job, really a quarter. Because if you think about it, even our offense was still pretty good. We just needed other players, just key players here and there. And the only real thing that we have to work on is the O line, which, by the way, guess what? It's pretty much the same with the exception of 2 guys. So, have we really changed this team that drastically? No, we've added 3 guys, and that's really it. So he's not coming with a ground zero team like Flores did. Flores was the consistency, and if we would have had the 5 years, you're telling me he wasn't going to focus on the offense this year? Of course, he's going to start out with the defense because that's exactly what he knows. But then guess what? He would have worked on his offense with due time. It would have made it happen. So at the end of the day, now what's his name? Mike McDaniel. He's gonna have to finish this 5-year plan that we're on because now it's on him. Period. And he doesn't have 2-3 years. And a lot of people want to say, "Oh no, he's a rookie. He's not gonna get fired after 1 year." We don't make it. Yeah, right. He's out of here. Period. Doesn't matter. But at least he'll have the experience. That's being factual, in my
I
opinion.
mean, he put his job on the line for Tua.
Yeah, he is. He hates to wagon to Tua, and that's on him. And everybody wants to say, which I've had this conversation before, yeah, but if he's a rookie head coach, they're going to give him a chance to pick his own QB and pick his own. No, not necessarily.
No, because we're not
Plenty of
rebuilding.
first-year head coaches have been fired after their first year. So at this point, you got to make it or you're out of here because clearly, guess what? Everybody wants to sleep on this whole, no, forget it. Why are we going to have more distractions with Sean Payton and Brady and blah, blah, blah? They're not distractions when facts are coming out left and right. It's been consistent. For a distraction is one rumor here or there. This has been factual for the last 2 years that moves have been apparently been trying to plan out. So at the end of the day, he's got a lot he's got behind him. He better pick up that fire and he better keep going because he's not gonna make it as a head coach here if he doesn't take this team to minimum AFC championship, in my opinion. So we'll see. But thank you, TD, for having me. Thank you guys for having me too. And obviously, love it, everybody here. You guys, I'll see you guys later. Okay, fins up.
Fins up.
Fins up.
But Donald, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reason he's going to have to be a top 10 QB is because the running game, they can give y'all the run. You see what I'm saying? They can give y'all the run, let y'all run down the field, but as soon as they get to the red zone, they start loading the box and the field gets shorter. He's going to have to either one, they're going to have to scheme up something or some way for them to get in the end zone and from 10 to 20 yards, or he's going to have to throw the ball to complete the drive.
I agree. But you listen to what you're saying. You're saying if the running game gets them there. So that shows you that you need, just as EM said earlier, complementary football has to be there. And it's the same with the offense. The way to make Tua dangerous, and not just Tua, but
any quarterback. Yeah, any quarterback.
Yes. Any quarterback is if you have both working at the same time. The Fins in the last, I would even say 15 years, the last 15 years, the last time it had anything like that, and in Marino's era, he never had a running game, period. But if this team can have a semblance of both good quarterback play, making good decisions, as well as getting the ball where it needs to get, and also having the running game to show itself that, look, oh, go to sleep if you want to. We'll take this down your throat and we'll score on you this way. That's what's going to make this offense dangerous. We have not had that. And we put too much of the onus just on the QB position, which, in all honesty, you picked number 5 overall in the first round. You should have that pressure on you. So now I'm not saying this is not to absolve Tua. I'm saying I don't want him to be the reason why the team is not successful, period. I want him to be the reason why the team is successful based on the fact that we do have balance on our offense, to whereas when we need to pass, and we can pass and be successful, but the run game is there all the time to show that it is a threat anytime we go from out of the passing modes. The Dolphins' biggest problems is when we have to play teams in cold weather in November and December and January. And if we don't have no running game and we're just totally dependent on Tua, especially in that snow game in Tennessee, we toast. We got to have that running game. We got to.
But that's what I'm saying. If you got a running game, that means any quarterback can come in this offense and put up probably the same numbers as Tua. So with his contract coming in, how much you think he's going to want and how much do you think they're going to pay him?
With him right now, he's not going to get the kind of payday that he's hoping to get right now, being a former first round number 5 overall in his production. He's not going to get the money that a lot of the top 10 quarterbacks are going to be able to command. Not right now, unless he just had a phenomenal season. Right now, he hasn't shown that. And I agree with you. Like I said, he's got to show up. The excuses are removed. And like I'm saying, that's the reason why I can listen to the critiques as well as I can listen to the praises. The facts are this team as a whole has to put up or shut up. It's time to put up now. So let's see. Let's see.
Shout out to all the people who are just getting off work, 6 p.m. Just after the 6 p.m. hour. We've been live for going on 4 hours. Woo! Salute to everybody who's been on the panel, adding their insight and their thoughts right now. Finn's take with CB83, man. Where you at? You supposed to be up here, man. You got that new platform. You supposed to be showing people what you got. Where you at, man? Let's go. Rashad J, you talking all that. Come on in here, Rashad J. Don't be running. Don't be running. All these opinions in the comment section. Why they can't get on?
About Flores up. Okay. Now I want to see this. I want to see if this same kind of hate gonna be there. If we start out as everybody been talking about, if we go 2-4 in the first 6 games, I want to hear the same thing.
Where that same energy at?
There's a lot of moving parts at this thing.
We better not. We better be 4-2 at a minimum.
Flores probably was the best thing for the Dolphins.
And we'll be pitchforks and torches if we go 2-4. All hell's gonna break loose at that point.
Yes. But see, I would even give it this way. I will say the worst right now, to where as we can see, is 3-5 in the first 8 games. Because again, we got 17 games. So
yeah. So the first 8 games.
In 3-5 in the first 8, then it's over. But outside of that,
3-5. Okay.
2-4, you still can turn it around. Because 2-4, if you finish up and let's say you go on a run like you did last year and you only lose 1 in your last 8, hey, you still in the playoffs. That makes you 12-5. You there. So let's see. Let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, that's depending on if y'all
everybody else falls apart. Or if everybody else start falling apart that's ahead of you.
Which is possible because we see what the injury bug can do. That's the reason why I said every year, hope is the thing that spreads eternal. because guess what? Everybody got that hope of getting to a Super Bowl. Everybody is 0-0. It's when the season starts and we see where we are. So let's just see. I'm not, me personally, looking and seeing rookie head coaches. I've only seen 3 rookie head coaches watching football since 1969 to actually come out and start off and be at that high level and continue winning throughout their time. I've only seen 3. So let's see if McDaniel is one of them. But me personally, TD, I think you had put that on last week when you talked about Sean Payton and Brady getting here next year. I think that's a real possibility because I don't put nothing past this owner right now.
But maybe Tua just balls out. He a top 10 quarterback, and none of that matters because we got our guy.
There you go.
Right, then it wouldn't matter. You're right.
That would be nice.
Yes, and it could.
I mean,
that'll be the best case scenario, but that's the thing.
But y'all don't believe it's gonna happen.
No, I would say no, because you can't have a quarterback with that mentality as I'm gonna just do what I have to do and nothing more.
Here's the issue that Dolphin fans keep on ignoring. They don't want to talk about. The real reality is this. It's going to be hard. It could be real hard to determine if he's a franchise quarterback this year. There is a scenario where we still don't know. And that's where it comes to the whole, okay, Tua gave us 4,000 yards. He gave us 26 touchdowns and 14 picks. The running game was good. The defense was good. We go to a AFC championship game. It still may not tell you.
Exactly. So do you give him the 40 mil? Because somebody's going to if he picks up.
Well, they say they don't have to worry about that yet because you'll still have a fourth year, because this is the third. But
yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. You can also do the 5th year option.
But the issue here is the fact of now you got those first round picks and you got a decision to make. But it doesn't mean he's a franchise, nor does it mean he's not. It's the Baker Mayfield situation, ladies and gentlemen. He gave him a season. He gave him a season where they went 11-5 and he played great football, good football. And you don't know, but they loaded the team and you love the direction they were headed. And then all of a sudden, he bit you because you picked up the 5th year option because of it, and you got bit by it. The issue that I have is we need to know this year, because will we have these kind of assets again?
I mean, if you trade back, but you see what the Browns did. They didn't play. They saw Baker had 2 good years, 2 bad years. Once Deshaun Watson became available, they didn't play with it. They said, go get him.
Yeah, and Baker won a playoff game. And he won a playoff game.
Against a rival. A division rival.
This team is so loaded that you could be fooled easily.
Exactly.
That's the point. That's the issue that I have. You could be fooled easily. He can have a good season, but this is the best team he ever gonna have. 2 years from now, this team won't exist because you got to give him money, and all these other young guys got to get money.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I am telling y'all that this is the worst. I don't like the situation because you can go into this season still not knowing or thinking you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the only way you'll know is if it was like a historic season, like undeniable. I ain't talking about Tua's playing good, solid football. The talent around him say he should.
I mean, if he's even comparable, I mean, like if he's even a good quarterback, he's going to have a top 10 year, because any other good quarterback will have a top 10 year with these weapons. Point blank, period. And this defense, they will have a top 10 year.
Somebody said you use those 2 first rounders for O lineman. What you gonna do about the quarterback position? if it doesn't pan out? What are you gonna do after next year if it shows that it ain't it?
But listen, TD, this is what the Browns had to make a decision. They had to make a decision if they wanted to pay Baker Mayfield that $40 million contract, because they offered him 25 and he didn't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Browns had a top 5 offensive line, top 5 run game with one of the best running backs in the game, and the second one not far behind it. And they had 2 other running backs that could be starters on any other team with Dearness Johnson and the other guy. So you had a top 10 defense, but the only question was the quarterback. That's why I said they should have made that move.
I'm glad you brought that up again, G, because I wanted to expand on that earlier when I heard you talking about that earlier, and I wanted to kind of give a little pushback to Donald, not too much, just to say that, you know, the biggest thing about where we're at now as opposed to where we could be, let's say all things being equal, our time of possession last year was 30 for 30, and I just know that if the quarterback production alone increased, then that's going to cause a residual effect right through the running game, down through the offensive line, passing game, and keeping the defense off the field longer.
Exactly.
You know, so I'm not so sure that if you look at where the deficiencies were for the defense in the first half of the season, I'm not so sure that itself doesn't cure that.
Well, and
when it comes to beating the better teams, you know what I mean?
I got your color, and I understand.
TD, hold on one second. TD,
opposite. You could use that same philosophy in the same way.
Uh-huh.
If by chance the running game would have been made more of a priority, to whereas he would have had opportunity to be able to process and stop instead of.
Well, and I don't disagree. I mean, if you're talking about remedying the reasons why our quarterback was underproductive, and it's still the same point that the quarterback needs to increase his production.
Oh, totally agree.
But that's the same thing with the Browns.
But
the Browns
this
had
is
a
where
top
TD's
5 running
T-shirt
game.
needs to come out, in which I've been looking on the merch store. TD.
That's a good point. They had a top 5 running game.
Yeah, the Browns had a top 5
Time will
running.
tell. I got to get it going, man.
Yes.
Hold on, real
Browns
quick,
had a top
real
5
quick,
running game.
real quick. G, real quick.
Appreciate your
I want to
perspective,
know.
though, Dom.
I want to know what world are we living in that Tua said that we're giving Tua 40 mil or even close to a max contract? What world is that?
But this is. We only said 40 mil because we said if he had a good year this year. We're saying if he comes out this year and has 4,000 yards, 36 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions, he's going to want that in the open market.
Okay, he could want all he wants. He's not getting it because one thing there's only one thing that Tua has shown us is that you have to put pieces around him, and it can't be bottom basement pieces. It can't be mid-level pieces. It has to be some quality pieces. So that's the only thing he has shown us through college and in the NFL, that you have to put great pieces around him. Even if he balls out this year, it only shows, hey, you got to put quality pieces around him. So the only deal that Tua could sign is look at Tom Brady and do what Tom Brady did. He could only sign discount deals.
Somebody in the league is going to see that year and
you
pay
are
him the
very
money.
right, because there are dumb GMs out there. You are right.
Somebody's going to pay him that
And
money.
either way, a GM will be dumb enough to do it. You are right.
Exactly.
A GM will be dumb enough to pay it.
They'll be falling for fool's gold. What they'll be doing. That's the definition of fool's gold.
Thank God Greer is smarter than that.
Yeah,
He won't be here
like that. Somebody's going to be desperate enough to throw money at him, especially if they have.
I don't know.
So
all the pieces, my guy says, hey, all Tua has shown us is, hey, I could do it if you put pieces around me. That's his whole career, and that's dating back to college.
Yeah, but what if the Saints need a quarterback?
Hold on. So
what if Jameis Winston signs somewhere else and the Saints need a quarterback and they want to all from 35 to 40 mil a year?
Then
you let him walk.
Hold on. So
Exactly.
Rude Awakening said, okay, so what if he had is this what it? No, that ain't what he had wrote. that I was reading.
Oh, I'm about to say, talking about what McDaniels, talking about if he hadn't coached the game yet, he has a coaching staff and everything.
No, he said, okay, now, so we already developing the rhetoric that if Tua ball out, then we are for being fooled and it's fake. Come on, TD, if Tua ball out, give him all his marbles. Well, I want to make sure I read that because I want to make sure we're very detailed on what I meant by that. Okay. First of all, balling out is evident. I'm not talking about balling out. Balling out is freaking 4,500 plus yards, 40 touchdowns, less than 15 picks in that. That's balling out with a 68 plus complete percentage. I'm talking about him having 4,000 yards, 27 touchdowns, 15 picks, a good season like Baker did that year. They went 11-5. Not balling out, but a good solid season. So let's make sure we're clear on what we're saying here. So if Tua balls out, all he will get is his marbles. But I'm not talking about that product of what's around you good season, like Baker Mayfield gave when they went 11-5. That's what I'm trying to explain to you here.
And they almost beat the Chiefs.
Balling out is very evident. You'll know when he's balling out. No one will question the ball out. You'll see the crazy good passes. You'll see the impact he puts on the game. But just doing your job like Jimmy G and making sure your completion percentage is high for the dinking and dunking, and you're not a major reason why we're losing or anything like that, and you end up with 4,000 yards, 27 touchdowns, and 14 picks, 15 picks, that ain't balling out. So you are correct. There ain't no rhetoric that if Tua balls out, because if he balls out, everybody need to give him his flowers. But make sure we're clear on what balling out is now.
And it has to be a higher standard for him. He's a top 5 pick. He's not. Jimmy G was a second, third round pick. He has to show and prove that you were that top 5 overall pick. There's more pressure on you. That's why I was more pressure on Baker Mayfield, because he wasn't a second round pick. He was the number 1 overall drafted quarterback. He didn't show that he was a number 1 overall drafted quarterback. He showed that he was an average quarterback that helped, that benefited off of a good defense and a good running game. They were one play away from beating the Chiefs that year and going to the AFC Championship. One play away, and the Chiefs had the backup.
Man, stop all that talk, man. Nobody care about that, bro. You keep talking for you. I know you a Browns fan, but we don't care nothing about what you're talking about,
bro. It don't matter that I'm a Browns fan. What I'm saying.
All right, CB, I'm
coming
CB,
in with the hot. Yeah, Von Joe. You know,
CB, you waited till I get here.
I'm hot listening to this dude.
Go ahead. What do we got? What do we got for it?
Get Ian back up here ASAP. Get Ian back up here ASAP, man.
He was in here, man. He was in here.
Get him back up here,
He
man.
said you was running from him.
Yeah, running. Okay. I'll show you running. I was running to the house so I can get on this damn mic. That's what I was doing.
What I'm saying for what I'm saying comparing the Browns to the Dolphins is if y'all get to that level.
First of all, we're not gonna beat the Browns because we're not choking. So don't even worry about us being the Browns.
Y'all haven't even made it to the playoffs.
It's okay. We haven't had the team to do that. So now we got the team, and we're not gonna beat the Browns. I can guarantee you that.
You think you're gonna beat the Browns?
We will beat the Browns. Yes, we will.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I don't doubt it.
Bro,
I'm confident.
I'm
confident, bro. I don't see the Browns.
We can bet.
I don't see the Browns.
We can bet 150 that they don't beat the Browns.
It's a.
With or without Deshaun. With or without Deshaun Watson.
Put it up.
Man,
You just said
with or without. With or without Deshaun Watson.
That's disrespectful. Yeah.
With or without Deshaun Watson.
All right, G, you gotta relax. Don't let the emotional wave take you. Don't let the emotional wave take you.
Hey, listen, y'all. Listen. I was with GG until he said with or without Watson.
Exactly. I was with you.
You better not lose that game, boy.
You lost.
But then I said, I'm gonna shut up. Then I said I'm gonna shut up because any team that loses to the Jags last year, I don't know what to think anyway. So, it is what it is.
The Bills lost.
Yeah, it will be the same difference.
Hey, Well,
The
let's
Bills
see
lost to the
who we got.
Jags.
Let's
Bro,
see
it's
who we
already
got.
recorded.
CD83.
So we got,
Hold on.
Which
Hold on.
means
it's
Hold on.
already
anybody
Hold on.
can
recorded.
lose
So
to the
we already
Browns
got
Hold
that
on.
being
Hold on.
50
Hold
on the
on.
line.
with or without Watson.
Yeah, we
So
already got
see,
that being 50 on the line because it's recorded.
Hey, TD, the Bills lost to the Jags. You said you don't see them. Okay, I
hey,
don't see them.
do I see the freaking
You
Bills either? I
you
don't like them
shouldn't.
either. They bums
You
to me
shouldn't.
too.
Hey, they bums to me too. So I'm gonna line them up, but they're gonna have to square off on Sunday.
So what's your outlook this
Bills are
year
fun.
on a successful season for the Miami Dolphins? Because that's what the conversation was about when we started.
And I do think we'll have a successful season. I think.
What does that look like?
I think that's 12 wins between either 11 or 12 wins.
Okay.
That's a playoff berth. That's possibly a first round bye. And that's getting to the AFC Championship at the least. That's my thoughts.
Ain't that what I said?
Yeah,
Y'all,
I think that's
AFC
reasonable.
Championship, man.
Yeah, that's
okay. So if we go to a divisional round and lose, is that acceptable?
Guys, Cincinnati made it to the Super Bowl. The guys,
and that was in their third year they rebuilt.
Right, the third year of a rebuild. They weren't even honestly looking at their team top to bottom.
Is on a way different level than Tua.
There's really not it's not a big difference, honestly.
Good evening, fellas. Good evening, fellas.
Oh when you look at the weapons they had and what they had around him, Joe Mixon is probably he's a top 10 running back for sure.
Exactly.
You got Chase. You still got Chase. You still got the
he
tight
was
end that was over
he
there.
Was a top 5
the tight end went to the tight end went to the Jets. Uzama or whoever he was a really good tight end.
Yeah, he was.
And they still had two other receivers, T. Higgins, and they still had
Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd. So they still, bro, their offense was good. Like, and Zach Randolph is a good coach. He called good plays. It's a good scheme. So it worked out for him. And I'm happy for him.
Quarterback made the difference. TD,
Joe Burrow
what did we see? What did we see with Joe Burrow, TD? Under pressure, he was one of the
playoff
top
run.
best
I didn't
quarterbacks.
see. Look. During the playoff run, I didn't see Joe Burrow just wow people out the stadium. It didn't.
No, the defense showed up. The defense showed up.
Exactly. So don't make it seem like Joe Burrow was the one out there doing it all because he wasn't.
Under pressure,
don't get on here and
pressure,
say that.
Joe Burrow
I will give.
Don't get on here and say that.
Joe Burrow credit because you know what he never did. He never folded though. He kept coming. Even when it wasn't looking good, he kept coming.
He kept plugging away. And that's what
he wasn't rattled by any situation. Getting hit, sacked. He wasn't rattled.
What did Tua do against the Bills in Tennessee? He folded.
Man, you're talking a couple games, man. I know you don't. First of all, I know you don't watch. First of all, I know you don't watch a lot of Dolphins football.
I do. What are you talking about?
The only thing you can rattle off is Tennessee. And Tennessee.
Bro,
you
almost lost to the Jets.
So what about
he was playing bad?
Oh,
man, come on, stop, man. You just stop, dude.
Bro, but the thing is, he's named
Tell EM to get up here, man. He talking reckless, man. Get up. Hey.
Why do you need EM to come save you? Why do you need EM to come save you?
EM a chat warrior, man. Get up here, man.
Why do you need EM to come save you?
Save me for what? What are you talking about, G? You're not even talking about nothing.
Calling him? Bro, I just told you. Tua is prime.
First of all, you said
hold on.
CB, you're a Dolphin fan. You're losing this debate so far. I need you to come back hard.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I'm a real
Hold on. Give me a
Dolphin
second, y'all. Jeremy, your reception, I don't know what it is. It's pretty bad. Every time you try to talk, it's just loud and we can't hear anything.
Oh, really? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, it's probably I'm probably yelling too much into the mic.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just try not to yell into it. Ian,
what?
Man.
Is that who I'm thinking is? I had logged off. I was just about. I had just logged off.
I was waiting for you.
I was just about to go dinner with my wife, and I said, "Hang on." Something told me to pull TD Foolish Talk back up, and that's exactly what I did.
I never left. I gave you
and
the ETA.
I see this man up. Did he actually show up?
I gave you the ETA, bro. I ain't run from nobody.
Wow. I said, hang on, sweetheart.
Man,
give me about 5 minutes. Let me nuke a fool real quick. Let me go on and kill me a casual today.
Your point was, hey, don't expect a San Francisco-like type of running game or type of production in the run game with this offense. And I'm like, why not? Why can't we have that type of production?
Because we don't have the personnel 1 through 5 that they have. That's why.
1 through 5 at what? Offensive line?
Absolutely.
No, they don't have a great offensive line.
Bro,
It's not great. It's the scheme. They have a couple guys. That's what it is. And when you have good coaches, who can scheme up and make plays happen without having guys play man on man and try to mash each other up and down the field, you can win.
They have excellent personnel. They have Trent Williams. They had Laken Tomlinson. They had hang on. They had Alex Mack, right, who retired this year. You can make a case that he's a Hall of Fame center, right? And they got McGlinchey at right tackle, who's again he's suspect in terms of pass protection, but he's excellent in run. And he's excellent in the run game. So that's four.
A lot of those.
So that's four options. Can I finish, DB? May I finish, please? I know. May I finish, please? So that's four options that you have, better options than what we have right now.
I can't say that top to bottom. I can't say that.
Why can't you say?
I can't say that top to bottom. And
why not?
And you're not taking into account. So you say 1 through 5. You're not talking about 1 through 11 on the field. Tyreek and Waddle are better than anything they had at wide receiver. Speed wise, route running wise.
What does that have to do with blocking? What does that have to do with blocking man in front of you?
It opens up the scheme. It takes guys out of the box.
It's not all about. Bro, they were stopping our run game they were stopping our run game in nickel and dime defenses last year.
And they won't.
So it's not all about. It's not all about.
And they won't be able to do it this year. That's my point.
Hopefully,
they won't be able to do it.
Listen, I'm not saying that we will not see improvement. But again, you got a lot of people out. You got a lot of casuals out here, yourself included, in this community that want to sit here and they're expecting that level of production from this line. They're expecting. Okay, you're right. You're right. All right, my bad. I ain't gonna take. I ain't gonna take. Listen.
Whoever just said that Teron Armstead is better than their left tackle, you are wrong.
Okay? Bro, he's up there. They're both
not better. He is not better than Trent Williams.
Let me finish addressing CBA 3. Listen, you got a lot of people in this community that they are expecting that level of production in year one, right? Based off only Mike McDaniel in the scheme. No, personnel is huge as well. Look, this is the first time. Hang on. You still got.
I'm waiting on you to finish, Em. You're long-winded, bro. You haven't said anything, and I'm trying to figure out what you the point you're getting at.
Bro, you keep interrupting me, bro. If you stop interrupting me, I can finish.
Oh my gosh! All right, I'm
sorry.
And
again, we hadn't even talked about being in a system primarily in a wide zone type system. You know, that a lot of guys, it's a lot of unfamiliarity up front. You know what I mean? We still have a lot of unproven commodities up front on this O line, and I'm saying the San Francisco, especially from a personnel standpoint. They had better options than we do. So for you and others to expect top 10 production to go from 32nd, right, to top 10, I think that's a little unrealistic.
No. I never put a ranking on it. But for you to say that
you just did. You said we can get San Francisco level. Bro, you just said we can get San Francisco level production. That's what you just said.
We could get production out of this offense in the run game as a result of the weapons around. Weapons in the system. I mean, Tyreek and Waddle are dynamic. They had nothing as dynamic. Debo's nowhere near as dynamic as Tyreek. That's just that's it. That is what it is. Tyreek got paid $30 million for a reason, right? You give him the ball. You give him the ball anyway out of the backfield. Screen game.
First off, Tua. If you're talking about how defenses are going to scheme us, they're going to have to play that too high shell consistently. Yeah, you would think in theory with the personnel we have on about with Waddle, their skill set, and Tyreek Hill,
run the ball.
Yeah. But again, that's not so easily achieved. Last year they were stopping our and we led the league in 12 personnel last year. Teams were playing us. Hang on. CB, hang on, bro. I know your head might be a little inflated.
That team to this team. You
hang on, bro. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? This is counterproductive here. You gonna keep talking over me or what?
You just not saying nothing important. I'm trying to figure it out.
No, I'm giving you facts, bro. I'm giving you facts. Last year, we were number one in terms of 12 personnel usage. We can all agree that that's a run-based formation, right? Teams were stopping us in that formation out of nickel and dime packages, bro. Consistently last year.
Ian, provide the context though. Why is that?
You gonna put it on coaching? That's what you're gonna say,
No,
right?
no. Why is it? Why can they not? Why out of 12 personnel could we not run the ball?
Because they can't block up front. They can't block.
Because they can't block up front, and you aren't scared. You aren't scared of anything down the field. That's why you aren't scared of anything.
Bro, they were handled.
That's the
Bro,
context.
they were
the context. That's
when
all
you,
I'm asking.
When you are in nickel, bro, they've got 6 men up front. You got 4 linemen, bro, and you got 2 linebackers. They in dime, you have 1 linebacker. So they were handling our defense when we led the league in terms of 12 personnel usage. They were handling our defense in nickel and dime packages, bro. That is atrocious.
Handling our offense. Yeah,
and again, hang on.
Yeah,
So
you said defense, you mean offense, bro.
Handling our offense, right?
What's that?
You said handling our
You
defense.
said
But it's
handling
handling our offense.
Yeah. Excuse me. They're handling our offense. So what I'm saying is, it's not just a scheme issue; it's a personnel issue. Now they did a better job in bringing in Teron Armstead and Connor Williams, and I think, our run offense will be better. But to make the assumption that's going to go from 32nd to 10, that's very unrealistic. I think. It's not gonna happen.
Right.
We have too many unproven commodities up front, bro.
All right, first of all, and I mean,
I just get annoyed that people.
So you say
CB,
proven. So he says proven commodities, right?
Hold on, CB,
right?
real quick. Before you go, let's stop for a quick second.
Go ahead, brother.
Why do people automatically think that the way defenses play us is going to be different? Because Tua has to still earn the defensive respect. People think just because you have Tyreek Hill and Cedric Wilson.
Very good point.
All right, so
all of a sudden they're just going to be playing off.
Look.
All right. We got to pause for a second because now I got to say this. It's the same thing we said last year. Oh, we gonna stretch
that is
the field
true.
Now we on this and that.
Stretch the field with who? Who do we say we were stretching the field with?
This is the same thing y'all was saying about Will Fuller.
We had Will Fuller.
And
you had Waddle for 16 games. You had Waddle for 16 games. Now I'm not saying Tyreek Hill won't help. Now I am not saying Tyreek Hill won't help, bro. But I'm telling you, listen.
This is the hate. This is the hate I'm talking about.
How's that hate, CB?
Will Fuller.
How's that hate, bro?
Because you guys aren't providing the context. Like you say, we said that we said we were going to stretch it. I didn't say anything about stretching the field. Like we didn't have nobody to stretch. Maybe Waddle could have ran deep 1 or 2 times, but still somebody looking at him the whole time because he all we got back there. Like, let's be real.
It was on film too many times, too many receivers wide open.
And two
you have showed that 1 or 2 times, TD, a game.
Ain't no 1 or 2 times where you need to watch some more film.
Yeah.
Well, that 1 or 2 times
You don't watch film. You really don't watch film.
Hey, so
I know
it's me.
You can stretch the field with 1 speed receiver.
Yeah, so I know it's me versus the world on this panel, but when it comes down to
no casuals are allowed on this panel.
With the receivers we added,
go ahead.
Cedric Wilson Jr., Waddle, Tyreek, Gesicki, adding running backs who can actually scare defenses. Like Chase Edmonds will scare a defense. Mostert will scare a defense. They will start backpedaling. They will figure out a way to scheme for these guys. Like last year, we have Gaskins. We hit like those guys aren't scaring no defense, dude. You put them in a box and the linebacker is licking their chops. Like,
bro, we don't have a running back on this roster that's scary freaking defense.
Mostert maybe.
They can't stay healthy.
We got running backs on this roster that are
Sony Michel at this stage of his career is not scaring anybody. Chase Edmonds is not scaring anybody.
You act like they Jonathan Taylor or something.
I know, right?
First of all, there's only one Jonathan Taylor
exactly,
and one Derrick Henry.
Okay, no, CB.
Scare people in this.
No,
dude, y'all be talking reckless.
Wait. CB, is your expectation a top 10 in terms of production? Is that your expectation?
Look, I'm not putting no rankings on nothing, but I know we will be productive enough.
Why are you running from it?
And that's
exactly. Why are you running?
Guys, the rankings mean nothing.
No, they mean no. You know good and well what we doing here. Go ahead and stand on something. Where are they going to end up?
See, you like to see. Hold on,
the
man.
rankings
You just
mean
just
nothing.
like Draymond
You
and Suge
hey,
Knight.
you
All over
gotta
the place,
do.
man.
Hey,
Come on.
So
you
tried. Hang on.
Man.
You immediately, your knee-jerk reaction to my response to my statement that I made about it being unrealistic, us expecting this rushing offense to go from 32nd to 10.
I didn't say nothing about some. First of
yes,
all,
you
never
did.
said
Yes, you did.
32nd to 10. You said have San Francisco like production. Don't get on here and lie,
bro.
dude.
If San Francisco
we got receipts.
did they not
We
have a
got
top 10?
receipts.
Did they not have a top 10 rushing
You
offense
did
last
not
year?
say nothing about numbers. You said have San Francisco like
Did they
production.
Did they not have a top 10 rushing offense last year? I'm asking. I'm asking you a question, CB.
We will
I'm
be
asking
running
you
the
a question.
ball.
Did they not have a top 10 rushing offense last year?
Can I answer your question?
Did they not, CB? I'm asking you a question. Did they
Can
not?
I answer your question? I'm waiting.
Go ahead.
Can I answer
I'm
your
asking.
question? We will have that type of production.
So you're saying that, that our rushing offense will be in the top 10. That's what you're saying.
Wait, I think so, yeah.
A rushing offense.
For sure.
Well, why did you say that in the first place? Why are you going to deny it first,
Because
and then
I
now
didn't say
all of a sudden you're going to double back and say, yeah.
No, I didn't say anything about rankings. That's you adding the rankings on. I didn't add that. You said San Francisco like production.
Isn't that top 10? Is that not top 10, bro? Is that not top 10?
Indirect way of giving you a ranking because San Francisco ranked.
With the weapons we have at receiver and in the passing game and in the running game, we will have that type of production.
And that means nothing. And that means nothing until Tua proves he can read the field and distribute appropriately. That means nothing.
And he's done that. He's done that
When?
in games.
Oh my!
He's had
the Arizona games.
Hold on, let me go get me a drink.
The Arizona game was a great game. He played a great game that game.
The Arizona game.
The Giants game, he played a good game. Ball placement was off a little bit, but he played a good game. He's had good games.
TB thinks he's on Finside the NFL right now. That's what he's thinking, bro.
Hey,
he thinks he's on Finside the NFL right now when he can just he got his Pro Tour hat on.
Why are you calling out your boy?
No, I'm calling you out. You think you on Finside right now, and you think Reason is on this panel, and you just don't want to upset Reason because you're intimidated by him. I get it. I understand. Stop it.
I don't
Stop. Don't do that.
Like that. That's my guy, though.
If they could hold the Chiefs,
you and him must be beefing right now. What's up,
man? Bro, that's my bro. That's my brother. What are you talking? There's no beef. I'm calling you out. Bro, we've had a conversation about you privately, so he knows. I see what you're trying to do, but he understands. We've had a conversation about you privately. He knows exactly what my angle is right now.
Can I ask y'all something?
Stop it.
I was asking a question, bro.
If the Chiefs had two fast receivers, Tyreek Hill and the receiver from Georgia, I forget his name at the moment, Herbert. If they had them two fast receivers and the Chiefs was still struggling with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce,
because their run scheme was terrible. That's why.
Why do you think our run scheme?
And they never committed to the run. And
Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a serviceable back.
Yeah, he's a good back, but they didn't have the scheme. Andy Reid isn't a good running coach.
If they were struggling with a good coach and good QB, why do you think that they're going to be better with a first-year head coach?
It was a bad game?
Bro, we scored 20 points. Stop.
Was it a bad game, TD?
We scored 20 points. We played the Giants. We played the Giants.
GG, you don't have to go there because there's been multiple teams that won that put pressure on defenses with one elite speed receiver. You don't need two elite speed receivers.
But that's
There's no notion that you need two elite speed receivers to put pressure on the defense is asinine. There's teams that's always been putting pressure on defenses with one elite speed receiver.
You're getting off on a bad foot, CB.
You don't need it.
You about to start a platform, bro. You got to take that in consideration.
Hey,
Who
Crypto,
says you need two elite receivers?
We played the 4-13 Giants.
Crypto,
He's talking
it's
about
a
he had
luxury.
good game.
You don't need it, but it's a luxury.
CB, you can't start. You can't launch a
Okay, I
platform
got
off
it. It's a
foolishness,
luxury. I'm
bro.
gonna
You
say because you
can't.
definitely don't need it.
I know.
You can't do that.
That's why I'm not asking you for no help, Ian.
I hear you. That's what's up.
Exactly why I'm not.
You cannot start a platform off foolishness, bro. You can't.
Hey, I've
You
seen your
can't.
foolishness for years on TD Fans
Yeah,
Talk.
I know.
But
Yeah, I
listen,
know.
this is what I'm saying. This is what
I
I'm
know.
saying about two
Yeah.
factors.
I know.
I'm
I
saying
know.
we can't
I
make
know.
it.
Nobody can prove me wrong. Ain't no.
Hey, the receipts are out there. Hey,
I know.
The receipts are out there.
You have
Ian.
spent hours on the phone.
Absolutely, they are, bro.
Hold
They
on,
are
hold on.
out there, my friend. Really, you gotta. You really want to pull up receipts? You trying to
Ian,
compare
the
receipts with
receipts
me?
are out there.
No.
You
We
the
have
biggest
spent.
You don't want to
fan.
do that,
Come
CB.
on.
We have
Really?
spent hours on the phone,
them
bro.
all.
You have spent the last 2 years on the phone with me defending Tua and been wrong every time.
Who?
No, who me? I spent
you.
Hey,
Who?
Bro,
hey, pull up.
TD83.
Hey, pull up the
We
conversations.
done had too many conversations of
TD.
yo.
What
has
the
every time,
conversation.
and it ends up you wrong every time.
He must think
hang
two is
on,
elite.
TD, hang on. I'm gonna address
I
something
just
real
need the
quick. He
receipt.
said.
I just need the
So
receipts.
you just said I was the biggest Tua supporter. First off, I support any player that's on this roster. 1 through
now
53.
you support any player.
That's
1
number
through
one.
53.
That's
Oh,
that's
my-
A.
oh.
That's A. But B, the only thing that's changed with Tua is his film. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give Tua an Alabama evaluation based off Miami Dolphin film. That's not how I do things.
That is cool.
Casuals
That's
do
cool,
that.
Ian. That's
Casuals do
cool.
that. You do that.
So
You
I'm not-
engage like that
hey.
in others, but I don't. That's
So
not how I roll, bro.
I'm basing it off the film of what he's done and what he could do if he had the type
No,
of
you're
person
not.
around
You're
him.
obviously
That's exactly
not,
what
bro.
I'm-
You're obviously
Hey,
not.
The eye in the sky don't lie, Ian. It's gonna prove you wrong this year.
You're
It'll prove you
obviously
wrong.
not,
You're
bro.
right. You're right. But the eye has to show something to be telling the truth or lying.
Sky does not lie.
What has he done in
It
the
will
last 2
show
years?
He can't tell you again. He's a Tua. He got his Tua
he's
hat
done it.
on. All he's gonna do again.
No, the guy. Hey, guys, Tua has had struggles in the NFL, but it's not as a result of all him. It's as a result of what's around him.
Who said it was all him?
Hey,
Who
the
said it was
offense,
all him?
guys, a lot
Whoever
of people
said
do,
that,
and
CB?
this is why I
do you
address
hear yourself
casuals.
when you say that, CB?
Look.
Who
So a
said
lot of
that it was
people
all
do.
him, bro?
So can I answer your question? So can I answer your question? So a lot of people do. They say it's on Tua. So they say as a result of Tua, and that's what they do. They put it all on Tua, and that's what the dude GG was doing just now. Hey, it's on Tua to do it. It's on Tua. It's on Tua.
Tua's not even better than Baker Mayfield.
You know what, CB? You're right.
Out there,
Tua's
dude.
job is on him
It's
to
not
do.
on
You're
one
right.
guy. It's not
You're
on
right.
one guy.
That's not a revelation.
It's not.
Tua's job is on him to do. You're right.
He's got to just do his job. That's all he has to do. He ain't got to do everybody
You think
else's
the elite
job.
quarterbacks is just doing their job?
Yes, that's exactly what they do. Within the game, they do their job. And who's elite? Because who's your elite quarterback that you're talking about?
Justin Herbert, Joe
That's
Burrow.
elite. You call Justin Herbert elite? Get
You
the
better
hell
know
out
it.
of here, man.
You better know it.
Yes, stop.
You better know it.
Hey, we made Justin Herbert look like a
better know
schoolgirl
it.
in Miami.
He's
we made Justin Herbert look like a schoolgirl in Miami.
See, hang on. Can I have the floor for a
Come
second?
on, stop talking, bro.
See,
You
that
what he said?
See,
He
hang
said
on.
elite. He
Hang
said
on.
Justin Herbert is elite. He's only done it 1 year.
One year.
Hang on.
Hang on. What year, CB83?
Hang on.
What year? Give me what year first. Hold on, Ian.
He came to Miami and he looked like a schoolgirl.
What year did he do it, CB83? What one year did he do it?
We made the kid cut his hair, yo.
CB83, what 1 year did he do it?
I don't want to get into Herbert talk. This is
What
not about
1
Herbert.
year? Yeah,
This is about the Miami Dolphins.
you can't even back up the words you say out your mouth.
This
What
is
1 year
a-
did he do it? His rookie
Bro,
year or last year?
I'm not worried about either way. I'm not worried about
Yeah,
it.
but you
doesn't matter to
out here
me.
speaking stuff out your mouth. Don't even know what you're talking about.
TD,
What
TD,
year did he do
See,
it?
hang on,
What
TD.
year did he do it, CB?
Let Ian ask this question.
See, I'm gonna ask CB. Listen, I'm gonna make this. Let me say this real quick. All I got is about 10 minutes. Let me have the floor, please.
Oh, you said that 10 minutes ago.
Hang on, CB. Well, bro. Listen, the stuff that's coming out of your mouth, my God,
I
bro.
know
See,
you want it. I know you want it right now. That's why
when
you're getting it.
when you say when the statement is made that Herbert is elite,
And the man in
Herbert
his
is not
hang on,
elite.
hang on.
He's not.
See, statements like that,
Consistency
TD.
is key.
CB, can I speak, please? This is counterproductive. Again, you talking over me, bro. This is counterproductive. See, when you make statements like that, bro, that is what I mean by you can't launch a platform off foolishness. Everybody's listening to you. Everyone is listening to you right now. The man, Justin Herbert in his first 2 years.
Go ahead and drop my link so people can get this real knowledge and stop listening to EM, man.
Justin Herbert in his first 2 years has been historic. He has been historic in his first 2 years. He threw for over 5,000 yards last year. He was second in he was second in the league in probably every next to Brady in every statistical category. And you're saying that he's not elite? That's not elite,
bro. He came to Miami.
That's not elite, bro.
Threw picks and looked like a schoolgirl. Don't call him elite, bro.
Bro,
he ain't done it consistently. He hasn't.
How hasn't he done it?
Flores defense made a lot of quarterbacks made like school children.
He a great defense and all of this other stuff he got, man. If that was that, if that dude was
the people hear you, CB. You really want to get into this YouTube game? The people are listening to you, bro. You scaring away subscribers right now.
I'm definitely not a Herbert fanboy. I know that.
Live right now. We not backstage, bro.
Yeah, I know exactly where we are.
Nobody's a Herbert fanboy.
We got Herbert fanboys in here. We got Watson fanboys in here.
They've
Burrow
proven
fanboys?
it. They've proven it. Tua hasn't proven anything.
I don't care about none of them dudes. All them dudes trash. All them dudes trash.
You're gonna say Herbert
But
ain't
you gotta be objective, TB.
You make it.
They're not trash.
That make no sense.
Herbert came to Miami and looked pedestrian. That's all I'm gonna say.
Tua goes everywhere and look pedestrian, but you stick up for him.
Arizona. He went to Arizona and looked great.
You still on Arizona, huh?
I love Arizona.
He came to Miami and looked pedestrian. So you insulted Miami's defense then. You saying
Miami can hear you, CB. The people can hear you. They're listening, CB. They're listening right now.
The year that we shut down Herbert, Miami had a great defense that year. We was top 5 defense when we shut down Herbert that year.
They can hear you, CB.
Bro. Go ahead and drop my channel, bro. Let the people hear.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Don't make me. I'm gonna tell you, CB, straight up. Don't listen. You keep calling my name, bro. I'll end your channel before you even get started, bro.
I'm waiting.
Real
must have been
talk.
drinking.
You coming up here calling my name out? I will end that little that garbage behind channel before you even get started.
Patiently waiting.
He's been drinking. Don't mind him.
Hey, listen, CB. I know you're a fanboy.
Actually,
you can't say other quarterbacks are crap just because they're not on our team.
No. I'm a Dolphins fan, though, guys. I'm not going to get up here and build up anybody outside of my
team. No, you're not. You're not a Dolphin fan. You are a Tua fan. You are a Tua fan masquerading as a Dolphin fan. I told y'all when we drafted Tua, I am exterminating this community of these casuals that are Tua fans masquerading as Dolphin fans, and I am starting with you, my friend. I'm starting with you.
Alabama banner down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop your channel before it even gets started.
Y'all go subscribe to Pins Take with CB83. Y'all go check
you gotta do better, my boy.
On YouTube now.
You got to be better, my boy. You got to. Come check me out, man. Hey, I'm actually gonna drop my intro video tonight, man.
Bro,
so
I know more football than you.
I know GG. What is it? G Money Uptown?
Yeah.
Bro. You a Cleveland fan. Like,
bro,
you can't come around me. Look, you can't come around me. Look, you can't come around me.
My grandma knows more football than you.
Yeah. You can't come around me and talk to me about Cleveland football or Dolphins football for that matter.
Bro, the only thing I was doing was comparing the quarterback play.
Don't compare.
And Baker Mayfield is better than Tua.
Hold on, GG.
This man said Baker Mayfield is better than Tua.
Hold on.
See, this is why. But see, this man Baker Mayfield had two really good running backs.
Baker Mayfield is better than Tua.
But it wasn't based. His running backs
He don't have. He's not better. If you don't have a better upside and you haven't, bro, he's not better.
He showed you got to reach your
upside to be better, man.
Tua's gonna.
Yeah, you don't need a better upside to be better. Joe Burrow finally reached his ceiling, but he's a better quarterback.
Listen, CB,
Yep,
everybody.
let Em go to dinner.
Let me go. I gotta go, fellas.
Yes,
Listen,
go,
it's been
go
a
spend time with the
pleasure.
wife. Yep.
It's been a pleasure. But
It
CB,
has.
I'll catch you on another panel at some point.
At me.
But
Holler,
listen,
holla.
But listen, I wanted
Holla.
to, I can't emphasize this enough, bro. If you want your channel to be successful and
I
not
can't
stop,
listen to
and
you.
please, and not stop in its infancy
I
stages,
can't listen to
please
you.
refrain from keeping my name in your mouth, bro, because I will
can't
end
listen
you.
to you.
I've
Em,
already ended
I'm
you in this
not
community.
scared
I've
of
already
you,
buried you
dude.
in this community.
You,
But
hey,
listen,
you,
the
I'm
next,
not scared of you.
hey,
Get
next
on,
on my
put
list is gonna be that
voice,
channel.
put a face to that voice, man. Put a face to
I
that.
got you.
Put a face to that voice, man. Come up here and show me your eyes, man.
So when we
come on.
CB, you already
Show
know
me
what
your
time it
face.
is. Listen,
Show me your face.
Listen, I got 11. Listen, I got 11%. I'm gonna need that 11%.
Yeah.
I gotta charge my phone up.
I know. You want to
Listen.
hear what I got to say for the rest of the show. Go ahead and
No.
charge up.
I already know what you're gonna say. Listen,
get in the chat and be a chat warrior. That's what I'm expecting.
Really, bro. Really.
That's what I'm expecting.
Okay. All right. But anyway, salute to everybody, man. Y'all be good.
Salute, bro. Salute, all right, bro. It's always love.
All right,
y'all, absolutely. Y'all be good.
Take care, homie.
But CB, man, listen, if you're gonna debate with people, bro, you got to be able to answer the questions, though.
Hey,
you run away from the truth, bro. I asked you which year you was talking about with Herbert, and you scared to answer the question.
TD, he can't. This is what I said. He came to Miami, and we made him look
he got
like
destroyed in Miami.
Girl.
Okay,
He got
and guess what? You still ain't answered the question. Which year? You said he had one good year.
Look. This is what I don't think I've ever seen Tua look like that. Like how he looked in Miami. I've never seen Tua look like how he looked.
See, it's people like CB
That's crazy.
that makes me want to pull up. He makes me want to pull up any Buffalo game, the Tennessee Titans game, the Raiders game.
Exactly. So the only game, the only game you can compare that to is the Tennessee game. But I really think that Tua was not giving his best effort in that game because of reasons.
The Tennessee defense has a lot to do with it, just like our defense had a lot on Burrow.
Yeah, I mean, but guys, we're talking about the last game of the season. Nothing to play for at that point. It wasn't.
What are you talking about?
All right, so
that was a win and you're in.
No, you're right. Now you're right. You're right. So we should have.
It was that game where I
look. Now we should have won that game, but you could tell by the way Tua was playing that his head was not in the game. He was not focused on playing football that day. And there's no excuse.
His head, his arm, his leg,
he was not.
His everything wasn't in the game.
He was on the golf course. That's where he was.
It was his worst performance I've seen, but I still didn't see him look like how Herbert looked in Miami.
It don't matter. Herbert put 5,000 yards up.
Man,
I know Tua hasn't even had a 400-yard game.
400-yard games don't define careers, man.
Oh my God.
That's not what defines your career, dude.
Bro, how does that not define your career?
But see, this is my thing with casual fans. They will get up here and say things like,
casual fan?
he hasn't had a 400-yard game. What does it matter if he's had a 400-yard game?
Look,
that doesn't matter.
That's what gets you down the field and puts the ball in the end zone.
You don't need
obviously. Thank you, Color. Thank you, Color.
It's a game. And watch him throw for less than 100 yards. He still is a Hall of Famer. And we're looking at his gold jacket in Canton. The only thing I'm saying about Tua right now is he has yet to show on a consistent basis.
On a consistent basis, you're right.
He is that guy. He has.
You're right. And I think that has a lot to do with what's around him. And I agree. He hasn't been consistent. And that's what we're looking for is consistency. But with the help of better offensive line play, better receiver play, better running back play.
Excuses.
Running backs pass block and they run the ball and they do other things. There's a lot in terms of context that you have to think about. I know
excuses. One thing you just found though.
They say, hey, it's excuses. The kid hasn't played well because he's not good.
CB, you gotta realize there is no
it's been
context
proven.
because we're not looking at the broken plays. We're looking at the plays, the 4 out of 5 dropbacks.
Honestly, guys, and this so color just said a look. So color just said a really important thing. He said, I'm only looking at the plays where he has clean pockets and he has the ability to make a play.
That's 4 out of 5 dropbacks.
And Color, I heard you say that, and that's nonsense because you can't pull up film.
Then argue with the NFL
statisticians are putting it out there.
Color.
Bro, it's times TD pulled up the film and he had a clean pocket.
I'm talking to Color. GG, please stop talking.
Okay,
Color,
you got it.
And Color. So if you get online and you pull up a game film where you show me Tua having 4 clean dropbacks for every 5, then I can take you seriously. But if you go look at a stat somewhere online,
the point is he's got a large enough.
The NFL has already gathered that
see,
and put
you're not providing context for the people.
No,
that's the
I'm
problem.
saying that the sample size of how many clean pockets we have to look at is large enough.
Color. This is the thing you've been spewing in the Dolphins community for the past week or so.
Tell me I'm spewing anything, bro.
So, no, that's the NFL spewing it.
All right, I'm not
you got to understand that's the NFL that spewed that.
Okay. It ain't your day to insult my intelligence, bro.
All right, so Color, this is what you said. You said for every 5 dropbacks, he has 4 clean pockets. It's just not true.
Based on the NFL statisticians that are professional, correct.
Pressure rate. That's a 20% pressure rate. Look it up.
That's why you guys go look at. Find the stat that fits your narrative. That's what you do. You find the stat.
I looked at every one of them. What are you talking about?
The narrative is
what are you talking about?
1 million
I looked
pressures
at every single one of them,
and
bro.
not giving us based on the percentage of pressures when he drops back. That's the stat that fits the narrative when you're talking about total pressures and just leave it at that number and don't talk about what you do when you pressured.
Who else has a question?
Less than three seconds, because the average NFL pocket is clean for 3 seconds. Who has the worst rating out of every quarterback that's in the NFL playing for longer than 3 seconds? It's our quarterback, Tua. When he holds the ball longer than 3 seconds, we are in trouble.
That's the same. Hey, look, and that's the same thing Nick Saban.
I'm just telling you,
that's the same thing.
NFL
Donald.
of holding blocks again. 3 seconds is considered a clean pocket. The Miami Dolphins in 2021 offensive line held the pocket on average 3.83 seconds.
No, it wasn't 3.8. Hey, is that right, Color?
When he holds the ball and he's trying to make a decision.
Color, is that correct?
Yeah, the quarterback rating is low when he holds the ball longer than 3 seconds.
Color, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, is his average time of pocket 3.8 seconds? Because I find that hard to believe.
No, he said the NFL's average. I think he said.
No, he said Tua's average.
Well, let Donald.
Tua's average is not 3.8. It's below 3. It's like 2.6 or 2.7.
It's 2.1. But I want to clarify. I want Donald to clarify what he was saying before I answer that.
I think he was saying NFL average.
What he's saying is the simple fact that every time Tua gets more than 2.5 seconds to throw the ball, excuse me, it was chill, bro.
Okay,
every time, and this is a fact, every time Tua gets 2.5 seconds or more to throw the ball, he is worst in the NFL.
Okay, and why is that?
Given, not a hurry, not a pressure. When given,
can we
over
provide
2.5 seconds to throw the absolutely,
right.
Bro, it don't need
go ahead because our receivers are on average in the NFL of separation.
So can we provide why is that? I'm asking you a question, TD. Why do you think that is?
Context.
Because
I know you think,
and I'm going to give you the answer. You just asked me. You just asked me, right?
look,
you just
casuals
asked me why I think that is.
I am. So, well, let me address GG first. GG says he doesn't need context, and this is what casuals do. They get up here and make takes,
How
and they
am I
say, "Hey,
casual?
No,
I
he talking about
don't
in relationship
need to
to apples
provide
comparison. That's what he
context."
meant by not the
Bro, you
context
This
in
talk
is
that
about
what
he
sense.
you
need a
should.
running game, he need
Well,
he need an old line, he need better
Of
He's saying,
course,
he's
receivers.
you
saying it
need
based on
all of
apples
that.
to apples
Vincent, the answer.
comparison.
Hold on,
And
hold
the
on. Y'all,
context
see,
is
y'all,
already
hold on.
inclusive.
Y'all getting
Go
caught
ahead,
up in the
TD.
minutia. Y'all getting
Go
caught
ahead,
up in
TD.
all the unnecessaries, right? At the
Yeah.
end of the day, the reason why, when given more than 2.5 seconds to throw the ball, he is the worst in the league, is because he cannot process the field. And that is the issue with Tua. And that's where his game has to change this year. If it does, he'll work wonders. But until he does, that's the biggest issue. He
All
has
right,
to be able to come off of
that's
that
what
first
Donald was
read and
talking about.
process.
So can I address that? So processing the field, right? So young quarterbacks come in the NFL, and they need time to understand the game, to be able to process, right?
Good ones
And
don't.
some
Hold on, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Just like Joe Burrow. You got
Let
it.
him go.
Some are better than others, right? Some are better than others. Some have a better scheme that they're in. Some have better options at receiver. So there's a lot that goes into it.
Yep, worse than the NFL.
So even Nick Saban said, "Hey, when Tua holds the ball, he's worse. He puts us in a bad spot when he's holding on to the ball, because he puts himself at risk of getting injured, and he also puts the team at risk of making a bad play. So anybody who holds the ball like that you can't play hero ball, not in the NFL. So he's saying, hey, stop playing hero ball.
Well, the last
play within
5
the game.
Super Bowl winners have been playing hero ball and won it.
And Crips,
the last
Crips,
5.
I'm trying to finish. Okay, so you can't play hero ball and win the game. So when you see the pocket collapsing and you think you have time to make a play, you need to either find your check down, or you need to find a way to throw
collapsing.
the ball away.
We are only talking
You mean
about
those
plays
13
where
seconds
he
in
has
the
a clean
Bills
pocket.
and Chiefs games? That wasn't hero ball at the end of the game?
At the end of the day, Tua just got to become a better processor, and his game will improve immensely. He has to be able to read the 3 levels of the field and anticipate throws. He figures that out, then we got us a franchise quarterback. It's just a matter of if he'll figure it out this year. We're all going to be watching.
Right.
We all going to be waiting.
Now, TD, this is my thing too. You act like you haven't seen him process and make plays.
I ain't seen him process nothing. You keep on acting like he is. What is wrong with you, bro? Why you keep on throwing out phantom things that ain't happening?
Can we pull up some film?
Bro, we could pull up film,
every time we do, you just deny that we watch it.
I haven't, bro. I haven't watched film with any of y'all.
We can pull
it up on this very show, and you still deny we watch film.
Yo,
we could pull up some film.
Can we pull up
tonight or tomorrow. Maybe tonight or tomorrow, because I'm finna kick all y'all out the basement because we're going on 5 hours and I'm about to eat dinner with the family.
Oh man.
So CB83, you are being spared as best you can.
I was having fun, man.
No, in all seriousness, man, all the YouTubers that have come on this platform today, make sure y'all go check them out. Make sure you go check out Color Commentary. Don't forget about Finn's Takes with CB83. Make sure you go check the homie out. Also, we've had a lot. The Finn's Tailgate, we've had. Y'all help me out because we had a lot of people step through.
Batman and Geo.
Batman Geo. Y'all go check them out.
Everybody.
Difference of opinions all over the place, but I always encourage y'all to listen to them all because it'll give you your own perspective. And that's what it's about, man. Ian, man, we finna get out of here, man. You coming in here?
Yeah. No, real quick. Listen.
Eat dinner with his wife.
Listen, hang on, CB. Listen.
One thing about me down that Sky Road.
Hey, hang on. Let me have the floor one second. When I was pressing you, listen, CB. Seriously, when I was pressing you earlier about your show, bro, that was all. I was trolling you, man. I didn't mean nothing.
I know. It's all love.
Hey, I anybody that's out here, I never knock another man's hustle. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to your foolishness. So to be honest with you, but no, seriously, salute to you, bro. Salute to you.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Appreciate you coming back up, man. Go to dinner with the wife, man. Enjoy.
Don't
your
worry,
time,
I'm going.
man.
I'm out. Y'all be good, man.
All right, y'all. But I'm about to get out of here, and ain't no last words. I'm kicking y'all off. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I will see y'all later.
Thanks for having us. All right, CB83. Have a good one, man.
All right, later, Crypto.
2022 for a clean pocket, 2.72 seconds.
2.72.
Seconds. And Tua, when he had longer than that, we were the worst at. That's all I'm saying.
Well, bring it back. You know, I'll be live. I might be live tonight or tomorrow. Bring it back. All right.
All right. Well, God bless. Y'all take care.
All right. Love you, man. But what's up, Fins?
Hey, what up, TD? I don't know if I showed you this yet. I saw Batman last night, but I got my Dolphins Stadium I'm building right here. This is what's in the works.
Oh, that is sweet, man.
Yeah, and I think you and Batman and a couple other guys are like the only guys to see it like exclusively. Cause I think it's kind of like a surprise for my channel.
We seeing it exclusively now on the show, man. Yep. That's what's up. Dang.
And I also got a painting I made. I don't know if I'm gonna sell it, but here's what it looks like right now.
Man, that's fire, bro. See, I might have to get something from you, man.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Hey, keep it going. Make sure you show me the finished product, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the canopy on top of it too.
Come on, bro. You're supposed to be making 2 of them, man. That's what's up, though, man. That's what's up.
And then also, you can check out my channel. I made a cornerbacks preview training camp video today, and I made
give a shout out to the channel real quick, so people can come check you out, bro.
Make sure you guys subscribe to my channel at FinsTV305 on YouTube. Also got the podcast on Spotify, the 305 Fins podcast, and then tomorrow I got an episode from my training camp series for the safeties.
That's what's up, man. We got to collab soon, all right?
All right. I got
all right, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, see TD. Fins up.
Fins up. That's what's up, man. That's the homie, man. He used to be called Gators TV, was the channel, man. That's what's up, man. That's a real fan right there. When they putting the work or the artistic work in, ain't nothing like it, man. To all our Fins fans out there, whether we agree or disagree about our team, it's nothing but love. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure if you're new to the channel that you subscribe to the channel. And like always, man, y'all stay blessed and y'all have a great night. I might be live again. I don't know, man, but we shall see, man. We shall see. But I appreciate you all. I really do. Thank you to all those who donated. Thank you so much. You're helping me get to training camp. Salute to you all. Woo! Hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's great and that's my peer review. These haters keep on hating and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one crew. EM Reason Ball Game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view and this is what it's got us to success. My haters say I'm a mess. They say that I'm a pest and I depress and I'm obsessed with causing stress. Better yet the stress they can't suppress. Nonetheless, I just impress because I'm blessed and they oppress. I know the answers, they just guess. When they play checkers, I play chess. When they regress, I make progress and my attention, they get less. They feel neglected, CPS. If they don't pay, I repossess. Now I digress and decompress and take recess and clear my chest. I must confess I am the best. Like, hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out DDW. He's great and that's my peer review. These haters keep on hating and it's starting to feel like deja vu. Insanity and Chef Jew. I can't forget my day one crew. EM Reason Ball Game. The recognition's overdue. I share with you my point of view and this is what it's got us to success. On the road to the Super Bowl, no matter the cost, man, we willing to pay the toll. 50 plus years and they all ended in tears. Now it's time to pop bottles, celebrate, scream cheers. Hey, this is 2022. TD on the mic repping my team. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Over 20,000 subs. Look at how much we done grew. Shout out to my day one crew. We only here because of you.